hitting the post. I mean, yes. Ah, hello. Good morning.
Bonjour.
Now we're doing something a bit different today with my friend Zyla and her friend Nicole. We're gonna be doing a smash or pass of Monster Gals, of Pokemon Monster Gals. But there'll be lore.
We love some deep lore.
We love the lore. Alright. Switching it for the stream.
Don't forget to show us the screen.
I was just about to do that. There. So first up, we got Bulbasaur.
Alright, let's see. She is adorable. I do give her that.
Alright. A giant bulb rests on the top of their backs. While big in size, it's not heavy enough to prevent them from standing up, but it makes it uncomfortable. As a result, they prefer to kneel and crouch. Happy and easygoing, they spend most of their time looking for nice sunny places to rest and for nutrients for the seed on their backs. They believe there's nothing as good as having a peaceful and quiet life. They are connected with nature and prefer to live undisturbed. They fashion their own outfits from leaves and other materials they found in the forest they inhabit and hold them together by wrapping vines around their bodies. When angered, they'll use their vines to whip at enemies and drive them off. Of course, this causes their handcrafted outfits to fall off, flustering them to no end.
They are precious. They do have precious being energy.
I would put them under friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put them in friend head pats myself.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I'll also do the same. Because they're cute, but it's not like I'm not like a wooga.
Right.
And they're also like, oh, poor baby. Here.
Also,
have a shirt.
I'm curious. Did you have a Gen 1 starter?
Bulbasaur.
Ah, so this is your line.
I feel like it would be. I was going to choose Charmander.
Oh, I was a Squirtle man.
You and like 98% of the world. I loved Bulbasaur because my brothers always chose Charmander. I'm like, look at this baby. You know?
Be like, look at this Cabbage Patch Kid.
Dinosaur frog. They're gonna go commit crimes, and plus, they help me sweep through the first 2 gyms. And by the 3rd gym, I already have a team built.
That's true. That's true. All right. Bulbasaur evolves into Ivysaur.
Huh?
The bulb on their back has grown quite a... Something funny.
Nope. I just had an immediate purr reaction.
The bulb on their back has grown quite a bit at this stage, and they lose the ability to stand up, since at this point it's very heavy. It feeds from sunlight, so they don't have to move a lot. They're usually grumpy and seem to be annoyed at the fact that they are forced to crawl around. The weight of the bulb makes them constantly angry. Ironically enough, said bulb also produces a very calming aroma. They love to search the forest for the best spots to absorb sunlight. Despite their grumpy demeanor, they like to be left alone to nap calmly under the sun. While they also can use their vines to attack enemies, they rarely rely on them. For the most part, they can't be bothered to fight and prefer to use the bulb's calming aroma to charm or calm potential aggressors. Only when said scent fails, they are forced to use violence.
Date.
Oh, going for the grumpy one, I see.
I will date the grumpy plant. I will
Yeah,
date the grumpy plant.
I was thinking the same way, because like, I would have went the other way, but then I'm like, but I don't want to piss them off. So date would be probably the safest bet.
Don't think about what's safe. Neko, we're not here for safety.
I think I put her in the smash. If just because I don't know if I can deal with a constantly grumpy person all the time.
I've dealt with grumpy girlfriends before.
You have the experience.
You just give them their space when they're in grumpy mode. Maybe give them some snacks. Say, have fun, hug. If you need anything, text me. I'll be right over there. You don't even need to talk to me. And they'll be like, fine.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Alright. And then they become Venusaur.
Ah.
Just ah. The flower on their back has fully bloomed.
Yeah.
It's pretty large and heavy. It is because of this that they grow quite large in size compared to their past forms. The skin is tough and they can withstand an incredible amount of force. The prowess is a result of the flower they carry. They are peaceful and most of the time sleepy. They move slowly towards nice sunny areas and nap for hours on end to get as much sunlight as possible. Since they gain nutrition from the flower and sunlight as well, they don't have to search for food or hunt. While motionless, the flower releases a pleasant fragrance that soothes emotions and induces happiness. Defensive in nature, they rather deal with intruders by using their powerful, charming scent. Some are so strong that one whiff of the fragrance will put a grown man to sleep for hours. They don't even need to be awake to fend off enemies in this manner.
Smash.
Now, this might sound crazy. Still date.
Really?
Yeah, not an upgrade enough, I think. Now, while she is very pretty, not up to the wife material for me yet.
There is
And
additional
also,
information.
mostly because
Oh, go
there's
finish.
additional information. No, please.
There's
The extra
virtually
data
no
might actually change this answer.
There is virtually no danger when approaching them, but one ought to be careful when they are sleepy since they dislike sleeping alone. They'll usually seek nap partners to hug and lay on top of while sleeping. Once they got you like this, escape is difficult.
Yeah, that keeps my answer where it is.
You don't want this lady laying on top of you while she naps?
How much does a Venusaur weigh? Like,
they don't give one in this version, but she is. Oh, did they cut that off? Damn it.
Well done.
yeah, like if we want to just use like proper like normal like Pokemon-ness weight,
So
that's 225 pounds.
yes,
Big woman.
220.5
big
pounds or 100 kilograms.
Just I'm imagining that just kind of flopping on top of me. Still date worthy though.
Yeah, I agree. Very date worthy. Very date worthy.
Mostly due to the fact that is I do not want to be sleeping, and then next thing I know is just a.
No moving for you.
Just the soul leave it out.
That's an all day nap you gotta schedule in.
Yep. What? I gotta do some Hex Maniac stuff later? Nah. Nah, fam.
Alright. Let's move on to Neko's Charmander.
Oh, she gremlin.
The flame rests on the end of their tails. Said flame is a representation of their spirit and burns bright and lively when in good health and gets weak and dimmer as they debilitate. Since the flame is spiritual in nature, it cannot be put out by regular means like water. But once they die, the flame will die with them. Very friendly and cheery, they love to explore and find new stuff to play with. They wear their emotions on their sleeves and one can easily tell how they're feeling. Exploring is part of their nature, and they come equipped with a natural bonfire that helps them see in the darkness and cook their meals. They don't have a particular goal when exploring, but they are known to collect a bunch of junk and call it their treasures. Their claws and fangs are reserved for eating and will seldom use them to attack enemies. They'd rather befriend strangers than fight them. When time comes when one of said strangers is aggressive, they'll run quickly away crying out for help.
Friend.
I
Purple
also put them
goblin
for
with.
friend.
What do you mean purple? What do you mean purple? That's orange.
That is orange.
Purple? Where's purple?
I'm looking at chat. I'm purple. Purple.
Purple.
Oh, they're like orange autocorrect
Orange.
hates me. How? How? How does
How
autocorrect
did you
go from
misspell
purple
that?
to orange?
That's some Remy Tim stuff. No, she seems very friend coded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Childhood friend coded in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep, I'm downgrading her to just childhood friend,
Damn. Not even
who I will
friend.
be oblivious that they have interest in me.
Damn. Silas becoming an anime protagonist before our very eyes.
Gremlin energy.
Mm-hmm.
Me. I have the gremlin energy now.
But then she evolves into the most moodiest of Pokemon, Charmeleon.
Yep. Childhood friend who becomes a tsundere. It all makes sense.
They gain a great amount of power as they evolve. Their bodies become stronger and their claws and arms get bigger. The protective skills that cover most of their bodies get much harder, and with said improvements, their temper and nature gets more aggressive, anxious to try out their newfound strength on anyone they can. Extremely aggressive and barbaric, they live for the fight and will grow continuously anxious and angry until they find someone to fight with and let out all their rage. They'll search far and wide for new enemies and rivals to defeat. They will create stories in their minds to justify their bloodlust. They'll run up to enemies and spout incomprehensible stuff like, "You'll pay for what you did to my family," or "What did you do to my parents?" as they point at you ready for a fight. When fighting, they'll use their claws and tail mercilessly to strike at their opponents. They won't stop until their enemies are completely defeated. Needless to say, this might result in fatalities. Despite being able to breathe fire, they rarely use it to fight.
She is going to go on to a pass. I'm sorry, but I do not want some fiery lizard just be like, you insulted my brother. I don't even know your brother. What the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm putting her stuff further into the run because I don't want to deal with all this.
We love some good drama.
What about
Now,
you?
as a cosmic entity,
Mm,
I'm probably a psychic type, so I feel like I got a good chance.
fair. What about you, Neko? Where's Charmeleon going?
I'm like, I could run, but
Is it away from her towards her?
I think it would be a fun challenge of this.
Oh, Putting up your dukes.
I could wrestle them.
Mm.
I could put him in a smash.
Well done, Neko.
Very brave. Very brave. We'll speak at your funeral.
Like, some people might get scared of them or how intimidating it is, but there could be another factor to it.
Mm.
Which is?
So no matter if I wanted to run, I couldn't.
I think Neko's
So I
getting
accept the
way
challenge.
too gremlin over this.
Well, let's see how much
I
more
do appreciate the gremlin.
Yes. Let's see how much more gremlin we can get with Charizard, the most famous of Pokemon, besides Pikachu. At this stage, they grow wings that allow them to soar through the skies at will. The fire they breathe is so hot it can melt boulders, an ability they take advantage of when constructing their lairs. Their strong legs allow them to quickly take to the skies and commence flight. Unlike Charmeleons, they have their fighting impulses under control and see pointless displays of strength as shameful. They still love a good fight, but will only engage with willing and worthy challengers. They create their own dungeons and caves in the mountains and make a complex set of tunnels thanks to their potent fire. They love to seek out powerful opponents, and if they win, they'll take a trophy to celebrate their victory. Quote unquote trophy. They are extremely powerful, and they know it. When fighting, they'll use a combination of all their skills, fire, raw strength, and flying to completely overwhelm their opponents. They give their all whenever they fight. Of course, they will only engage with whoever they deem worthy, otherwise they'll ignore you. Extremely prideful.
Smash.
Oh, just a basic smash?
Just the basic
Life.
smash. Would get smashed by those thighs, though. I agree, Bennett. I agree.
I guess I'll put her in... Smash. What's the verdict, Neko?
So far, I have them at wife, but then I'm like, if I were to think of a previous Pokemon Smash Pass, I did put them on Smash.
But Neko, don't think of the previous one. We're talking about the monster girls here, not just the Pokemon.
Like, I want to put them at wife, but then my partner overthinks, be like, but what if I'm not worthy to be their wife?
Then you fight them until you are.
Embrace the inner goblin mode. Scrap and scrape.
I said, fuck it, and I put them as wife.
What's that one anime where like a fucking
Is it one where they have 100 soulmates?
no, red-haired tomboy best friend whose dad does karate. She has a moe thing.
Shit, what was it?
Tomo-chan is a girl. Yes, thank you. Like literally, just
Yeah.
do what he did. You know, just fight. You know, like do what the love interest did, fighting her dad. But instead of her dad, it is her. Fight her until you are worthy, Neko.
Yes.
Enter your training arc. Alright. We've had Xyla starter. We've had Neko starter. Now it's time for Lossa starter. Oh, Squirtle.
I'm not gonna lie.
It almost looks like they like.
It looks like
I'll pull up.
I was about to say, it almost looks like someone just kind of surprised them with like a super soaker, just shot them in the face, and they're like, "Oh fuck!" Hi, Rocky. Hello.
Is that
Hi,
a rockster?
Rocky.
All right.
That is,
At
he is a
birth,
bean.
their
He
shells are
is also
soft.
dick.
They become harder and resilient as they grow older, serving as armor to protect them from a possible attack. They're unable to fully retract into their shells, but they make up for it with speed, swimming away incredibly fast from danger. They are quite shy and like to remain in groups for protection. For the most part, they remain underwater, poking their heads out when something strikes their fancy. If startled, they'll spit out water jets from their mouths to confuse and stagger threats. They always aim for the eyes. This might not do much by itself, but when a group of them do it, it can force even larger opponents to retreat. When forced to fight, they'll use their water to confuse opponents, and then attack by charging with their shells. They're very cautious, even in combat. They'll move around enemies until they find an opening to strike. I think Squirtle gets a nice little head pat.
They're a friend.
Head pat the Squirtle. Pat, pat,
Yeah.
pat, 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 pat,
Friend
pat,
slash
pat,
head
pat,
pet.
pat, pat.
Yes.
I realized I put all three starters' first forms as friend slash head
Same.
pat.
They're like your buddies you go on a journey with.
Exactly.
All right. Then they put on sunglasses and become War Turtle.
Okay, that has Neko energy.
I thought Neko was a cat.
Just a little. Neko is a cat, but that grin I just see Neko having 95% of the time. That mischievous little grin.
Its tail and ears are covered in soft white fur, which stores air to increase the amount of time they can spend underwater. Their shell is bigger and sturdier, and strange algae is growing on it. They can live an incredibly long time. Records show of war turtles being up to 10,000 years old. As such, they are a symbol of longevity. One can get an idea of how old one of them is by the coloration of their furry parts. They grow darker as time passes. They are very calm and collected and mostly enjoy swimming around the lakes they inhabit. They spend most of their time underwater and are particularly cautious. Some believe that eating their tails can increase one's lifespan by 100 years, so poaching them is common. Despite that, they are by no means harmless. If forced to defend themselves, their incredible speed in water and strength of their water jets can easily knock out a human adult.
This is going to probably sound controversial.
Hmm.
Staying in friend slash head pat.
Damn.
Yep, I'm friend zoning War Turtle still.
What? Well, no, I dig a war turtle.
I also would date one.
Friends with
Just-
benefits.
I feel like could have fun
Like-
swimming dates. Beach episode.
Beach episode. I'm already apparently ready for that.
Indeed, you are.
It is getting warmer slowly. And finally, the Blastoise. Blastoise shell has grown considerably in size.
I guess
Nope. You were
I was
saying
gonna
so?
say, because of the blue over her face, I get superhero vibe.
She does
some
look like
reason.
someone that could be like in. It looks like a background here on My Hero, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yes.
The shell has grown considerably in size and has two water cannons sitting above her shoulders. The water jets that come out of those are incredibly powerful, being able to pierce steel and concrete. The recoil of said cannons is just as powerful. As a result, they deliberately make themselves heavier to withstand the impact. They are very community driven. Often they protect Squirtles that live on the same lake as them, and eventually they form little groups of Squirtles and War Turtles that they look after lovingly. Helping their community out is the best way to earn their trust and respect. They're quite honorable and valued just as highly. Their cans can easily kill a person, and they even destroy structures if they so please. They can control the pressure of said shots and will only use 100% of power in the most dire situations. They only fight evil, so don't mess with their groups.
That line there solidifies the superhero energy that I was getting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie though, mommy energy, so wife.
I was also going to wipe up the Blastoise.
She went straight from friend to bam, marry me. Opening up a clam pearl shell with have a little pearl ring in there.
What about you, Neko? How do you feel about the My Hero Turtle?
Just slowly putting them in.
Only a smash!
I'm now gonna say I feel bad that my starter stayed in date. I'm sorry, Venusaur.
I mean, I put Charizard her freaking wife.
No, I know. I think, but I was just like this. Damn, not even my own base starter is able to, rise to that rank.
Rocky saying Zyla about to get blasted a different way. I mean,
not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Not wrong.
Did you ever see Scary Movie 1?
I did see Scary Movie 1. I know exactly what you're talking about.
The scene where the lady hits the ceiling? Yeah, that's about to be me.
Yeah.
That's about to be all of us. Alright. Now let's move on to probably one of the first Pokemon people ever catch. Caterpie.
I love the I don't know what the proper term, but almost like the
like the centaur body
likeness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that I see a lot of people when they try to like Monster Girlify like Caterpie and stuff like that. It always feels like it falls too short because it loses a lot of Caterpie. It just becomes more of a Gijinka.
Yeah.
Well done, artist.
Well done, artist Kinky Mason. Yellow rings run through the side of their bodies and even on their heads. They resemble their eyes and are meant to scare off threats. Their real eyes are hidden behind their bangs to increase the effect of the fake eyes. They are really peaceful and quiet, minding their own business and always looking for leaves to munch on. Sadly, they are constantly attacked by others since they are slow by nature. They move, react, and even talk slowly with calm, even if their lives are threatened. They can produce their own silk and are skilled enough to make small objects with it, like bags or baskets that they use when out in the forest gathering leaves to eat. They wrap their bodies with silk that resemble clothing and protect themselves from the cold. They aren't aggressive or very well equipped for fighting, but they do possess some defense mechanisms to drive off attackers. They can also produce a vomit-inducing stench from their antenna. They use their silk to entangle enemies and then make their slow escape. They're also known to steal the leaves from our napping Bulbasaurs, leaving them without their outfits.
I'm gonna put her in friend / head pat.
Yeah.
Not a fan of the caterpillar.
It is friend shape.
I love so now this is going to sound crazy. Growing up, I did not like Caterpie. I wanted a Weedle, but I didn't realize that because I had Pokemon Blue version.
You only got the Caterpies.
I was like that. Yeah, and I was literally like, "What the fuck?" I'm so sick and tired. Like I've been in this forest for 3 hours trying to find a Weedle. I didn't get it because my brother was playing Pokemon Yellow Edition.
And Yellow had
Both
both?
were in the game.
Ah.
Yeah, because Yellow was the crystal, the emerald. It was the special baby.
The middle of the two.
Yeah, yeah. And I did not get, and I was so pissed off that it grew a permanent bitterness. But as I've grown older and I realized, I'm like, Caterpie is adorable. They're kind of precious energy.
And you're getting that precious energy from her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would just be like, come now. I'm just carrying two baskets under my arm.
Alrighty. And everyone knows that Caterpie becomes.
What about you?
Uh,
I don't think you said your answer.
no, yeah, I think friend works. She's not giving me a wooga, but she's also not, dangerous enough to pass on. So I will give her the leaves from the weeds of my garden. Metapod.
Okay.
Metapod use Harden on the stream.
It's those fucking eyes.
Most of their bodies are covered by a hard shell that protects them from harm while they morph into Butterfree. This shell covers their back completely, but their front remains somewhat soft and vulnerable. They remain immobile, and they are only capable of moving their arms extremely slowly. Their eyes remain fully functional. Some hang from trees with a silk string, and others hug trees, always pointing their backs out for maximum defense. They are natural huggers. They'll hug you and pull you close if you approach them and won't let you go. They'll keep you there to protect their soft front from harm. They lack combat abilities. Their only ability is to harden their shell to repel attackers. They believe in beauty and aesthetics. As Caterpie, they strike poses before entering the cocoon stage. They believe a sexy pose will yield a stunning Butterfree, so they worked hard to maintain their alluring posture during their metamorphosis.
Yeah, yeah. Smash. It's the eye. It's the eye for me.
The sultry eye.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
And then
Look at those
to be pulled
eyelashes.
close too?
I mean,
Might as well be a Smash.
yeah, you're gonna, as soon as you get within arm's reach, you're hugged and never let go.
Neko, chest into back. Chest into back.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that makes Neko get flustered.
Yeah, I think I'll join the smashing of the Metapod.
The smashings of the one
Sing,
Metapod.
Bennett, sing. Can you get into the... Do you need a crowbar? It's like, they say the front's exposed. Only the back is covered.
I mean, she is like a half-formed natural sleeping bag.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing Pokemon sleeping bags. They were really funny. The Metapod one. Become Metapod. Escape humanity.
Just wiggle around, just...
Alrighty. After the metamorphosis, Butterfree.
Oh.
Oh no, the bee is reacting to the butterfly.
Butterfree use sweet scent.
Oh no.
It was super effective.
Were you saying something, Neko?
No, I was just giggling.
Okay. The two red spheres at the top of their heads are giant eyes composed of thousands of little eyes. Their vision is remarkable, and it allows them to stay alert and detect movement at almost 360 degrees. They use their front eyes to focus when necessary. Their wings contain poisonous dust that releases slowly when they flap them. Depending on the dose, this dust can have multiple effects, from paralysis to unconsciousness. They use the thin fabric they wear to collect said dust and release it at will to neutralize threats. They are caring and tender. They love to protect metapods from danger. They do this by putting aggressors to sleep, but they also fly around in search of humans. Once they spot a suitable one, they swoop in, grab them, take them to the metapod so they can help in protecting them. While non-aggressive by nature, they aren't afraid to take advantage of their dust, sometimes spreading it randomly in hopes of catching a good partner for the metapods they care for.
You're my wife now. We're gonna go protect my children.
No, it's more like, you're my child's wife now. Come, well, come.
Like, you are now
Oh,
my babysitter.
I'm gonna. I love the Monster Girl Encyclopedia kind of energy
Mm-hmm.
that some of these have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, not gonna lie, I own both of those books. I hope that they make a third one because they are a fun, spicy read. Yeah, I agree. She is in my wife category.
Xyla's first
I am
wife.
torn.
No, second wife. My
Oh.
first wife was Blastoise.
Oh, right. I think I date the Butterfree.
Smash from the window to the wall.
Smash.
I know we barely just started. Do you mind if I quickly run to the washroom?
Sure.
Right here.
Yippee! Neko. Converse.
Yeah. Ah.
So just a basic smash for the Butterfree.
Yes.
Not into the whole
But,
kidnapping.
what? Yeah, because I'm like, I was torn between whether to make them wife or to just smash them. Because I'm like, from how the description is, like, you just get kidnapped. Like, guess what? You're now tasked to watch over my kids.
Well, it's not a sort of watchover. It's more like you will now be the partner to this Metapod. Have fun.
What? Ba 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 ba.
So how's chat? Are you having a good Tuesday?
Also seeing what Rocky put. I think I also remember you showing me that.
I'll watch over them kids. I'll be the father too. Damn, Bennett.
Hello, Justin. I realized so far, I only has one wife put.
Well, that's why you can't
The
just
bee has returned.
You can't just wife up any old buddy.
Right.
Alright. Now for the Pokemon that Zyla spent her childhood searching for. Weedle.
Oh! She commits crimes. You can tell by her eyes. She's trying to get away from like, I didn't steal those berries, mister.
Various war crimes.
I'm going to commit various war crimes.
It's
Just an army of Weedles marching.
Hi, Justin.
So, believe it or not, their most distinguished characteristic is a giant venomous stinger on their forehead. but they also possess one on their tails. The fur covering their lower half can be irritating to the touch. Their bright coloration serves as a warning. Curious and with an appetite for discovery, they are easy to approach. Sadly, they are often attacked and hunted down thanks to the infamous reputation of their Beedrill form. This has resulted in Weedles being shy and hiding in bushes and vegetation. But their curiosity gets the better of them, and one can often see them poking their heads out from their hiding spots. Their love of leaves is so great they use them to dress themselves so they won't get hungry while traveling around the forest. Their clothes often are riddled with bite marks and holes. The venom is strong enough to kill young humans and incapacitate adults, but they only use it in self-defense. If one were to approach their hiding spot, they'll lunge forward and attempt to sting the threat and run away.
They are friend-shaped.
They are friend-shaped. I also now have as now technically one could say, you know, they're like kin, knowing that people would be hurting them just makes me want to protect them more violently.
Oh. I will say they are friend-shaped.
Because what is a queen bee without protecting the grubs?
I thought the queen bee just sort of sat around all day and did nothing.
Yes, but I'm also from space, so I have different rules.
Ah, fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, is this a unanimous friend shape?
Very friendship.
Nickel?
I also put them at friend.
Alrighty. Kakuna. In this form, Kakuna surround themselves with armor like plating to protect themselves while they transform into Beedrill. They can no longer move, the only thing they can do is extend their stinger-like arms to protect themselves. The transformation progress for this Pokemusu is extremely painful. They yearn to evolve, and that becomes all they can think about, effectively reducing the amount of time it takes for them to evolve, but also increasing their pain exponentially. At this stage, they learn to communicate via vibrations, and they get exposed to the hive mind, which urges them to evolve as soon as possible so they can join the ranks of Beedrills. Unable to move and with unbearable pain, it is at this point where they start to descend into madness. All the curious and sweet personality of their Weedle self are erased. All bonds they once shared with others are forgotten forever. All that is left is the hive mind and the urge to evolve as soon as possible. If they are raised away from Beedrills and other Kakunas, they won't succumb to the hive mind, but they require constant care and reassurance so they can bear the pain of evolution.
I want to give them hugs. I feel bad.
Date. They get all my love and attention. And why does it look like she has a gag? Because gags are hot.
So, you can only really do the dating if you take the Weedle away from the forest.
But think about it like this, though. In theory, if you have one Beedrill that is not like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you literally have your little giving all the Kakunas the same love and a care while they're in their process. They wouldn't go into like angry Beedrills, in theory.
So
The hive mind would be that of you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What happened to the town? Oh, they got killed by Xyla's Beedrills. I would friend them and give them many hugs and blankets.
Just to hear that they're in
Oh
pain
yes,
when
yes.
going through the
I am.
transformation.
I am the queen. I am the queen. I am fucking Queen Zyla. To my knowledge, there is no Vesperquin on the list. I am the. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Vesperquin now.
Look at me. I am the queen bee now. I would still put Kakuna as a friendship.
So get angry bee mode. She just needs extra love and care, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And where'd you put her, Neko?
I put them under friend.
I'm just imagining Neko crying, hugging her. Like, it's gonna be okay.
It's like the pain will all be gone soon enough.
Oh god, that sounded horrible. It sounded like
That
you're
does
rubbing your
sound bad.
glockenspiel.
I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't do that. That's fucked up. No.
think of the little bunnies.
Well, this
Hold
got
on,
dark
Neko.
fast.
You had to.
Sorry,
We're
just
very
Neko's
bad.
phrasing.
My words suck.
Speaking of dark, Beedrill.
Oh, it went deadly quiet.
Ooh.
Beedrill have 3 venomous stickers, 2 on their arms and 1 with incredibly powerful venom on its tail. They fly at great speeds and have a fantastic eyesight, so much so that they can easily deflect arrows with their stingers. Incredibly aggressive, they will mercilessly and relentlessly attack anything they deem an enemy. They will use their arms as spears to stab their opponents until they kill them. They also fight in groups and use advanced tactics. They always go for the kill. They lack any personality or traits. All they can think about is to defend and expand the hive. They don't fear death and will gladly lay down their lives for the hive while in combat. They keep attacking even if cut in half. They won't stop. They are feared by many. They always look to expand and will regularly raze towns to the ground. By far the most horrifying thing about them is their powerful venom. Once stung, the venom will melt the insides of the victim, leaving behind husks filled with an incredibly sweet nectar known as Beedrill's honey, a depraved delicacy among the richest and perverse of humans. One can always tell a hive is near by some of the husks laying around the place. If a Beedrill is raised in isolation, it will retain the personality it had as a Weedle. They are said to be very protective and loyal.
So, still my theory still lands. If raised away from the hive, wipe. If with the hive. Ah! Out of curiosity, fun fact, like, what would your Pokemon typings be? What would you say your Pokemon typings are? You as your your avatars, your representations online.
Dark type with maybe Ghost.
Dark fire.
Nice. Dark fire. I'm pretty sure I'm a bug psychic. Cosmic entity.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
But yes, yeah. Still wife. The hive of Xylo will.
The hive of Xylo will conquer the world.
Think of all the wives I'm able to have. That.
My brain's like, could smash, but I also don't want to die.
We'll just smash one that was raised away from the hive. It's that simple, forehead.
Huh?
I think I will put Beedrill.
Neko, in order to earn the smash, you have to work hard for the smash.
Even if one of those results might be fatal.
Neko, you just gotta have a safe word.
I think I'll put Beedrill.
I'm going crazy and going smash on that.
I'm also gonna put Beedrill in Smash. Beedrill was my first.
I get it. I'm the crazy one.
Well, you're the lady with the plan. Me and Eka, we're just like, ooh, pretty bug, and then we get stabbed.
Just
But fun fact, Beedrill was my first Pokemon to ever get to level 100.
nice.
Ooh, like legitimately?
Yes. But you know it's time
Because I
to.
remember Gen 1, though, there was some easy exploits.
Well, I didn't play the original Gen 1s. I think this Beedrill was from Gen 6. But yes.
Okay.
But
Nice.
you know what's time
Nice.
to? It's time to bird up.
What? Bam, bam, bam.
Pidgey! By far the most unique feature of a
I
Pidgey.
like the hair floof.
The hair floof.
The hair floof is kind of adorable.
Their most unique feature are their thick eyebrows. They extend past the side of their head and sometimes make them look upset even when they aren't. Their wings are powerful, but due to their size, they get tired easily and prefer to stay on the ground. Docile and peaceful, they detest conflict, and as soon as anything remotely resembling trouble appears, they'll fly away. Their favorite maneuver is to throw sand in their enemies' eyes with their talons and make their escape. They are really proud of this move. They struggle with weight, most of them have plump bodies, and they gain weight really fast. Because of that, they get tired with ease when flying for extended periods of time. They dislike this, so they avoid flying if necessary, which doesn't help with their figures. Their wings are strong enough to, if flapped quickly, they can create gusts of wind capable of blowing light humans away. They never engage in combat and possess a keen sense of direction which allows them to find their way back after flying away. Plump Boyd.
Now, some people might call me crazy, but pass.
Pass on the
I
Pidgey.
put them to
Not
friend.
even friend. Not even friend. Just pass.
Is this a bug versus bird thing going on?
Nah. I just it's a Pidgey. I'm not gonna lie, Pidgey. I dropped Pidgeys very quickly when I played my game.
So this is a Caterpie situation.
This is a Caterpie situation. They just kind of went like, yeah.
I would give this one hugs.
It's a heartbeat.
So it's friend shape.
I would smash this
Neko
Pidgey.
bearing face and chest. Got it.
Ah.
But let's see if things change with Pidgeotto. Most would look at a Pidgeotto and believe that them to be eyebrow-less, but in fact their eyebrows have grown longer than their previous state. Now they have seamlessly merged with their hair, making them look like it's part of it. Their wings have grown bigger and stronger, and they love to fly more than anything else in the world. Like other bird types, they have a tendency to swoop down and grab people to take them to their nests. They are quite territorial and will often look for places to call their own. The higher they are, the better. Once they become comfortable with a place, they'll proclaim it their nest and actively defend it. The area that they claim can be up to 100 kilometers. They will attack and drive away and drive anyone they don't like away from their territory. They possess sharp talons and their wings are capable of summoning strong winds. Some believe magic is involved somehow. They employ the strong No, they employ these strong winds to run enemies off from their territory, but more often than not, their strategy is just to grab intruders and fly them outside it.
It's still in pass for me.
Damn, the Pidgey hate that strong.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look what I said in chat. Drops kicks the Pidgey.
For this one, I would date him.
That will date the burb.
I will still keep them at a smash, the burb. But now, it's time for ultimate burb. Pidgeot.
I think Bennett is going a little wild over the harpies.
Look, Bennett says burden up. Don't know what else to say. Pidgeots are inspirational. Their bodies are toned and strong to all the flying they did as Pidgeotto. Their hair is long and silky, and their lengthy eyebrows flow alongside it. They are proud, Pokemusu. Flying is no longer something they just enjoy, it's part of who they are. Constantly in the air, trying to improve their speed, they are said to fly faster than the speed of sound. So much time in the air near the sun has given them a nice tan, we've noticed.
Oh god, I just noticed the tan lines.
The you just
Life.
that was like the first thing I noticed. Not sure what that says about me. They care little about humans and consider the bird tradition of swooping down to catch people disgraceful. Their magnificent speed should never be used to flaunt or take advantage of those slower than them. They are very serious and straightforward, often failing to understand humor. It is rare to find a Pidgeot in the wild, and even if one is in the area, it's not a lot of chances to see them as they rarely remain still. They don't like to fight or cause trouble, but if forced to, their incredible speed will finish off opponents in a flash. If that were to fail, their wings can create windstorms when flapped.
Yep, nope. Sorry. Same as before.
Generational
Passing.
Pidgey hate.
I do apologize for those who
They seem.
look. Also, I will say, Bennett, the fluff is more on her mid thigh. It looks like.
It's about thigh high.
You know, because if you see where the tan line is, that is all,
That is all hip.
beautifully untanned skin.
I would date.
Number one. Look, she's super effective against me, okay?
What about you, Neko?
Is it bad I put them to wife? Because they seem like protective wife vibes.
Oh, I can see it.
And I am all for it.
A romantic fly through the air. Alright. Time to bring in the rats. With rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta.
God. Now that's a gremlin. Damn, Justin.
Is that Smash for the rat? No question.
No question. Well then.
So we know that she's a rogue, right?
Yes.
Or a bard. Or both. Probably both.
Maybe, probably both. So, rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta-ta-tas are really short, but very fast, agile, and sneaky. They love to go around unnoticed. Their big, fluffy tail looks like it's curled, but it can't be uncurled, and their hair mimics that curly fashion naturally. They aren't the smartest Pokemusu around. They can grasp from observing humans that clothing has some sort of hierarchical value to it, but they can't fully comprehend just how it functions exactly. They sneak around camps and small towns to steal clothing and food, as well as shiny valuables. They then proceed to adorn themselves with them without grasping where each item is supposed to go or even comprehending how it works. Afterwards, they proceed to show off their adorned selves to other ratatatas to gain respect. Even though they aren't particularly aggressive, they'll defend their treasures fiercely and will attack and bite anyone who tries to steal from them. A lot of the times, these items just get stolen by other ratatatas instead of directly from humans. Their fangs can pack quite a punch, so it's unwise to provoke them.
I'm giving Pirate Rat a gun to go to crime. Yeah. Rat has pass. Smash category.
We'll take him on a crime date.
Hello, Marco.
We're going to go do crime together.
Yes.
We're
gonna be maniacs together.
What is your answer?
I think I might pass on the ratatatata. I know.
It makes me think of a silly joke.
Is it 2 gremlin?
Might be too gremlin for me.
If you gave a Rattata a gun, it'd be like
Oh no, they gave her the Tommy gun.
Gremlin enough for me. We love a good gremlin.
Also, I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll be back after these messages. Ba, 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 da. But yes, it looks like the latest update for her art has been was like a couple months ago.
Oh.
I wonder if they're slowly just going through the whole Poke list.
Maybe there's like over 1,025 or 1,026 of them out there.
Exactly.
And it probably takes time to monster girlify them.
And also, I know that she is probably a very busy artist.
Mm-hmm.
I've returned.
Because they also have a Patreon to run.
Alright. Now, ratatatata turns into Raticate.
Hmm.
She a bit angry. Raticates are bigger and angrier than a ratatata. That's thanks to their giant teeth, which are constantly growing. They're so powerful they can eat through rocks. It's not uncommon to hear them making holes through buildings. Their growing pains and their teeth cause them to be in a bad mood constantly and gives them the need to bite stuff. Because of this, they always carry rocks and bricks to nibble at. Once a Ratatata has stolen enough valuables and has been recognized as the best, it will evolve into Raticate. They have intimidating stares and will constantly bite down on rocks in front of others to scare them. At this point, clothing has lost the value it once had, and they are content with simple outfits that they created from what they stole. While they're not outright aggressive, it's easily angered and will attack at the slightest provocation, which makes it awkward to deal with one that has infiltrated a building, since scaring them off is not viable. A fight usually ensues if one is to successfully get rid of them.
Not enough gremlin for me. Pass.
Damn.
They lost the charm. They lost the gremlin-y charm. They grew up. They became, you know, a responsible adult.
I can fix them.
Neko's like, listen, there's a quarry near my house. We got you covered. All the rocks you can munch on.
Fucking rock munchers.
No, but I would
Mwah.
smash Eradicate.
Yeah, I put them under Smash, yeah. That's why I said I could fix them. I could take them.
In a fight, right?
She could take
Yeah,
him.
you're good with a fight.
Smash rack.
Ratatouille.
Ratatouille. It also loses the charm of its name from
So Eradicate. Eradicate.
I mean, look it. They already got a ring.
I think that. Oh yeah,
I think that's a necklace, Neko.
probably.
It might be a necklace.
Or a weird bracelet. Maybe it's too large for.
Because rackets are quite large. Remember that.
True.
Also.
Because remember, it also had a it could be a circlet.
No.
Like some type of fancy big booba. Look. I understand the allure of booba. Case in point, me. Okay, I get it. I get it, Bennett.
Also, their leg fluff
But yeah,
reminds me of
pass
like
for me.
80s leg warmers.
Ooh.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Yes.
I see that.
All right.
Thighs of hips. Oh, wooga.
All right.
There was just a charm that the Rattata had, for me at least.
I'm seeing
Like
the
a
top and I'm
crime
like,
buddy.
there's 2 windows.
It is once again time to bird up.
Oh.
Ooh.
Spearow. Spearow's wings are shorter than most bird types. This makes them quite inept at flying. They can stay airborne for short periods of time only by flapping their wings quickly, which doesn't look particularly graceful. As a result, their bodies are quite strong and athletic. They are known for their powerful screeches that can be heard over 1 kilometer away. Screamers by nature, take that as you will. They will use their screeches as ways to signal danger to others, but it can also be used as a powerful stunning weapon. Most will quickly cover their ears to avoid it. They prefer to be alone, and their personalities are aloof and disdainful for the most part. They'll often ignore humans and their settlements, wanting nothing to do with them. They dedicate themselves to training their bodies and perfecting their screeches. All else is perceived as a waste of time. Despite being fairly antisocial and going their own way in life, they will group together and fight as a team to drive off particularly imposing or annoying enemies. Their strategy is simple: stun with screeches and then use their talents to strike.
Date.
Oh, there's additional information. It is theorized that their attitude is simply a facade put on to seem stronger and more independent. They rely heavily on their screeches. If they were to fail, a Spearow will quickly succumb to confusion. Some say they'll get frustrated and throw temper tantrums and cry.
Yep. Still dating. Look, I am all here for the tsundere tomboy energy.
I think I'll agree with the dating of the Spearow.
Neko, I don't think you said your answer.
I put Smash.
I think Neko's brain broke. Neko's brain broke. She saw abs.
Not just abs, bird abs.
I see some people talk about tomboys.
Mm-hmm.
I've also been told I am one that gave off tomboyish vibes. So I am vibing with this.
Mm.
I am smashing this.
Alright. Time to
Well done, Neko.
Sorry.
It's time to power the bird up to Firo.
Oh.
Oh god.
Firo is a result of
No
Spiro's
question.
hard and relentless training. It grows long and beautiful wings that allow them to soar the skies endlessly and at great speeds. Thanks to their amazing stamina, they can fly for days without taking a stop to rest, making them the rulers of the skies in the wasteland they inhabit. Their antisocial tendencies as Spiros make them quite awkward, and they are uncomfortable dealing with social interactions, which is why they live in wastelands. They steal from travelers often. Amazing skill like theirs needs to be flaunted, and they do that quite a bit. Flying up as high as they can into the sky before descending to attack or snatch loot is their preferred maneuver. It's overly dramatic and unnecessary, but visually appealing and intimidating. They aren't by any means deadly, but their stealing tendencies make them a threat to humans, which often try to capture them. The chains they proudly wear are a sign of their indomitable spirit. Their combat strategy is to remain airborne to avoid most attacks and knock out the enemy with quick and powerful diving strikes.
Birdbarian. Junker Queen Bird. I'm all here
Mm.
for this. Wife, you know.
I would date
It's
a Firo.
peak. This is peak of the design so far. Both, like, all the other, like, both stages. Mwah. He said no pickles. Oh, no, that's way too Are you fucking deaf? Grabs shirt, pulls and close.
They said they didn't want any pickles.
Yeah.
I chose to smash them.
Oh, just a regular old smash.
Yep. Just regular smash. Neko is very stingy.
No, listen. I may already put like 2 under wife. But then I'm like,
Neko, I have 4 under wife. You know what? Actually, I'm going to make an extra tier just for myself.
Oh.
Oh, yes. I'm just going to do...
is it a combination of wife
This
and
is going to
smash?
be... Well, wife is already smashing in my head. I'm referring to it as queens. Because
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ. They are superior to all.
Alright.
It's what I did, like, when we did my monster smashing. There were just some that were just... Like, wife is amazing, yes, but there are some who just... are above the cream of the cream of the crop. And I'm not going to lie, Firo was my flying type in Gen 1. And this makes me want to play a Harpy.
Oh. Alright.
And I already have the Monster Girl information for this, so this is perfect. So, agree with Queen.
That's fair. That's fair. Alright. It's time for snake backwards.
Snack.
Ekans grow longer as they get older. Their lengthy snake bodies are for constricting potential enemies. They wrap around trees to sleep, despite being perfectly capable of building homes. They like the freshness that sleeping out in the open provides. Personality-wise, Ekans are pretty meek and shy. They hide at the sight of strangers and prefer keeping to themselves. But make no mistake, despite their shyness, they are not weak or harmless. Their tails are quite strong, but their real powers come from the magic in their eyes. They possess an ability known as glare, which means they can charm and submit anyone who gazes into their eyes to their will. At this stage, this ability is not very powerful, and for the most part, they use it without realizing. They avoid combat, but if forced to fight, they will use their glare to disarm opponents and use their tail to strike them. They long to fall in love and find a partner, but be advised they are extremely jealous and quite emotional. They don't tolerate their partner forming bonds with anyone else but themselves.
That actually demoted her from friend to pass. I can't handle jealousy. I can't handle jealousy. You know, yeah, this is my, childhood friend. What? How dare you have a friend? Now, however, though, I could definitely see, just looking at this, they're hiding in some type of tunnel thing, and then just their eyes looking up, and then just giving you a little bit of a blep, like a snack blep.
That's fair. Now I might be the
pass due
crazy.
to jealousy.
I might be the crazy one, but I'm putting Ekans in wife.
Oh damn!
Really?
I'm not gonna lie. I like Snix. She is pretty, and
I
she.
went with date.
All right. All right. What's Cobra backwards? It's Arbok.
Arbok.
I will say I'm happy they did not just go with the low-hanging fruit in design and go with just like an Apophis design.
Mm-hmm. What an
Don't get me wrong, Apophis is one of my favorite monster girls.
I mean, who isn't? Who doesn't like an Apophis? So, when an Arbok gets its heart broken and their love is destroyed, they pass days crying and lamenting their existence until eventually that sadness turns into anger. At this moment, they become Arbok. Filled with hatred, they will seek revenge, chasing their former lover to the ends of the earth, dreaming of how to torture and kill them. They are incredibly powerful.
Oh.
They can crush plate armor with their tails, and they love the sound of something being crushed with their grip. They've also mastered the glare ability. A single look at their eyes or their pattern is enough to bend anyone to their will. They will take full advantage of this power to enact their revenge. Some have even taken over entire towns in order to get to their target. The least vengeful ones will crush their former lover to death and eat them as soon as they get their hands on them. On the other hand, the most vindictive ones will scheme complex tortures and dream of ways of cruelly maximizing their suffering. As time passes, without them being able to enact their revenge, they will start to go crazy, slowly losing their mind. Eventually, they'll start to attack anyone who even remotely resembles their former lover. While rare, it is possible to appease them and rekindle the love between partners.
Run, bitch. She is my only run so far. I am getting far away from her.
No.
I will have my Beedrill wives help me.
Now,
I'm just
now
torn.
they said there's a chance, so she's back in with a
There's a
waifu.
chance. But how much of a percentage is this
Lost,
chance?
what the fuck did you do to that Ekans?
No, I'm imagining a scenario where like you get kidnapped and she takes it the wrong way, and then she goes on the quest to find you, and then you rekindle the love, man.
Are you talking like a Beauty
With
and the
a-
Beast
with a-
scenario?
I don't know, kinda.
With fucking bodies in her wake.
That just shows the
Callum, what
devotion.
did you do to her?
Mm.
So I'm just gonna quickly say, for some context, me, Neko, and Justin are in a PTU game, and Justin's character may have broke a very sweet and innocent girl's heart, and she's kind of going on a crash out warpath.
Oh, so he made
She
it.
got tattoos, joined a
He's
gang.
going ballistic.
He made an Ekans.
Damn.
He made an Arbok.
Uh, I'm
Yeah.
torn with what to put
Yeah.
this Arbok in.
Follow your heart. Or
Smart
mind.
people look at me and be like, bitch, you should run. But I'm like, what
But
could
the
I
ch-
possibly fix them?
Smart people tell you to
But I
run.
could possibly die.
Literally, me and Zyla on Neko showed it as the devil and the angel. Run!
Look,
Run,
Neko.
Neko! But there's a chance, Neko. There's a chance.
Or she might just keep you as a pet.
Roll the dice, Neko. Roll.
I think I just made it harder for her.
What kind of dice do I roll?
Flip a coin.
Fuck it. Heads I stay. Tails I fucking run. Oh, it says tails. Well, I guess I'm fucking running. There we go, I put her to run. My first ever run.
Alright. Arbok was a decisive Mon, it seems. Now it's time to move on to the series mascot. It's Pikachu.
I love the goggles.
Pikachu possess great intelligence. They create their own secluded communities dedicated to the study and understanding of electricity. Their cheeks can store and release electricity at will. They live in abandoned towers and forts, sometimes monasteries as well. They repair these structures and fit them to their needs and are often full of metal contraptions and cables that carry electricity around. They create their electrical atelier, which they use to immerse themselves in the study of electricity. The goal of all Pikachus is to obtain the Thunderstone. It is said to grant anyone who possesses incredible power. Considered mostly a myth, some speculate that only the deepest understanding of electricity can result in the creation of a Thunderstone. Pikachus band together and are part of the Thunder Coven, an organization of those immersed in the study of electricity. It is said that the coven spans throughout all the 7 kingdoms, each one of their own clan, similarly looking Pokemusus.
For some reason, I hear kind of like the cliche artificer, like halfling voice in my head when I see her.
Mm. So like a high pitch, slightly like nerdy.
Fuck yeah!
Just a sec. I could hear a snob voice with that face.
Give me the brain cell back. No, it's my brain cell. But I would give her a friend because I feel
Yeah.
creating fun contraptions.
Yeah, I also agree with Fred.
Yeah, friend seems good.
They are
Artificer energy, though, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tinker, if you will.
Tinkerer, I hardly know her. God, I hung out with Cookie way too much last night.
Yeah. It's funny, the one that also said that Hayden says that a lot too.
Lovely.
We like that burp.
Alright. But when I pick.
Them, I must create the Thunderstone. Me just, smashing rocks. Oh, I've obtained a Thunderstone. That's like the 20th one I found. Sweet!
And when they obtain the Thunderstone, they become Raichu.
Mm.
Okay, just very quickly say on the design, mostly because of the hair.
Mm-hmm.
The hair is
She
nice.
reminds me of an anime character who, pretty, kind of like, but like secretly is just like, I need to act like this way so people like me and stuff like that. And turns out to be like a softer, really like well-meaning character on the inside, but is coming off almost like a bitch
Yeah.
because she thinks she needs
Um,
to.
All right.
hmm.
But how will that turn out in lore? The few Pikachus that manage to obtain the Thunderstone use it on themselves despite the events from other sects of the sea. That is when an Raichu is created. They are extremely rare and incredibly powerful. The power of the stone is too much for them to bear. This changes their bodies. Their cheeks get lighter and are also capable of absorbing and discharging huge amounts of electricity. They also become wilder and more aggressive, losing most of their advanced mental capability and becoming more beast-like. They gather electricity from the environment without knowing. When said energy goes past their limit, and all the extra power starts to strain their bodies, causing them pain and making it harder to focus. As it builds up, they become more savage. If it builds up too much, they release said energy forcefully, endangering anything that is close to them. They are formidable fighters, and their electric attacks can be devastating to most opponents. They also have claws and a charged tails they can use as a whip. They won't shy away from battle, and sometimes they attack for no reason.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's in the run, bitch. So I've not been struck by lightning, but I've been electrocuted before. I've had grabbing a plug-in and my thumb touching the prong
Mm-hmm.
as it was pulling out because my thumb slipped. I've been zapped. It fucking hurts. And that's just from a outlet. Hearing that there'd be like this, there's a person there. I'm gonna call the power of Zeus upon them.
Woe upon the power of Zeus upon
um
ye.
Forget the power of Raw.
I put her in. Where did I put her? Oh, yeah, pass. I don't want to get shocked.
Put them at pass. Like, part of me wanted to do smash. Part of me wanted to do run. The coin flip said to run, but then I'm like, looking at them more, I'm like, maybe a pass.
Yeah, she's not like actively hostile like a potentially enraged Arbok would be.
But they said they sometimes start fights just for no reason sometimes.
Well, sometimes versus, the one that's actually trying to hunt you down.
But knowing my luck,
Knowing the luck.
my luck is not that great. Remember, I got punched in the face by some drunk once because she thought I was someone else. She busted my lip.
Damn.
And what was I doing? I was standing at a bus stop.
Damn. Well, let's get
Yeah,
away
knowing my luck.
away from the shocks and move into the desert with little Sandshrew.
That's friend-shaped.
Yes, that is friend-shaped.
Sandshrews prefer to live in deserts and other arid places. They have a thick carapace that covers most of their bodies, and while it might seem like a constructed piece of armor, it is ill-advised to try and remove it as it is part of them, and they'll attack you if you try. They're quite shy and prefer to hide, so seeing one is quite rare. They make extensive underground warrens where they create small communities. If there's a volcano around, one is likely to find villages as they love the heat it provides. They'll rarely venture out of the burrow, only doing so to look for food and resources. They aren't hostile to humans, so it's possible to go and visit some of their villages. And they'll happily trade with humans even if they don't have much to offer in return. They love pottery and make some beautiful pieces that can fetch a high price. If threatened, they'll curl into a ball and will rely on their carapace to deflect incoming attacks. Hopefully, the aggressor will get bored and leave. When pushed to the limit, they'll throw sand in their opponent's eyes. Their claws are meant for digging, not fighting.
Wow.
So, friend shape.
Yep.
I'm not
Friendship.
gonna lie. I feel like just hug like kind of like pick them up and they would just like wrap their arms around me and just kind of hide their faces,
Ghosty hug.
that
Yeah.
crevice between like my neck and shoulder, and just be like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like that.
Very, very simple, very precise, I think, from all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But what if they get a little more dangerous? Sand Slash.
mood shift.
Sand Slash have really large claws for digging. They can dig at astounding speeds. Their claws and spikes often break or get detached as a result, but they grow back in a few days. They're more active than sand shrews and often serve as leaders in their villages. They are reserved and remain quiet for the most part, only speaking when absolutely necessary. They specialize in hunting and are surprisingly good climbers. Their spikes and claws fall off often and are constantly replaced. It is said that a sand slash will take a year to shed all their spikes. These spikes are used as decorations for necklaces, talismans, and houses. They often carve messages in them, and they believe a carved spike contains power. There are all sorts of charms from good fortune to love charms. When fighting, they are very agile, jumping around constantly to confuse opponents and finding an opening. They use their environment to their advantage, digging, climbing on trees, or even jumping on walls. They will swiftly strike at their enemies.
Date.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see the date.
They're fucking wonderful. They're precious, precious beings.
And they like to dig in the tunnels.
Dig, dig,
Take
dig
a
the tunnel.
katana, take a katana. Sorry.
No, won't be. Still, it might be a bit difficult to give them a hug from the back. Always a
Yeah.
front hug.
Be very prickly. Like,
Sometimes you don't need to give them that back hug.
I suppose not.
And also, you don't want to startle them because I'm pretty sure, like those spikes, might,
yeah. Might go jab.
yeah, might go more stiff. Goes to hug girlfriend, accidentally gets a bell. Dang, no butt
It's a
slaps.
That is true. Depending on how long those claws are, you can't really give them a little smack.
But I don't think she's the kind. She doesn't have that kind of energy. Looks like
True. Alrighty. Time to get to Nidoran, female. This Pokemusu lives in secluded communities deep in forests. Most Pokemusu need to interact with humans in some way since they are, for the most part, exclusively female. But Nidoran are one of the few rare cases where a male occurs naturally. It is thanks to this that they live on their own without interaction from the outside. Most Nidoran don't even know what a human is. At birth, they get paired with a male, which is meant to become their partner for life. Through their lives, they are tasked with the goal of becoming queens and starting their own Nidoran community. Peaceful and free-spirited, they love to explore. Due to their seclusion, they are extremely curious as to what lies out in the world. Their horns are extremely poisonous and they are considered sacred. They adorn their horns with gold and precious stones. They carry small daggers dipped in poison for self-defense, despite being able to use their horns and spines to attack. They are trained from a young age at armed combat. This is in order to prepare them for the rigorous quest that lies ahead of them.
Pass.
Not even friend shape?
No, no, too young energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that, I suppose.
Realize I wouldn't be able to give them head pets because that would be risk poisoning.
And my hand is poisoned.
I've
Now, however,
Hmm.
Nidoran female was my was one of my go-tos in Gen 1.
I'll put them at friend. But treat it like social distancing.
Awkward space hug.
Yeah, awkward space hug.
Leave enough room for the Holy Spirit between that you and that hug.
Fucking save room for Arceus. Silent, give me no. I told you it's my brain cell. Mine. I stole it fair and square.
Alrighty. But
Just even arranged marriage already. Right?
now we move to Nidorina. As years pass, female Nidoran eventually come of age and evolve into Nidorina. As soon as the aging ceremony concludes, they get to pick a role in their society. They often choose supporting roles that can complement their partner's abilities and strengths. Nidorans are very calm and nurturing. They often lean towards being healers and nature mages. Very rarely one sees a Nidoran that enjoys combat. They get used to this since as younglings they often get tasked with healing their more violent male partners. They constantly train in pairs and get ready for the grand adventure to come. Once they are strong enough, they embark on a dangerous quest. They must travel with only their male partner to the mountains. And there they must search the caves that hide the legendary rock, the Moonstone. Said to come from the skies themselves. It is only by clearing the trial they become queens. Naturally, they are trained for combat, and even though they prefer a more peaceful world, they are quite capable of fending for themselves. They usually carry staffs with a poisonous barb at the top that used to be their own.
Smash.
That is a smash. Yes.
I would date a Nidoran.
For Nidorina?
Or Nidorino, whatever.
The joys of the naming convention.
The joys of the naming convention.
I am very curious to see what the group after this, how Neko reacts.
Well, first, we must pay homage to the Queen.
Wife.
Not even a second passes, Neko's like, wife.
You know what? I'm just going to keep her in Smash.
If they emerge victorious from their quest and manage to claim a Moonstone, Nidorina will become a Nido Queen. They possess incredible increased size, strength, and their bodies get covered in thick scales that serve as armor. This transformation solidifies their new status as queens, and along with their king, they can no longer remain in their village. They gather friends and anyone who is willing to accompany them and set out deep into the forest to create their own town and restart the cycle over. They are in charge of their own communities, and as rulers, attending to their duties is what they spend most of their time doing. Nido Queens are in charge of the social structure of the town, management of resources, and disputes among members. Their words are considered rules and carry great weight with their subjects. They rarely get to fight, but despite that, they are quite powerful and protective. They don't hesitate to use force if needed. Their magical abilities, in particular, their healing abilities, are without par. Sometimes humans embark on quests to find them and heal their loved ones, although most of these quests fail.
Yeah, she stays in Smash.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is this rival queen energy going on?
No. Just the lore keeps her from just being more than a for me.
Hmm.
I'm very rigid social status norms and stuff like that and belief systems, you know.
Mm-hmm.
How could I, an outsider, get anything, be anything more to her, you know? Mm-hmm.
And Neko made her an instant wife.
Mm-hmm. Like as Justin said, want to say smash, but I think she would have a no sex until marriage situation.
Yeah, I would still date a Needle Queen, I think. But
And
now,
now for the only men.
the only men, Nidoran male.
I will just say I'm putting him in the same category as the Nidoran female. Still has that youthful kind of energy. Also, I don't like that he has. Wait. Did the female have like a outfit or no? My brother in Christ, why are you advertising that you are dude?
Well, because a very rare and curious case due to the unknown mutation, Nidoran are one of the few Pokemuses that are actually male. It is because of this that Nidorans form their own communities and live in seclusion from the rest of the world, since without the need to look for males, they don't need to interact with humans. Since birth, they get paired up with a female Nidoran that has become their wife and hopefully queen. They do everything together, and unlike their partners, male Nidoran are more adventurous, often dragging their partners along for the ride. They constantly get in trouble and need to be bailed out by their partners. Their horns and spines produce a powerful poison that serves as their main defense mechanism. Their ears are quite sensitive, and they are particularly good at detecting threats. Despite their curious nature, they often run away from intruders. They learn to fight young and train every day. Their main task is to protect their partner, a job they will perform for the rest of their lives. They use swords, hammers, or spears and will eventually pick one to specialize with once they get older.
Friend.
He does have anime protagonist vibes.
For some reason, I want to throw a Sonic pod at him.
Why? He ain't no Diablos.
No, but he has Lagombi.
Yeah, he does have the Gombia ears, doesn't he? Alright, but
Come on, quick adventure. 5 minutes. Into the forest, out of the forest. 1 week later.
but as they get older, they become Nidorino. Nidorinos choose a weapon to master and dedicate themselves relentlessly to the training in order to become great warriors. It is at this point they get their black clothes to match the white ones Nidorans get. They possess very short tempers, get angry and aggressive with ease, often jumping out to fight whomever caused their anger. Duels are a common thing amongst them, which in turn helps them improve their fighting skills further. They get constantly injured in battle and it is up to their partners to patch them up. It is because of this that Nidorinas usually go for supportive roles rather than combat roles. Nidorinos love fighting, and despite their hot-headed nature, they possess a code of honor. They often challenge new opponents and other Pokemusus to fights. They possess a toxic horn on their foreheads, and a stab from it could easily kill an enemy, but using it is considered an act of cowardice, so Nidorinos would never use it. Some will choose death before relying on it, and the ones that use it walk away in shame from the path of the warrior.
Pass.
Eh, I'd be friends with this Sasuke-looking asshole.
Are you going to become the Hokage there?
He might.
Ah,
Oh god damn it. I didn't even
I'm,
think of it now. It's like
I'm gonna go top up my water while you are pondering this quarry, Neko.
What you thinking there, Neko, about Nidorino?
rather to date them or to straight up smash him.
Mmm.
You know what? I'll put him to date.
I see. I see. Gotta work for it. Or spend more time with them, I suppose.
Yeah. Do you have to know him a little better? Maybe do a little sparring here and there.
Do a little fight.
Mm-hmm. Nice little spar.
Nice little spa. Alright. We'll just wait on Mr. King until Zyla gets back, I suppose.
He got a beard.
He got a beard. Because he became a king, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Needle King, along with Needle Queen, are the result of a successful quest. Once they obtain the mythical Moonstone, they become king and queen, which will rule together over their own community. They grow in size and their scales become armor-like. They can easily deflect a sword or arrow with them. The queen is in charge of all social management, but the king is in charge of combat and trading. They excel at fighting and spend most of their time passing their skills and knowledge to the next generation in order to train a future king. Unlike their past forms, they are no longer hot-headed and angry, instead they are stoic and stern. Although they will not hesitate to defend their honor and their community, it is unwise to provoke them or slight them in any way. They are incredible warriors who have mastered their weapon of choice, often adorning it with spines from their backs, but their bulky bodies are a weapon themselves. Their tail can easily crush an armored opponent or a siege weapon, and one of their tackles would have no trouble breaking a castle gate.
Friend, congratulations. They finally upgraded from past.
Congratulations, Needle King. Cut to the neon. Was it Neon Evangelion ending scene? Everyone says going, congratulations. Yeah, I put the whole male Nidorino line in friend shape. Or friend. Crack on a cold one with the lads. What you thinking there, Neko?
Well, there isn't a Hespando section to it, so I'm just gonna do a straight up smash them.
That's fair.
Neko, you could say that wife is husbando for his case.
I mean, true. It could put it's both categories.
Because he is an anomaly.
You know what? I will move them from the smash, put them in the wife category / Hespando.
Damn. The only Pokemusu that will ever be the Oni Husbando.
Yep, the only Hespando.
Congratulations. Alright. Enough of this bullshit. Time to get back to the ladies. With Clefairy.
Or she could cast metronome whenever she.
Clefairy are very rare. So rare, in fact, that most people consider them fantasy. But despite that, they are quite real. They love the color pink and wear clothes with a strange slippery material that seems to have water-repelling qualities. Very few people have encountered a Clefairy, but it is said that they possess an incredible amount of magical power, capable of easily reducing stone to dust. A high wizard claims that Clefairy possess an unknown magic, and are also capable of replicating any magic in the world with ease. Hello, metronome. They are very selective with who gets to see them, and even with And even with a bond, they'll hide from strangers, so showing them to others is pointless. People claim they are able to appear and disappear at will. Some have described it as vanishing into thin air. They never fight, and it is yet to be discovered if they'll defend themselves. In fact, they barely get to interact with other individuals at all. And when they do, they seem to only stare while they hum a strange song. Some have described this as unnerving. They seem to observe, but it's not clear as to why.
Smash.
You would smash the Fae?
I will smash the Fae.
I'll agree to with that.
I love the poodle hair.
I like their weird,
Might
fluffy
take
wrists.
them on a date. Metronome date.
A metronome date just causing chaos?
Yes.
Oh my.
Prefer use metronome. It uses magnitude 9.0.
Oh,
Families are now without home.
Neko, why?
I mean, it could be worse. The unfortunate thing of using self-destruct.
Oh.
I'm just imagining his metronome self-destruct.
Oh,
Exploded to confetti.
that'd be one way to end the date, I suppose. I believe they also use
My
moons.
brain thought something and I'm like, nope.
And they become Clefable.
Smash.
Mysterious is the best way to describe a Clefable. They're one of the rarest Pokemusu. Catching a glimpse of one is almost impossible. It is said that if you see a Clefable, it is because they wanted to be seen. They move in a strange fashion, almost as if they were floating. Their senses are incredibly sharp. They can detect anyone that approaches them, even if they are behind cover or concealed by magic. There are claims of Clefables possessing marvelous magics that allow them to walk on water and even fly with just a small flap of their wings. Sometimes they make contact with humans, and it is said that if a human is worthy, they'll use dimensional magic to transport him to the fairy realm where they inhabit, granting them happiness and skills beyond comprehension. It's because of these rumors that a cult of worship for them has developed. Some darker rumors surround them. If you're rejected by them or deemed unworthy of their power, you'll become crazy. But for the most part, humans do not concern themselves with them.
You know what? She has just went from the smash list to the possible wife list. Bam. You know what? As a person who also enjoys good around me, I respect the hustle. I respect the I respect it. And also mommy energy.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that it's definitely the one eye closed, the tilt, the one finger on the chin. But I would.
And I like the pink suit. I'm not gonna lie.
It is a very nice suit. I think I would still date a Clefable.
Wow.
What about you, Neko? How are you feeling about the fairy?
Smash.
Oh, just smash.
Yeah.
I
Because I
mean,
like skull cluster thighs.
those aren't
What the
those
fuck?
aren't small thighs.
No, not at all.
Or do you want, or did you want more thigh seen and not just covered by the pink? All right. Let's heat things up with Vulpix.
Oh.
Vulpix is a small fox-like Pokemusu with 6 big fluffy tails. When they are born, they only have one, and it splits as they age. Once it reaches 6 tails, instead of growing more, their tails will start to become hot and change to a platinum blonde hue. They love hot climates and will often be seen breathing out smoke to regulate their temperature. Their clothing is quite particular for the region and very elegant. Some humans have started to recreate them. They attach bells somewhere in their clothes or bodies as accessories. They enjoy the sound they make as they move. It's quite soothing, and they count the dings to keep themselves entertained. They are highly magical and possess a rare ability. They can breathe fire that can be manipulated at will, creating artwork with it. Some have claimed a skill Vulpix can create a face perfectly out of fire. They use these fires to light the forest and play pranks on humans, making them believe their wisps are spirits. They grow bored easily, and combat is not something they find amusing. They enjoy strong emotional reactions, which is why they mess with humans. Little pranksters.
I would
Okay.
date them.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Neko. Dating the fox.
Plus toasty.
I would be friends with the fox.
That's a valid answer. That's a valid answer.
Mostly because I am a very warm person, temperature-wise in general, and being with a warm Pokemusu, I feel it'd be like one of those nights in the summer where the air conditioning isn't working.
And you're like, I'm gonna die of a heat stroke.
Yeah, yeah. But
I am waiting. I am bracing myself.
Mm-hmm.
let me guess, you're waiting for Miss Ninetales.
Wife. Wife.
9.
I couldn't.
Yeah, you still having a reaction over there, Zyla? We'll wait.
Zyla.exe has shut down.
Oh. 9 big fluffy tails spring from their back. That is the most eye-catching feature of a Ninetales. They are incredibly proud of them and usually love to parade them around others. They can live up to 1,000 years without aging. This is thanks to the energy within the tails. Ninetales are quite intelligent. They can easily pick up and speak any language they come across fluently. Their magical abilities are also awe-inspiring. It is said that the tails are filled to the brim of mana, granting them huge power. Their flames are but the tip of their magical abilities. Unlike a Vulpix's playful nature, Ninetales are cruel and vengeful. They will lash out against anyone who disturbs them. They are very sensitive, and they will easily get their pride hurt. Their flames have hypnotic powers, and their gleaming red eyes allow them to control minds. Ninetales are truly master manipulators, and they love to have human slaves do their bidding. There's records of extreme cases where one of them has taken over an entire village. The battles with them can be quite tricky, as they are not above dirty tricks to ensure victory. So, how are we feeling about...
Wife.
Oh. Even with the whole manipulation, you're like, nah, wife.
I may not also be having a certain flashback, but I'm not gonna go into details on that.
Oh.
Zyla knows.
Oh, I absolutely know. Gotta reboot the Zyla. Yeah, no, unfortunately, she has been put into the Queen's category because. Damn. Sorry about
I think I would date.
that. Me and Neko going back.
What?
Feral. Lost.
Like,
Let's be safe here.
It's just I don't know. You might one day accidentally hurt her pride, and she's just like, okay, cracks knuckles. Time to go to business.
Yes, but one forgets that I am a good girl.
I
Mm-hmm.
see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which indeed you are.
Alrighty.
And also, can I just say, I'm a sucker for Kitsune. I'm a
Fair.
sucker
Yes.
for Kitsune.
Fair. Well, before we continue on, it is that time of the day where I'll walk my dog.
All
That
right.
sounds like
Hello.
They just switched mics or something?
I actually went to go grab myself food. I
Oh.
went to a Subway. Currently at this Subway.
Ah, I see.
Yes, I think Neko quickly stepped away to do a bit of cleaning. I'm
Mhm.
actually walking back right now.
Okay. Then we can wait a bit.
How was the dog walking?
Went well. Saw his little Dutch hound friend.
Aw. Also, my mic's not picking up the wind, is it?
A little bit.
And got dusting done. I'm back.
Wahoo.
Oh, grabbed a quick snack.
Less than maybe 5 minutes. Unfortunately, though, the wind is in my face, so I will not be able. I will just keep myself muted.
Can you still see?
Also,
things?
I might. I would have to open it up on my phone,
Hmm.
but I don't want the wind to get caught onto the stream.
That's fair.
I might unmute, and then like every now and then. But also, I might be wanting to use that Ninetales and that Furo for D&D purposes.
Yes.
I'll send. You let me know and I'll send you the pictures.
Yippee! I would greatly appreciate that. All right, I'm going back to muting, and I will keep my eye on my phone.
Alrighty. Then let us go back to the scene. And we'll move. Oh, wait. Gotta turn off the music. And we will turn to. As soon as the stream on my phone catches up. Yeah, let's put it back. No, I swap it back. Oh. Stream on my phone paused itself. How silly of it.
Oh.
Okay. There we go. So we'll move on to everyone's favorite, not really meme, moment. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff are very short and tiny. They have small frames and walk with elegance almost as if they were floating. They move around quietly and are very soft-spoken for the most part. One of their most iconic traits is how their long hair curls at the tips. They are one of the few Pokemusus to have completely integrated with humans living in cities, towns alongside humans, so much so that it's almost impossible to find them in the wild. They usually live in monasteries since the Church of Arceus hires them to soothe believers. Their voices are the most beloved treasure. They remain quiet most of the time to conserve their voices, but once they get to sing, they go all out. Their performances have been described as enlightening. It's not rare to find whole church choirs composed of only Jigglypuffs. Their heavenly voices can soothe the soul and can put anyone to sleep. But that's just beginning. They can adjust the wavelength of their voice to match the brain waves of their audience, resulting in a deep relaxation. One will always feel better after hearing a Jigglypuff sing, and some claim they can even heal sickness and lift curses.
I would date them.
I would also date a Jigglypuff.
I would befriend the cleric. I adore their little outfits. They're adorable. They're precious. They are beans.
Mhm. I feel like I would take them out to a nice, cozy cafe.
Mm-hmm. Get some pastries and tea or coffee.
Yes.
But then they oh, they
Hmm?
become wiggly tough. Really tough.
Hmm.
Excuse me. Wigglytuffs have a very special place in society, as they, with their incredible beauty and elegance, represent the standards of nobility. It is unsurprising that every single noble house and royal worth their gold has one of them in their court. They get scouted as Jigglypuff in church choirs. When the most skilled at singing catches someone's eye, they are taken into said family. Once there, they get gifted a necklace with the most precious of moonstones, an incredibly rare and expensive material, and if the Jigglypuff accepts the gift, they will immediately turn into a Wigglytuff. They will officially be part of the said family and only sing for them. Their elegance is beyond this world, and their poise and movement match it perfectly, creating a truly beautiful spectacle, captivating anyone who lays an eye on them. Their fine, silky hair is so soft that those who touch it will not want to stop. Nobles use their hair to make some of the most expensive dresses and fabrics. Their skin is also unnaturally soft. They often get compared to dolls, so light and graceful that some claim they are able to float at will. They are really quiet and they reserve their voices for special occasions to the point of rarely even speaking. I think,
So this might sound crazy.
yes.
I'm going to pass on the Wigglytuff.
Wah.
Yep. I feel like it loses a lot of the charm that the Jigglypuff has. Like, don't get me wrong, it is elegant, it is graceful, but I feel like it loses so much, you know, becoming that.
Becoming a private bard for the
Um,
family?
exactly.
I don't know. I would wife up a Wigglytuff.
Hmm. I think I'm also gonna pass on this one. So, like,
Surprise.
I feel like I wouldn't have the heart to smash them, because then I feel like if I did, I'm probably gonna get murdered somehow. But I don't think I see them as, like, I wouldn't marry them.
Damn. I'm surprised. Also, I do like the dress.
The dress is very nice. Don't get me wrong. One could make this into a very cliche anime type of thing, you know? Your best friend Jigglypuff is, you know, taken into this higher, you know, society, and oh, years later you meet up again, and oh, shenanigans.
Shenanigans unfold.
But you know, I don't know. I feel like just with the lore,
Mm-hmm.
it feels she feels less of like a person now, and more of property.
Hmm. I see.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let us leave the high halls and the nobles and go to the caves where most people will spam repel to get rid of Zubat.
Hmm.
Zubats are rather lithe compared to other Pokemusus, with legs that end in points and thin, flexible wings with purple membrane. They don't have eyes, but their bangs hang low over their brow to hide this. To make up for their blindness, they possess impeccable hearing and use echolocation to find their way around while soaring in the skies. They typically live in dark places since sunlight burns their skin on contact. Alone, they're cowardly and will flee instead of confronting intruders in their territory. However, in groups, they'll ambush unlucky travelers and drain their blood until there's nothing left. They seldom associate with anyone outside of their communities, Pokemusus, or human. Humans take Zubat threats seriously and will hire adventurers to dispatch groups where they're found. Human communities near large caves also take extra care to demolish abandoned structures that Zubats may seek to inhabit. Zubats' primary weapons are their fangs, which they use to drain the blood of their victims. However, Zubats can also alter their voices to mimic women in danger to trick heroic-minded travelers into walking into surprise attacks. So how are we feeling about the vampire?
Hmm.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, Justin, the harpies never had any hands for you to hold either. I don't know. Would this be a pass? Maybe.
I'm going to pass on the bat.
No?
Hmm.
I do not want to be consumed. And hearing that they have no kind of relation with other humans or Pokemusu, it would be very hard to get, and integrated into like a friendship.
Hmm.
Head pets.
I can see head pats. I think I'll. Maybe just a smash.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh wow, there
You-
you are.
You
There
are,
we go.
Oh.
you're back on the normal mic.
I'm back and I'm sounding probably very pretty. Yeah, but don't get me wrong, very pretty. But unfortunately, I am very attached to my ichor.
Well, let's move on from Zubat to Golbat.
Okay.
Oh.
Independent Zubat that wander from the swarms evolve into Golbat. Upon doing so, their stomach opens into a mouth-like aperture, which lets them drain blood from their prey faster and metabolize it more efficiently, too. It's unknown if they keep their old Zubat mouth as well, since Golbat tend to cover their faces with cloth. Since Golbat are so disciplined and skilled, they don't have trouble finding roles in human society. However, their primary work is as contract killers for corrupt nobles. They don't need money, but enjoy being paid in fine clothing and unusual baubles that catch their eye. Due to the nature of their work, most humans stay clear of Golbat, which the Musu tend to prefer, as they only have eyes for the masters that contract them. For these humans, they are fiercely loyal. Golbat prefer to take their prey by surprise. Their primary method of attack is to land on the target and swallow their head in their massive mouth. There they use their fangs to drain the prey's blood from their neck in mere minutes. Once sufficiently drained, Golbat can swallow the prey's remains easily. Excuse me.
So this might sound crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did the stream was on my phone. But dating.
Okay.
I can see that.
Mm,
Since they don't really attack unprovoked, they only attack the people they're contracted to attack.
Like I would take him on a date.
I also would date. But now I have the question. If you were to kiss Golbat, would you kiss their cloth-covered mouth, or would you kiss the stomach mouth?
Look. I could say many things about where I will stay. However, though, I am what we would call a good girl.
Mm-hmm.
Also, by the way, I got Stew Boy.
Nice. What Subway did you get?
Pizza sub, my own kind of horrifying creation.
Yummy.
Also, props to the artist for actually keeping Golbat's mouth and not just making Golbat like a Batgirl. You know?
Mhm.
I agree. I also love the ninja vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which, ooh, do you know why I bet they did that?
Wah.
Koga.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He
Yeah.
has ninja vibes, and doesn't he have a gold bat?
I think
Yes.
so. No, that's...
Isn't he Elite 4 in Gen 2?
Yeah, because his daughter runs the gym in Gen 2.
And I think he has a Crobat in that gen.
Probably.
So ninja vibes work.
Yeah.
Yes, man got a promotion. Good for him.
Now, time for Oddish.
Ooh.
Oddish are shorter than most Musu, standing at around 140 centimeters. They have root-like feet which can change shape to suit their environment. Their leaf-like fingers are actually made of skin and are green to disguise them as foliage to would-be attackers. These fingers are prehensile and incredibly flexible. Oddish hate being exposed to the sun and will bury themselves in soil to avoid it, leaving only their fingers visible above ground. In this state, they absorb nutrients through their skin. They only come out when the leaves feel the sensation of moonlight upon them, as bathing in moonlight aids their growth. Since the Musus are exclusively nocturnal, they don't interact with humans often. In rare occasions where they happen upon someone at night, they are generally friendly and easygoing. Their only goal is to grow larger, and as such Oddish have few reasons to engage with humans on their own accord. Oddish avoid fighting when possible. In the occasions that they must fight, their only method of defense is to use their prehensile fingers to throw stones at the attacker. The most adept Oddish are capable of throwing stones at a speed of 90 miles per hour.
Are you okay?
The man is going to lose his head.
They got good throwing fingers, what can be said?
So I'm going to give her a friend in hat for the sole purpose of she is 1.5 meters tall.
Yes. Friend shape.
Friend shape, very
I
small.
wouldn't. I can't have the heart to just pass her, because then I feel like that'd be mean or.
And you don't want to be mean to that face.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey,
Precious.
Oddish, do you want to, like I will not lie. I would be like, I'm going to protect you. You are my friend.
Yeah. I still find it funny that they can throw 90 miles per hour and Xena and Zyla starts choking on this pizza sub.
Well, like I thought about that and I'm like this. Like, if you like, what is that? Like a fastball? Like a professional baseball player fastball?
I would say so.
Like if you got hit in the face with that, but like it's not a baseball, it's a stone.
Yeah. Yeah, that would hurt.
Yeah, like I don't think it's gonna hurt. I'm pretty sure you'd be out.
Say if you did pass on an honest, they would get all gloomy.
Also, I have a soft spot for mandragoras,
Mm-hmm.
like plant girls. Especially flowers.
Gloom are lonesome musu that are known for the large orange petals atop their head and smaller flowers across the rest of their body. They constantly produce a thick nectar from their mouth that looks like drool to other creatures, but is actually nutritious and has numerous medical applications as well. Generally, a gloom will live in solitude in a damp location with generous sunlight, such as a marsh. They require a larger amount of water than most plant-like musu to continuously produce their nectar. Gloom are seldom seen by humans or other musu, not because they're rare, but due to the intense smelled nectar the musu produces. Generally in the wild, Gloom's nectar has a rotting scent that scares away anyone that may come near, but Gloom are capable of producing a wide variety of aromas based on their current mood. However, without strong social bonds, Gloom will never produce a sweet nectar, dooming them to a cycle of misery that creates a stronger putrid stink. There are no natural enemies to Gloom, as any other creature with olfactory organs stay far away from them, because the scent Gloom produce is their only natural defense.
They sound so sad. I
They
want to
do.
befriend them.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, I am surprised Pokemon has not made like a fly Pokemon.
Or
Like, have they made just like a fly, like a common housefly style?
I don't think so.
it's one that's like a fake fly, which is the cutie fly.
Yeah, but I'm like, why not having like a fly Pokemon that could be have this interesting like relationship with the Gloom line and the Baplume line because you know Rafflesias.
Hmm.
So, are we friending the Gloom?
I am befriending the Gloom.
Friend.
I will wear a nose plug and
Yeah.
read her stories.
It has nothing to do with that thick, nutritious nectar, Miss Bee Princess.
Look, we need to become friends before not, you know, and for some reason I'm now just mentally imagining this very funny scene, like Neko's injured on the ground. Gloom, I need your help. You know, it looks like there'll be this like very intense, maybe kiss, and then she just opens her mouth and just like a bucket worth of nectar.
Just throws up.
Hooray, Neko's been saved! But at what cost?
That is quite the image to have.
You're welcome.
It reminds me of that little art meme or thing that's going around where it's like two people going in for an intense, passionate kiss, and then one just starts drooling over the other. But
And the text changes it from a nectar to honey a couple times.
all right.
Interesting.
But are we ready for Vileplume?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Vileplume are a sinister musu known for the massive red flower that sits atop their head. This blossom is larger than any flower on record and is so heavy Vileplume have to develop the strongest root structure of any plant-like musu just to walk around. They make their homes deep in swamps, far from humans or other musu. For shelter, Vileplume build homes by spreading out their corrosive spores onto trees. The pollen eats away at it from within until only the outer shell remains. While the Vileplume is living in a tree husk, they'll decorate with red flowers similar to their own. Vileplume are notorious in human societies for their violent tendencies. The Musu is most known for capturing and eating humans that wander into their territory. Many cautionary tales are written about the Musu, informing children to stay away from the infamous red flowers. Despite Vileplume's great strength, they lack speed and are reliant on the toxic properties of their pollen to capture victims. The spores collect in the air around their lairs, making an approach nearly impossible. Additionally, the Musu can throw thick clumps of pollen great distances to catch unwanted visitors by surprise.
So we're gonna wife up the Vileplume.
Really? You're wifing Vileplume?
Swamp Witch vibes.
I mean, I know, I was also thinking Swamp Witch vibes, but you know.
Smash.
And I'm not gonna lie, if we look at like a couple of my smashes already, you know, like I got the Beedrills, I got the Ninetales. You know, I'm becoming a villainous.
I mean, I've seen your armor sets in Monster Hunter, so yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. At this point, Princess Isla is probably already molted into the Queen's Island. The evil bee.
I think I have to run from the Vile Witch.
You don't want to be eaten?
No. I'll take my chances of Arbok, because at least there is a chance. But there's no chance here.
It's also the eye.
Specifically the eye, or the fact that it's covered. The one eye is covered, and there is just the one exposed eye.
She is sinister and evil, and look, how many times have you played a video game and this person is irredeemably evil, but you're also like, ah. Especially in D&D, okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
Look, guys, what's the worst that she did? She destroyed 4 orphanages. Now there's less orphans in the world.
I mean, technically.
Not wrong there.
And you're just smashing Neko.
Yes.
Fair. Fair.
And also, Vileplume is what? Grass poison type?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm super effective.
Now, we move on to a very interesting Musu in Paris.
Oh no.
It's common to confuse Paris for 3 separate Musu on account of the 2 mushrooms they carry on their back. From birth, their mother will spread the spores of their mushrooms to the back of their offspring. The mushrooms don't exist without the host and vice versa. As such, we treat them as one entity. Paris form long-lasting friendships with these mushrooms, so strong that the Paris won't make decisions unless their fungi friends approve it. Because of this, they typically only live in damp, dark locations like caves or swamps. That's the climate the mushrooms prefer. It's rare for Paris to interact with people that aren't their mushrooms. Upon investigating why, scholars found the trios have wildly different relationships from Paris to Paris. Some act like 3 individuals, but others are more similar to a hive mind in their perspective of the world. In any case, the 3 are always good friends. Paris would rather run than fight, as its stubby claws have difficulty harming aggressors and the mushrooms have no natural defenses themselves. If a Paris cannot run away easily, it will often try to burrow underground and make an escape that way.
Justin says, hear me out.
I mean, that is what we're here for.
I'm ready. Tell me. Explain to me why. Because this is a run.
I am passing this one.
And
they were roommates. No! No!
I mean, to Justin's credit, you're getting 3 in 1. No.
Don't get me wrong, I fucking have a soft spot for the Paris Parsec line.
Mm-hmm.
In like Pokemon. I think they're one of my they're amazing Pokemon. I caught a fucking Apex one in Legends Arceus.
Mm-hmm.
In this case though, who knows? Maybe the Parasect one won't be as horrific as I'm fearing.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why I'm passing this one.
I would give them 3 head pats. 1 per head. Also, speaking of Parasect, hey Parasect, how's it going?
Mm,
Uh,
I don't know how I feel about it.
Parasect are the result of a Paris mushroom's growing to the point that they completely merge with the host, Paris's body. The eyes of the Paris become vacant after this transformation as the mushroom becomes a sort of hive mind for the Paris and mushroom's wills. Many assume that the Parasect is dead at a glance, but they are very much alive. Much like their predecessors, they live in isolation. They make their homes by hollowing out dead trees to form hovels. There they dry roots and vegetables they gather to store and eat later. To avoid running into another Musus or Pokemon or people, Parasects typically gather these in the dead of night. Most humans jump to the conclusion that the Parasect are a fungus consuming an innocent Musu and consider them abhorrent. Well-meaning people will even attack Parasect on sight in an effort to free the Paris from distress. Parasect don't see it this way, and that the Paris is now together with them as one. Parasect are a rare example of a Musu that grows weaker when it goes through metamorphosis, as their larger size and slower movement makes them even easier targets than a normal Paris. They rely on hiding from threats rather than confronting them.
Mm,
I don't know. Those Parasects in Legends Arceus weren't docile by nature.
I run.
Run, bitch.
Yep.
I mean, they're slow, so it'd be very easy to run.
Look, as long as no, there's nothing. There's no positivities. Neko, bring me the flamethrower.
All right.
Just hands me a mag mortar.
Is it bad that it's like, if you tell me to bring a flamethrower, it'd be like, are we gonna harvest a mushroom to consume?
No,
If it's
no.
consumable.
Neko, we are doing a Last of Us purge.
All right.
Because God, perhaps if they fucked up idea, a divergent parasect, parasect, where it becomes more of a symbiotic relationship. Is that the term parasect? Divergent evolutions,
Yes.
like for Toad School, Wiglet.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just an idea, a game idea. But yeah, that is horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
I would still be friends with a mushroom crab.
You will befriend the crab.
Because you know they say, fight the crab, will get the stabbo.
2 heads are better than 1 sometimes. There's another Pokemon that's a lot better for that.
And we will get there eventually, but first, we must run into the very fluffy Venonat.
Oh my god. Friend.
You're my friend now.
Often mistaken for purple tumbleweeds, Venonat are an energetic Musu completely covered in purple fur. Their limbs barely exceed the length of their long coat, and their bright red eyes consist of thousands of smaller eyes that look in all directions. This gives them some of the best vision of any Musu on record. Venonat rarely live in one place for long, they prefer to constantly be running around in the moonlight. When they eventually grow tired, they'll tightly hug a tree branch and settle off to sleep. They often fall from trees upon waking up, but their shell, like skin, protects them from serious harm. Humans describe Venonat as aggressively friendly. They'll gladly chase down people they like to hug. They like to hug them and tell them stories about their forests. The only way a person can convince a Venonat to stay away from them is to try and cut their hair or dress them in clothing. They consider these practices incredibly offensive. Unknown to Venonat, their hair secretes a potent poison which gives them a strong natural deterrent for would-be attackers. Touching their hair isn't enough to be effective, but ingesting it can cause blindness, shortness of breath, and heart problems. Also, due to the unusual shape of their palate, Venonat have difficulty pronouncing the letter D. So most common way to refer to new friends is friend instead of friend.
Neko, you're a Venonat.
Oh my god. Are you saying I don't wear any clothes? I'm just naked?
That's what you take away from this. But friendship.
Fun.
French. Friend shape. No D. Only friend.
Friendship.
Yep. When they say they have trouble pronouncing D's, and I'm like,
You're not fun now.
you're not fun now.
You are friend. But no cut hair. Only friend.
All I'm imagining is just this purple, like, little fluff ball just running.
To aggressively chase you down to hug.
Aggressive love.
Now, I know Zyla likes moth.
Yes.
So, how do you feel about a Venomoth?
Holy fuck.
Ooh.
That is... I love her. The centaur-esque body.
Oh,
Mhm.
Instead of just making a moth girl, just...
oh, this one actually shows her height. She is 249 centimeters tall.
So about 2 meters. She's over 6 meters. She's over 6 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck, they're taller than me.
The gargantuan Venomoth is a lilac purple musu that stands nearly twice the height of an average human. It has 6 segmented legs but prefers to fly with its massive wingspan averaging around 1.9 meters. The horns on top of its head look dangerous but are actually too soft to be used as a weapon. The Venomoth are nocturnal musu that prefer to live near cities that cast bright lights at night. During the day, they'll sleep in dark, shaded forests and snack on mushrooms, but once the sun sets, they soar the skies of nearby civilization. In particular, they like Pikachu towers, since their magic experiments are so shiny. It's rumored that the Venomoth's horns are a magnet for human emotions, letting the Musu understand people much easier than other Musu. They'll use this ability to help sad people by lifting them into the night sky so they can experience the same joy of flight as the Venomoth does. However, they do this without permission. When a Venomoth flaps its wings, it scatters its thin, toxic powder. This residue isn't lethal, but it leaves those touching it paralyzed. This causes the Venomoth to affect anyone near them or anyone they may be carrying without them realizing it.
Moth.
Moth.
Praise the moth girl. And her love of the lamp.
Lomp. So, how are we feeling about the dark gargantuan moth?
I'm wifing her. I'm wifing her up.
I see. I see. How are you feeling, Nico?
Did we lose the Neko? Oh, there we are.
Ah.
Also, just imagine one night you're going for a walk, you're feeling a bit glum, and then all of a sudden this thing swoops
Just
down.
snatch. Just
Let's go for flying, new friend.
I think you're
Just
paralyzed.
just shyly pressing the smash button.
I too will smash the moth. Very pretty, very purple.
I love purple. All I'm imagining though is like literally one night, you know, Venonat's just running in fucking circles until she can't, you know, move anymore. Sees you, tackle hug. But it's kind of adorable because, you know, she's like small. Then literally like 2 days later, boom, pinned against the tree. My friend, you've returned.
No. Time for the most mysterious of Pokemon / Musu. Diglett.
So, I was interested, and then I saw something.
Mm-hmm.
The small mole Musu, Diglett, is always buried in earth. They're completely brown in coloring aside from the red circle on their chest, which is actually their heart. Their skin is incredibly soft and slimy, which perplexes researchers since the Musu spends most of their time digging through the earth. Most Diglett live in a large enclave called the Diglett Cave, which connects Vermilion Port and Viridian Town. They're currently working on creating more tunnels that connect various parts of the continent, which they rarely venture outside of since sunlight hurts their skin. Diglett are the most collaborative Musus in their relationship with humans. They create new trade routes that benefit neighboring human settlements. In return, humans will eagerly defend their Diglett friends from external threats, and also reward them with jewels that the Musu treat as a tasty snack. The rare occasion that Diglett is put in danger, they prefer to run than fight. They do this by slipping underground, where most aggressors can't follow. The rock circle surrounding a Diglett is part of them, but according to the Diglett, it's only for digging, not defense.
So it looks like, okay, so this is because as I said, I'm scrolling encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like some inspiration of the sandworm is in here.
It does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you're familiar with that monster card.
Yeah.
Or some type of ground mimic.
So I'm not going to lie. So originally she was just going to be in a pass, but I think she has been upgraded to head pat and friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that that isn't like some type of deceiving type of, you know,
Mouth.
You know.
yeah, it
Might
being more
slowly
just
move it
like
to the
a,
head pat.
it seems to be probably acting more as like a, what's it called, a boring drill.
Yeah.
I can surmise friendship, and I can appreciate the creativity of deceptive visuals in one way. You know, you get a lot of the times of something being very attractive looking, but it's very deceptively scary. This has more of that deceptively potentially scary, but it is more of a.
Mm-hmm.
It is a bean.
For me, I think this is a smash.
Damn, I'm pretty sure I know what your next answer is going to be.
Well, yeah, let's take a Diglett, but make 3 of them. Doug, trio.
Oh god, you got not go. I like the one on the far left, mostly because of the angle. It's the swoop of the arm.
Often mistaken for 3 Diglett in a group. Yes, Neko? You were saying something?
Oh, good.
Doug Trio are actually one combined entity. The key difference to note is the ring of rocks encircling them. Each Diglett will be surrounded by a ring of their own, but Doug Trio are 3 Diglets surrounded by one larger ring. Otherwise, the two are almost identical in appearance. Doug Trio live in the same colonies as their Diglett counterparts, but it's uncertain what their relationship to Diglett is. The 3 always have similar personalities, which implies they could be a sort of hive mind, but they also bicker frequently, which seems to indicate the opposite. Socially, Diglets aren't much different from Doug Trio, are not much different from Diglett. The 2 Musu will treat each other perfectly interchangeably, and humans often don't notice the difference between the 2 at all. That is until a human tries to bond with only one of the 3 in a Doug Trio group, which always results in a fight. The digging skill and speed of Doug Trio is much greater than alone in Diglets. Their increased prowess even allows them to cause tremors in the earth. Thankfully, these quakes are rarely strong enough to cause structural damage to buildings, although they can cause cave-ins for tunnels.
You know what? They're adorable and precious. I am still putting them in the only friend group.
I mean, understandable, but I will counter by putting them in Smash again.
Neko, do you need some water?
I'm good. Wait. I don't even know where to even put them. Because I'm like,
Friend-shaped, but 3
because
attractive ladies.
They are indeed friend-shaped, yes. But I don't know if I would even smash them because there's a lot. There's a lot going on right now.
Could you even
There's
handle 3 of them?
confusion. I would say something, but then I feel like that'd be some type of. I don't want to expose that.
Toss.
But huh?
Don't want to break TOS?
Yeah, don't want to break TOS. Even though I don't know, I would go into depth of that. But let's just say deer in headlights. So I will put them to friend for safety reasons.
Fair. Now let's do our best Boston accents as we turn to the most famous Meowth.
Ooh. Neko does like a cat girl.
The cat scratch Musu Meowth are known for their limber physique, long tails, and in particular the large coin they have on their foreheads. The appearance of the coin varies wildly between regions, but always resembles the most used currency of the area. It's unknown how or why this change occurs. Meowth integrate deeply into human society, often living in bustling cities, rarely wanting to stay in one place, they'll travel in search of adventure. Most often these adventures result in them finding valuables that they desire regardless of who owns them. Meowth aren't averse to stealing these valuables, but more kind-hearted humans will make offerings to the Musu so they don't need to steal. The reason they seek these items is because of a payday cycle the Musu goes through, in which the coin on their forehead glows and consumes valuables held up to it. After a period, the coin on their head will duplicate itself in proportion to how many valuables the Meowth absorb during the cycle. The claws of a Meowth are sharp, but the Musu would rather flee or compromise than fight. A Meowth will only willingly enter a fight if it has the element of surprise.
Friend.
Eight.
Friend and head pat. I feel like I'm the crazy one. I think during the Monster Hunter one, I was just, being a thirsty little hoe.
I mean, I was the one crazy enough to go for the largest fucking thing.
Delamadur?
But yeah, I think. No. She put Lao Shin Lung on her.
Oh.
She'll smash it once.
I mean, what a
If you're
story to
given the
tell.
art of shapeshifting
Hi.
and if
Anywho,
become giant, it can work.
we're getting off topic.
Yes.
Meowth.
Friend.
What?
I just dig to Meowth. Could do like a little cat burglar duo.
Yeah. They.
We love a good rogue.
Yes.
So date friend.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're about to enter another villainous arc with Persian.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Life.
Hold on there now.
But
The classy cat Persian is a quadrupedal musu with 2 clawed arms. They're most known for the immaculate red jewels they carry on their foreheads. Due to the rarity of these musu, these are some of the rarest treasures in the world, with individual gems being used to purchase castles and ship fleets alone. Persian are seen as a symbol of wealth and power as only them, and they only live with them with such people. Most commonly, their partners are nobles and royalty, as they're the only ones that can satisfy their high standard of living. Well, the societal version of a Persian is one of a gentle noble Musu. In reality, they're incredibly aggressive. The Musu has no capability for empathy and takes pleasure in seeing the suffering of those around them. They're perfectly content to lash out at their servants and partners as well. The legs and arms of a Persian are especially strong and can tear human limbs apart with ease. Despite their size, they're adept at stalking as well and can leap nearly 11 meters to pounce on their prey. They love to torture their victims until their miserable ends. One of their favorite methods is to hold the victim still with their arms as their forelegs rip their innards out.
Smash.
Do I still put him at wife? Do I just smash? I like how the last part it cut out because it was too high for the fucking mic to pick up.
Neko is breaking.
I mean, even though they're evil, I'd smash a Persian.
So the smash could lead to get wife, but then I'm like, fucking, I'm putting to wife, because eventually you'll get there.
Well, Justin, to answer your question, you could treat this as normal centaur rules, but the artist has stated that the official version of the centaurs for her Pokemusus is that the bits you smash are usually where they would be on a normal human woman, so it would still be like around her hip area here at the front.
Kind of like a Lamia.
Yes.
Just realized the forward pause would probably hold you.
Yes.
Damn.
What's it gonna be, Neko? This is Arbok all over again.
I put them to wife.
Ah. Wife won out this time. Now, let us all clasp our heads and go sigh for Psyduck.
They're so fluffy.
They got a fluffy butt.
The duck Pokemusu, Psyduck is always seen gripping its head in both hands. This is because the yellow-feathered Musu has chronic debilitating migraines. It's because that this is due to Psyduck's lacking psychic abilities, which the Musu cannot control, often leading to disastrous results. Constant suffering from their headaches prevent the Musu from building advanced structures. As such, they commonly live in natural shelters like caves or wooded areas. Often, Golduck will live with Psyduck to help protect them, train them to manage their psychic abilities. Psyduck are often seen as an ill omen, often preceding horrific accidents. This is due to the Musu's abilities lashing out when they experience excess stress. Psyduck typically lose consciousness during these strong episodes and will be woken by angry onlookers with devastated surroundings. Only a fool would see the waddling Musu as an easy target, and these fools who threaten them see the effects of their abilities firsthand. Landslides, collapsed trees, and earthquakes are known to follow a Psyduck under duress. Though, if their pain is extreme enough, their psychic force is enough to break a bones by itself.
Friend.
Yeah. They need a friend.
I just imagine the tail wiggle that ducks get when they're happy, and I'm like, oh, precious.
They need a friend.
Psychic Psyduck variant?
That would be cool.
Yeah, no. She needs a friend, and I would be more than happy to draw my belated fan against those who would hurt her.
And give her some meds to help with her migraines.
It's called Motrin.
Yeah, some Motrin, some aspirin, whichever is needed to help with the headaches.
Some Advil, maybe a nice bit of tea.
Yes.
But when they focus their powers, they become gold duck who aren't golden for some reason. The Duck-Musu Gold Duck is a result of a Psyduck mastering control of their psychic abilities. This transformation creates a red jewel on their foreheads, which is the source of this control. Dissimilar to Musu-like Persian, this jewel cannot be removed, and Gold Duck are incredibly offended by outsiders that try to do so. Gold Duck are a territorial Musu and regularly travel the freshwater lakes and rivers they inhabit to protect the Psyduck they care for. They prefer to stay submerged while doing this, as their swim speed is one of the fastest of any Musu on record. There are many tales of fishermen about gold ducks saving them from a watery grave, and these tales aren't fiction. As well, gold duck are not traditionally social, they have a strong desire to protect those that can't protect themselves. According to them, this is to return the favor for the gold duck that protected them when they were young. Gold duck can use their telekinesis to create powerful tidal waves or whirlpools to prevent foes from invading their waters. Land-dwelling enemies don't fare much better, as gold duck can create high-pressure geysers to reach those that attack from a long range as well.
Smash.
It's like I'm backing up for a moment and then like fucking leaping into the water to smash.
This is a smash requires a running start.
Neko, there's rocks over there. You're gonna sink the ship. Aye, but there's a side.
There's a gold duck.
Fucking Neko kills the entire crew of sailors to get some duck.
Why is my brain thinking of the sirens thing now? From the P2 thing, and then how people are like, why the fuck should they jump in? They didn't even sing.
They saw a duck in there, they had to go.
And then they wandered away.
I would date a gold duck. They seem nice.
They seem really good natured. Musu.
Mm-hmm. And you said smash Zyla?
I said the smash.
Alright.
I feel like they would give very good aftercare.
Ooh. Yeah. I see that.
Alright. From nice and caring Golduck to let's get a bit more feisty with Mankey.
Oh.
Well, I think we got Neko's answer already.
The muscular and flexible Musu Mankey is known for their long tails and three-toed feet. This combination of attributes lets the Musu easily climb through the forest they call home. Mankey are known to exhibit the following emotions: irritation, frustration, pissed off, fury, and anger. Mankey cultivate their rage to achieve great strength and martial prowess. They don't let their emotions control themselves, however, as is considered shameful for Mankey to lose themselves in their anger. Instead, they release their fury in short bursts, giving the Musu the strength to break boulders and shatter trees in a single blow. Mankey have a reputation for being hostile, but that isn't accurate. Mankeys outright refuse to fight anyone that isn't a warrior in their eyes, as in their eyes that would be unfair to their opponent, though they are willing to make agreements with humans to help them train. With the Musu's incredible strength, they can easily defend themselves with their fists alone. However, since fighting depletes their anger, they prefer to avoid it. To accomplish this, Mankeys have developed an intense screech that can intimidate potential opponents from miles away. Are you still functioning over there, Neko?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go smash on that one too. Just, ooh, neurons
Abs.
activated on that shit. Yeah. Also abs. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Literally neuron activation as soon as the picture popped up.
Also, if it wasn't towards fighting, I'm sure they could give one hell of a massage.
Probably. They probably know all the right places to get in there.
You know what? I'm just gonna say this.
Mm.
After battle, steam room.
Mm.
Yes, sauna. To a sauna or a hot spring. Yes.
Towel just on their shoulders.
Alrighty then.
Buzz.
The next one that Rocky hyped about.
Primeape. Once a Mankey reaches true mastery, they become a Primeape. Reaching the stage makes them much stronger, and the Musu is no longer reliant on maintaining their rage to keep their power, or this power. However, they can still go berserk in a manner similar to Mankey, but their power causes more devastating results. Primeape are a rare sight as they travel the lands looking for powerful fighters and feats of strength they can accomplish to further their cause of mastery. Though on occasion, Primeape will return to the forest they spent their time in as Mankey to train their future rivals. The martial Musu has a reputation of defeating bandits and other villainous people in human society. Partially this is due to their search for worthy opponents, but Primeape also possess an innate disdain for fighters that only target those weaker than themselves. Primeape don't attack those that are beneath their skill level, which is all but the greatest warriors among humans and Musu. That is, unless the Primate has lost control of their temper. In this state, the Musu will destroy anything around them until stopped by another Primate or a similarly skilled warrior.
I like it. I like it. I like how it has a bit of this more honorable kind of side to it.
I think I would date Smash Mankey. Primeape.
I will date the primate.
Oh.
Look, I might not be a person of combat prowess, but I could still support.
This is true. Also, I feel like with Mankey and Primate, this isn't like a no, you don't smash them, they smash you.
I would make them as protective wife.
Oh, a wife of the Primate. Respectable. Respectable. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is a popular Pokemon line. Growlithe.
Aww.
Golden Retriever energy.
The
The ever-vigilant Musu, Growlithe, is decorated in orange striped fur and has thick paw pads on its feet. Their tail is bushy and rustles loudly when they wag it in excitement. The Musu also possesses opposable thumbs and two clawed fingers, a feature their middle and ring fingers lacked. Oh, that's true, you can actually see it on the spear hand. Growlithe most often settle in human society. Their gentle and protective personalities let them easily integrate into large settlements as well as small towns. Though the Musu can take on many roles in human settlements, most often they become guardsmen. Their territorial nature and naturally strong senses lend them to being expert lookouts and guardians. Additionally, Growlithe have the ability to keep perfectly still for hours at a time while holding their focus all the while. Occasionally, they've been mistaken for statues in this state. Growlithe possibly prefer to use martial prowess when possible to take down brigands and other nefarious intruders. Although if this is inadequate, they can also launch fireballs from their mouths. They are capable of exhaling fire in other forms, but they prefer to limit the spread of fire by spitting them in this manner.
Friend. Or no, I date them.
Friend.
Hmm. Are they too friend coded?
Too friend coded. Which isn't bad.
I'd say go on a date on a nice stroll.
Nice stroll. Look out for the brigands.
Yes.
Oh, what's this, Neko? You want to take her out for walkies? You're welcome.
I didn't think of it that way, but I guess in a way it would work.
Damn. Oh, well.
Taking the doggo out for a walk.
I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. But what if they become bigger and fluffier as Arcanine?
Oh.
All
You know, I need to
Growlithe
hear the lore first.
All Growlithe yearn to reach the rank of Arcanine, but doing so requires a Firestone, which is held by the royalty of each kingdom. These royals create their own trials to decide who's deserving of the title. Upon completion, the Musu morphs into a quadrupedal body with powerful hind legs that increases the Musu's strength and speed. They become even more loyal to their retainers, and as such become the most trusted knights and generals of the kingdoms they serve. Despite their rank, they insist on being the first to charge into the fray of dangerous situations with a shield in hand. Often, Arcanine are used as a symbol of courage and strength. Many kingdoms will build statues to famous Arcanine heroes, and some even decorate their flags in their image. Although they possess great fame, they still remain kind and will happily greet fans that approach them. The only weapons Arcanine can use are shields that have been tempered in their own fire breath, as swords break too often when swung with their strength. As such, Arcanine will use their extreme speed to slam into their foes while protecting their allies and breathe fire through the balistras on their shield when needed.
Wife.
I agree that's a wife right there.
And also, I'm just imagining after a long day of just having her just like flop on top of me.
Oh, so you're okay with an Arcanine does, but when Venusaur flops on top of you.
No, no, no. What I'm saying though is Venusaur would do it while I'm sleeping.
Hmm. I see.
Yes.
I feel like I'm the odd one out here. 'Cause I picked
Oh.
Smashes.
Just a regular old smash, huh? Is that all she's worth for you? Jeez, Neko.
No. No.
That's like making you feel bad.
It's like just slowly putting them to wife.
Don't let me peer pressure you. Just let me judge you silently.
I mean, it makes sense. Neko's a cat
I
person
put the
versus a
boo in.
dog person.
That is fair.
Grabbing a drink.
I'm also just mentally imagining, you know, being launched with that shield. You know, cliche anime style.
Just said Soren.
Kind of just like, you know, bam. Shield bash and launches me at an enemy while wielding like a scythe or something.
I see. Alrighty. Well, from fiery trails across land back into the pond life with Poliwag.
Oh. She's precious.
Twinned.
The water-dwelling Musu Poliwag appears human at first glance, but below the surface of the water, one will notice the large flipper they use to paddle themselves around, as well as a counterclockwise spiral pattern on their stomachs. Poliwag possess gills and freshwater lungs, which allow them to live above and below water, though they generally prefer to swim. Poliwag live in pods with other Poliwag in freshwater lakes and rivers. Often they'll settle in areas near Gold Duck as Poliwag appreciate their company, and Gold Duck's kind-hearted nature can't help but try and protect them. Despite living in remote areas, Poliwag still seek out new people to be social with, including humans, though they have difficulty understanding the nuances of many of these groups. Some examples include stealing from merchants since they don't understand the concept of ownership, or assuming a bard's song lyrics are actual literal speech. With little natural defenses, Poliwag will rely on others to defend themselves or flee from the attackers, though if no such solution is possible, pods of Poliwag will swarm attackers and pull them underwater to subdue them.
You need to calm down, said the 20 Poliwags, drowning a man.
I mean, when 20 Poliwags tell you to calm down, you should calm down.
You know what? They are friend.
I also
I
put them
love-
as friend.
The eyes are precious.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the bubbles. I agree. They are friend. Now,
Also, I appreciate Tadpole Mermaid.
it is
Mhm.
unique. I don't think I've ever seen Tadpole Mermaid before.
Never.
Now let's go on to Froppy, Poliwhirl.
Mm.
Okay.
The amphibious Musu Poliwhirl is the result of a Poliwag adapting to exploring dry lands. While Poliwag typically live in ponds their whole lives, rarely one will become adventurous enough to seek out the world. This results in their tail splitting into webbed feet and their hands callousing with thick white skin down to their wrists. Despite their adventurous spirit, Poliwhirl tend to stay close to their ponds. They will venture further into the unknown on short trips, but always return back to visit their sisters to share gifts from the world outside the water. Just like their Poliwag sisters, Poliwhirl have a great interest in humans and will often visit their settlements. They'll attempt to trade for new trinkets using shiny rocks and flowers they find. Unscrupulous humans will try and take advantage of their naivete, but settlements near Poliwag rivers will look out for visiting Poliwhirl to ensure they aren't swindled. Poliwhirl's best natural defense is their perception. Having two sets of eyes that work independently of one another lets them see threats well in advance and plan around them.
Mm. I would date them.
Date.
I would smash.
Mhm.
Very frog, very blue.
Very precious. Very Sue.
Mhm. Indeed, very soon.
But what if Sue went to the gym and got swole? Then you get Poliwrath.
Oh. So I think it is it's becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer. I have a thing for muscles on women.
Often confused for a strong Poliwhirl, Poliwrath is actually the result of a Poliwhirl finding a water stone in their travels. The rare stone can occur naturally in areas with immense water activity like waterfalls and raging rivers. Once used, the stone fills Poliwhirl with the power of a raging storm, giving them immense strength and speed. Ironically, after transforming into a Poliwrath and getting all the power they could want, the Musu's wanderlust will temper. They will occasionally find cause to roam the world, but will stick close to the ponds and rivers they grew up the most of the time. Poliwrath are considered a myth to many humans, or just exaggerations from bards who are spinning a story about Poliwhirl. However, they are very real. Some exceptional warriors will even seek them out to learn their abilities, though Polyrath don't make the best teachers. In addition to the raw power, they have learned a unique fighting style called tidal karate, in which they manipulate nearby waters into strengthening their physical strengths. Polyrath explained they can do this by hearing the call of the water, though we don't currently know what that means. Polyrath will often ponder unusual questions like, how can feet smell if they don't have noses? Which humans will misinterpret as them meditating for the sake of their martial art.
Smash.
Wife.
I would date Polyrath.
Girl pretty. Girl
Girl pretty,
Girl
girl
can,
strong.
girl could protect me. Which I definitely just need all the protection.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a soft, innocent baby.
Totally has something to do with the abs swirl pattern.
Nope, definitely doesn't have anything to do with the abs. Oh.
And now we go to the most frustrating Pokemon to capture. Abra. The enigmatic Musu Abra is always seen with a mask which hides their face. While the Musu is almost always seen levitating, it actually spends up to 18 hours a day sleeping. However, even in this state, Abra keep most of their motor function and can still use their psychic abilities freely. Abra tend to live just outside human settlements, though they never venture inside them. They say it's because they're entertained by observing the latent thoughts of the humans they live near, but getting too close to a lot of humans at once gives them headaches. Many rumors float around about Abra, as few humans have ever been close to one. When someone tries to approach an Abra, they always teleport away before any words can be exchanged. Because of this, Abras are often scapegoated for missing objects and other difficult to explain inconveniences. With Abra's latent telepathy, they can feel hostile thoughts from any that approach them and teleport away before they are in danger. If an aggressor is determined to harm an Abra, the Musu can induce disorientation and migraines into a stubborn attacker without losing their mobility.
Casually. Fuck off. Zen. We must all get more zen, I feels.
Friend.
Yeah. I love the design on this one.
Yeah.
They went kind of funky with the design.
Went
Mhm.
mystic with it. I would also see them as a friend. Second part of the incarnation, Kadabra.
Okay. I'm liking the almost kind of mystic vibe.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving the side eye.
The psychic Pokemusu Kadabra are known for their three-fingered hands, large pointed ears, and snouted masks that hide their faces. They possess large tails that would drag across the ground if the Musu didn't float about with telekinesis, that is. They're often seen carrying silver, a powerful conduit for their abilities. Kadabra have a distaste for conflicts of society and will create homes for themselves in quiet areas instead. Most commonly, they'll take buildings that have been abandoned and, with their knowledge and abilities, repair the structure to a livable standard. The Musu has little patience when dealing with humans, but is often approached by them for knowledge. So to compensate for this, Kadabra will use their psychic abilities to peer into the subject's mind and answer their questions before the human even has a chance to ask them. A Kadabra will typically remove aggressors from their presence with their powerful telekinesis or teleportation, though they can fail if they've taken off guard. We have heard accounts of this happening, but the proud Musu always refuses to acknowledge the possibility of them being tricked.
I think she's thinking friend for me.
Mm,
I love the big tail, but yeah, I'm going to agree with Justin. Like, is the body kind of like a suit, or
I don't know because they do have like a different skin color under the mask, but also like they do have the different numbered toes and fingers.
I'd date them.
I'd smash a Kadabra. Alrighty. Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam!
okay? I'm loving the hair.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, I'm loving the mystic kind of shaman-esque kind of vibe.
Kadabra then embarked on a journey to learn the secret of order will return as Alakazam. What the secret is, Alakazam refused to say, citing that that is something that can't be gleaned from a conversation or written in a book. Whatever this elusive secret is, it gives the Musu even greater psychic ability. With their enhanced power, Alakazam will transform their living spaces into even more amazing structures, many of which are considered marvels of engineering and architecture. Alakazams are considered the wisest of Musus by humans as their knowledge of subject is massive and their memory is nearly perfect. They freely give advice to those seeking it and enjoy speaking with humans with information they lack, even if it is even if the humans consider it insignificant, as Alakazam believe all knowledge to be valuable regardless of its uses. With even greater magical talents than the predecessors, Alakazam can topple buildings with just a thought and levitate themselves in perpetuity. However, in their travels, they claim to have found those immune to these abilities and learned the art of transmuting their powers into other elements like electricity or physical force.
I think this is one that stays pure friendship for me.
Damn.
Hmm. Yeah. Like, I love just the kind of like. I feel like someone like me is kind of beyond that type of relationship. They found essentially like what's the word? Like enlightenment in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And they mortal connections. But like just like the pursuit of knowledge, I think I find it admirable. But yeah, I think just slowly putting pure friendship for me.
But
Nothing wrong with that.
you could romance them with your knowledge of very specific topics, like Warhammer.
I don't know Warhammer.
I like what Justin put. They have surpassed the need for lust. They no longer are horny.
Damn. I no longer wish to be horny, just happy.
I feel that.
I feel like a goddamn monster, and as of for a dark type, psychic moves don't affect me.
Oh, you sassy bitch.
Also, I like that
I put them to smash.
I put them to date. I also like that they tied their hair to mimic the original mustache.
Yeah, I
Yes.
like that.
The artist has done a really good job at the.
Alright. Enough of this mental enlightenment bullshit. Let's get back to muscles with Machop.
Ooh, I kind of like that they made her like a soldier.
Yee.
Yeah. They would be friend.
Isn't that fun now?
Often confused for granite statues, Machop are a gray bipedal musu that possess great strength. This is on account of their denser muscles, which gives them the power of those many times their size while keeping their bodies nimble, though this gives them the side effect of a massive appetite to keep up their physique. Machop, left alongside humans in the villages, and only leave them if their training requires a place of solitude like a forest or quarry. Don't leave for long though, as Musu is very social and will grow bored without anyone around. Most humans appreciate having Machop around, as their exceptional muscles and helpful demeanor lend them to becoming excellent defenders of the cities. Machop love to push themselves to the limit and grow up. And grow-ups of them form orcs of one another to become the greatest warriors the lands have seen. While adept enough to fight empty-handed, most Machops specialize in blunted swords. They choose blades that can't cut for chivalrous reasons, as their muscles are tough enough to ward most blades on its own, and they consider it unfair to subject a foe to something they can't receive in kind.
Look, I'm just gonna beat you to death with my blunt sword. Okay, I am so sorry that I can't, big shank you. Friend.
You're also friend.
I could see dating a Machop. Like, to just, go on adventures together, have fun.
Form a D&D party.
Exactly, she's the fighter, you get the Meowth to be the rogue, you get the Abra to be the mage. Come on now, we just need like a tank and we're good to go.
Wait, why do you want the Meowth to be a rogue? There's Rattata.
Yeah, but I don't want the rogue to wear the prize on their head. That'd just be silly. Alright. We all knew this joke was coming. It's Machoke.
Machoke. What is best in life?
After intense physical training, a Machop can become a Machoke, gaining even denser, more powerful muscles and greater endurance. Markings appear on their bodies during this change, red stripes across their arms that are treated as trophies for surpassing the limits, and dark pigment that covers their groins. The latter of which is believed to come from them training in the nude, which tans their more sensitive skin a darker shade than the rest of them. Machoke live in similar situations to their Machop sisters, though they are given more respect and responsibilities on account of their new abilities. Royals and other high-ranking officials seek out Machoke to assist in large-scale construction projects, as hauling and setting stone for churches that take weeks for humans can be done in an afternoon by a Machoke. Machokes are happy to oblige for these tasks if it helps their communities. There are few natural aggressors that can seriously threaten a Machoke. In fact, Machokes are far more concerned with protecting others from themselves than the other way around. Many Machoke will commission binding, believing that bindings belts that restrict their strength and give them greater control.
I think I'm going to date the Machoke.
You're gonna date the Machoke?
I'm going to date the Machoke. We've done some adventures together. We've grown as people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree with that. I'd also date a Machoke.
How about you, Neko?
I'd smash them.
You may get smashed by.
Yeah.
As long as I don't get choked out, we're fine. We're fine.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. Brace thyselves for Machamp.
Did she steal Cloud Sword?
Maybe.
I think they did.
And the Vampire Killer?
Yeah.
I love a nerdy RPG girl who can absolutely kill me.
Machoke that are exceptional among their peers may be chosen by kings to undergo the Ritual of Champions, aka trading, but you can't really do that in this setting. The nature of the ritual is a secret,
That's
but it is rumored to artificially induce magic into their muscles to produce even greater power. Whatever this ritual is, it transforms Machoke into a Machamp. A Machamp's muscles density is even higher than the Machoke's, granting them unparalleled strength among Musus, as well as 2 extra arms that give them greater control on the battlefield. Machamp have a lot of responsibilities as warfare across kingdoms is currently decided through the strength and number of Machamp each kingdom has. Since a Machamp can defeat conventional armies alone, it's futile to continue fighting after another kingdom's Machamp prevails. The power of a Machamp is so great that conventional weapons are incapable of hurting them, and their strength is so intense that they can cause landslides of a single strike. Due to this absurd amount of strength, the Musu must wear enchanted chains to hold their power back. Machamps often describe themselves as living in a world made of cardboard, as they're afraid of breaking everything.
yeah. Me and her are still dating.
I don't know about you, but I'll wife up Machamp.
Smash.
You say smash Neko?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Indeed, it does. Selling.
Plus many hands.
Many hands to do many things.
With many fingers.
Anyway, next one.
Bellsprout.
Okay, that's coming from her back, lower back. Okay.
I was gonna say, like, I could see where the lower back. I was afraid it was coming out of somewhere else. Because I'd be like, I don't know about that, fam.
That would be quite something. Anywho, the flower Musu Bellsprout often perplexes those that see them at first glance. Literally. We just did that. Their large, spotted bell-shaped tail, okay,
It's a tail.
confuses observers as they think those are their heads, when in fact it's actually the Musu's mouth that hangs off a vine-like tail. The Bellsprout can often carry the tail on their heads as they find the scent of it refreshing. Most often you'll find Bellsprout in dense forests as they love damp environments with various sources of food. Bellsprout are very energetic and will quickly make friends with other Musu that dwell in their forests, particularly Butterfree, as they love to use their silk to craft clothing. Bellsprout live far from human settlements and as such don't know much about them. Most commonly, when they discover a human for the first time, they'll attempt to taste them with their tails leading to some very unusual accounts. Bellsprout's mouth tail also functions as a stomach, which creates strong acids that can dissolve almost anything. If necessary, the Musu can spit this acid great distances to defend themselves. The potency of the acid is enough to eat through solid metal and almost anything else as well.
Just casually vomits acid on something.
I mean,
Casually, of course.
Casually, of course. I mean, what?
But yeah, Neko. We both heard Neko melting. A second.
No. I'm keeping my brain clear. It is fine.
You keeping your brain quiet. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
What was it about the tasting on first encounters with humans thing?
I'm not thinking too deep on that, but
Right.
Right. Nope. Not at all. You know what? I think she deserves a head. And she ate my hand.
Friend.
Which how I think that encounter would go, but soft friendship.
Hmm. 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 I agree with it being a friend. Much friendship.
Much wow.
But now we can move on to Weepenbell.
Oh my. I love the heart hair.
The flycatcher Musu Weepenbell changes from a Bellsprout once its tail outgrows its body. The Musu can no longer walk, but is capable of hopping onto trees. They retain their innocence from their time as Bellsprouts, and this combined with their stronger acid makes them very dangerous, even though they don't intend to be. Weepenbell are pushed
Aw.
from Bellsprout society into isolated parts of the forests. This is because the tail's hunger grows until all they can think of is feeding. The moose who does this by hugging anyone that comes close so the liquid in their skin can lull them to sleep. They then pull the victim into their tail where its acid dissolves the victim completely. As the Musu lives far from others, most humans don't recognize Weepenbell on sight. Many unfortunate travelers met their end to what they presumed to be a friendly Musu. While Weepenbell aren't initially aggressive, if travelers are insistent on keeping their distance from them, they can fly into a rage. Their flexible leaves are deceptively sharp, and once the Musu is close enough, it's deceptively sharp, and once the Musu is close enough, they'll grab the target to induce drowsiness, making it easy for the Musu to consume them.
So yeah, I'm running away.
Like, I almost went for it, but then some of the things that was described, I'm like, oh no.
Look, I enjoy not being eaten. That is not a
Yeah,
tag I'm a fan of.
be like, that is not for me. So I'm possibly running.
And hearing it's not even like by like fault, it's just unfortunate nature.
She's not malicious, she's just
Yeah.
hungry.
She demands your cookies.
What if you just give her food? Will that prevent your unfortunate demise, or?
As long as I'm not part of that menu.
Yeah. This might be a
I
slow
input
walk
run.
away.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
Alright. Time to add to Xyla's villainous waifu collection with Victory Bell.
The fucking pitcher plant. What does she do?
But when a Weeping Bell comes into contact with a leaf stone, it evolves into a Victory Bell. The occurrence is uncommon, but if it happens, the Weeping Bell will gain great intelligence and stand upright atop its pitcher. From this position, it can use its powerful tail as a whip, and as a Victory Bell, it has enough malice to do so willingly. The first thing on a Victory Bell's mind is conquest, and there is no limit to their ambitions of power. While a Victory Bell is planning, it can be found in the humid forests, and when a Victory Bell is prepared to make their move, they invade the most opportune settlement they can find. When a village becomes aware of a Victory Bell, it's generally too late, as Victory Bell only attack when they have amassed an insurmountable force of loyal Musu and human collaborators. Once a settlement is overtaken, nearby lords have to contact adventurers to root out the problem. Fighting a Victory Bell is no easy feat. They've learned advanced magical techniques that allow them to mix reagents into their pitcher to form potent poisons and even fireballs. Their physical strength isn't lacking either, as their whip can easily break a bones with a single swing.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. She's going into the villainous wife committee.
Another villainous wife joins the fray.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to add one more thing, and I'm literally just going to name it the Villainous Wives.
The wife who seduced
you
her
know,
power for evil.
I'm sorry, but yeah, Beedrill, Vileplume, and Victory Bell are all going in there. Like, there's a difference wife energy and villainous wife energy. And
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, also, even though Ninetales technically could be seen as that, um, uh, I don't give a fuck. She's still a queen. Yes, queen.
I would
This reminds
smash
me of
the.
like, oh, you would smash?
I'd smash evil Forest Queen.
At least she's not trying to, accidentally eat me.
No, when she eats someone, it's on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to run.
Fair.
Hearing that that thing is used like a whip, I'm like, nope, I'm running. I am running.
Neko does not like the witch.
I don't like whips.
Whips make her go meow.
No.
Even the sounds of them make me flinch.
Do you not like Jacques the Whipper?
Oh, I like that one, like, as long as it's not used against me.
Fair.
I would
Fair.
describe of a VR chat thing, but I don't want to go into details on that one.
That is fair.
That'll be a discussion of later.
All right.
But not appropriate for this chat.
Well, from forest witches back to the sea, we have Tentacool.
I'm sorry, the eyes on her
Yeah, I
squid
put a
body.
pass to it. It's just throwing me off right there.
Excuse me, my eyes are down there. If one looks to the waves of the ocean, sometimes they can make out the red spheres of a tentacool floating about. Tentacool are primarily blue, which camouflages them into the water, and their lower bodies possess a second pair of eyes that let the Musu observe both above and below the water surface constantly. Tentacool can be found in almost every body of salt water in the region. Typically, they stay near rocky shores since they prefer to sleep while anchored to something, but have been found in more open waters as well. The Musu cares little for the affairs of humans or other Musu, instead they remain content drifting where the tides take them. Superstitious sailors that find themselves in tentacool polluted waters will offer the Musu gifts in exchange for blessing their trip with good fortune. Tentacool rarely answer them, but they take the gifts anyway. Their tentacles contain enough toxins to kill a grown man within the hour, with average dose, and a dose larger than average can do the job much faster. Musu isn't initially aggressive, but it can be startled by something swimming close to it. As such, we recommend announcing your presence in such areas in advance.
I love that they take the gifts anyways.
Well, yeah, if someone's giving you a gift, you're not going to refuse, are you?
Sure, whatever. I get Raven vibes from her face though.
Like Teen Titans Raven?
Teen Titans Raven. The red gem helps with that.
Fair. Fair.
I can see it.
Is she French
But yeah,
Rave?
pass.
I'm also passing. I can't get past the second pair of eyes down below. I'm like, no. No.
But how else are you supposed to see both above and below the water?
They could have just said the red is a sensory organ.
Right.
But this is more goofy.
That is fair, and sometimes it is fun just to have the sillier design.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Would I? Well, maybe I would pass. Don't want to startle them. So let's go from Tentacool to Tentacruel.
Ooh.
The bulbous-headed Musu, Tentacruel, can be seen floating just below the surface of deep oceans. The mass on top of their head has large red orbs. They can inflate to make themselves buoyant and float to the top of the water. In place of legs, the Musu has criss-crossing sharp prongs they use to crush obstacles and foes alike. Most commonly referred to it as their beak due to the shape. Tentacruel live in similar waters as Tentacool, but prefer to stay near the ocean floor to avoid unwanted attention. Their groups of Tentacruel will create towns from the stone and coral they find in the area. Humans are extremely wary of the Musu, and seeing one in open waters is considered an ill omen for sailors on the job. However, Tentacruel are rarely hostile to humans. They're aware of the dangers their innate toxins are and try to keep away from those that may be harmed by it. Their shy nature also contributes to it. The toxins of a Tentacruel immobilize those that come into contact with them. Extended exposure to it is deadly enough. Though Tentacruel will generally use their beak on paralyzed foes before the toxin can end their lives.
Mercy killing you.
I don't want to let you drown, so I'm just going to crush you with my leg beak.
Date.
You're going to date?
I'm going to date.
That's one hell of a jump away from Tentacool. Is it the ink body? Is it your villainous nature coming to the fore?
She seems a lot sweeter.
Hmm.
And also, it's one of the few Pokemon that knows they're really poisonous to people.
Mm-hmm.
And they try to, like, not be harmed, like, unintentional,
Fair.
And I admire that. I admire that in a monster girl.
I'd be friends with a Tentacruel. Hang out by the shore.
Probably.
Social distance hugs.
Yeah, social distance hugs.
Awkward hug.
Leave
I
space
don't know
for
why my
us.
brain right that awkward sibling hug. Pat, pat.
And who knows, maybe I could drink enough antidotes, I'll be perfectly okay. It'll be like that one picture, fire resistance potions on 50% off.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say what are you doing, Nickel?
Friend.
Ah, friend.
She's her friend now. They're gonna have soft tacos later.
I don't think I've ever eaten a taco.
Wait, really?
I don't think so.
Not even a hard shell?
No.
It's crazy.
Tacos are pretty good.
People say so. But anywho, I'll wait for my taco. No. Geodude. Travelers in the mountains may encounter a Musu floating about with gargantuan stone arms. This is a Geodude. Normally they're quite small, though they're also incredibly dense and can only float through manipulating magnetism, a process the Musu doesn't fully understand but can still accomplish. Geodude prefer to dwell in areas close to the earth like caves and mountains. When they sleep, they'll burrow themselves in shallow dirt with only the tips of their hair sticking out. Careless individuals that disturb a sleeping Geodude are liable to get a walloping from them. Since the Musu tends to live far from civilization, they rarely meet humans and vice versa. While the Musu is short-tempered when disturbed or teased, generally they are shy around strangers, but can open up quickly if one approaches with genuine interest. The Geodude form their arms by absorbing energy from the earth that they can manipulate. However, their abilities aren't advanced enough to make much beyond larger arms and occasional throwing rocks. While these abilities are simple, they can be dangerous if you find yourself on the receiving end of them.
Friend.
Pass.
Really, not even friend-shaped?
Not even friendship.
Damn. Is this another
Take that,
Caterpie?
Geodude.
Is this another Caterpie situation?
Me going through fucking Mount Moon. Here's a Zubat. Hey, here's a Geodude. But have you seen this Geodude? Here's another Zubat.
But this Geodude, though.
But this Zubat. Look, they were nothing but training fodder for Bulbasaur.
I don't know. I kind of like her look. She's got like a little mischievous little meh to her.
She's
I see
giving
it.
me Rebecca vibes from Cyberpunk.
I never played Cyberpunk.
Oh no, it's from the anime that's
Oh, the tiny gremlin creature.
with the big the hands.
Yeah.
I see it. But yeah, pass for me.
Coded.
Battle of the Common Encounter.
I'd be friends with a Geodude. Now, are you ready to go some rocking and rolling with Graveler?
Okay. Okay. I'm digging the mecha golem thing.
Yeah.
After achieving a greater level of elemental mastery, a Geodude will become a Graveler. While appearing similar at a glance, Graveler's greater control over Earth allows them to create armor to encase themselves in, as well as additional limbs that are stronger than their smaller sisters. Graveler live near cliff sides or inside massive cave systems, as their favorite hobby is creating a rolling shell out of rock so they can go rollin'. Some Graveler prefer to climb on tops of tall peaks and roll all the way down, while others will devise a course to race against other Graveler. All the Musu living in such remote locations, they seldom run into humans, although some travelers will enlist the aid of Graveler to help them cross mountain ranges. Typically, the travelers will offer gemstones in return for the Graveler's efforts, as shiny stones are one of their favorite things. Gravelers are a dangerous Musu to anger. While normally docile, their strong arms can overpower most foes, though if the Musu thinks it's in danger, it'll prefer to roll over opponents. When that happens, most foes just throw their hands up and back up to avoid becoming a flaccid pancake.
Smash.
Go rolling.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast.
Smash.
Convince her to allow me to spray paint her blue for more speed.
Imagine if the
While
inside of the armor.
another person
Gems.
convinces them to paint them red because red is the fastest color.
Do you think
Rolling onto their enemies.
a Graveler would be cheeky and get them and their partner inside and then go rolling while having some fooling around?
Yes.
Oh damn.
That'd be very topsy-turvy.
Very much rock tumbling, if you will.
Indeed.
Something will be polished. Sorry. Sorry. I forget to play and block myself with it. I apologize, it was
I'm
bad.
getting the Nerf bat, Neko!
I'd smash Graveler.
Yeah.
But are you ready to take their mecha to the next level with Golem?
Is that... Oh! Is that even, like, mecha anymore, or is that just their arms?
Accidentally rare and appearing after a Graveler undergoes mysterious magical rituals, Golems are even more capable Earth magic users than Graveler. They have no issue creating near infinite amount of intricate stone, sand, and even gemstones. Their only limit is distance, as the constructs will return to dust if moved too far from the golem. Like the similar graveler, golem can be found around tall mountains and great cave systems. They enjoy many similar hobbies to the rock musu and will race alongside them frequently. Although the greater expertise of golem gives graveler little chance of victory. Since golem are so rare, many humans presume that they're myth or tall tales from a traveler that saw an exceptional graveler. However, they are real and attract attention of magical researchers from all over the world, specifically because of their manipulation of earth magic is advanced beyond human understanding. Due to the thickness of Golem's outer shell, it is hesitant to remove said shell. The Musu is nearly indestructible from physical force. Golem typically look at hostile behavior with confusion or assume the attacker is playing some sort of game with them. When you're so tanky, you can only look bemused at the people attacking you. Hello?
Sorry, was having
Hello.
a coughing fit.
Hmm.
Did not want to choke in the mic. Also, we found our tank.
That's true.
Smash. I like her crystals in like her crystal bed. It's like a giant fucking geode now.
Yeah, very shiny.
And I like her mask. Like or her like goggles.
Yeah. I'm not sure where I'm gonna place them at.
In your bed.
I mean, I keep seeing the array of gemstones surrounding me, and there's even a rose quartz by my bed.
I'm trying to turn. Let's see. How romantic.
I'll put them in Smash.
Zyla used a rock smash.
It's true. So since they're very hesitant to leave, I'm guessing they can detach themselves from the mecha if they wanted to, just don't want to. Alright, so did we all place Golem?
I think
Yeah.
I think we all put her in smash.
Yep.
That's fair.
And yes, I have no idea which the character was named. I'd never seen that anime.
Now,
It's a great one.
we've seen a lot of centaur-like Musu, but now we just go to straight up centaur Musu. With Ponyta.
Oh, she is precious looking.
The hooped
Friend.
quadrupedal Musu, Ponyta, appeared to be on fire at first glance, but with closer inspection, one will find out the flame isn't hot at all. This is because the fire is actually a manifestation of Ponyta's emotions, or as some adept mages phrase, their soul. The mental state of a Ponyta can drastically change the properties of their fire. Though since most of their fire is behind them, they seldom notice it themselves. Ponyta prefer to live in open spaces where they have room to frolic about. As such, they tend to live in large fields and grasslands where they can appreciate the vast blue sky above them. Since Ponyta's emotions are on full display, they're incapable of deception and are known as one of the most trustworthy Musu around. Humans appreciate this trait and combined with Ponyta's gentleness makes them universally beloved and appreciated with nearly all human society. Ponyta will not fight when confronted, they dislike conflict of any kind and will always seek to flee to safety instead of fighting. Since Ponyta can outrun most other Musu and humans alike, this is an incredibly effective strategy.
Date.
I put them as friend. And if they like you, you can pet the top of their head without your hand burning.
It's true. I'd date a fire horse centaur. That'd be cool.
She just looks so innocent
My
and
brain
like
be like,
very trustworthy.
feed them apple. Give them apple slices.
With caramel.
I prefer apple with peanut butter.
Yes. Also good.
But now, what if horse, but bigger with Rapidash?
Mm.
After learning the secret of their fire and achieving understanding of their emotions, a Ponyta may become a Rapidash. Rapidash are significantly larger and more imposing than a Ponyta, and they grow a large horn that they also take great pride in. Their manes also grow more elaborate and beautiful, which inspires many artists to create works in their noble image. Rapidash live in close-knit communities on the outskirts of human settlements. They appreciate the generous hearts of humans, but don't like being confined to bustling cities. Rapidash are beloved by humans far and wide, often considered the most gallant and noble of Musu. Many assume Rapidash are distant on account of their fame, but the Musu merely gains a greater understanding of what matters to them, and they chose to save their energy to passionately pursue those desires. Rapidash dislike fighting and will run away when possible, though if someone they care about is in danger, they are willing to defend them. Having mastered their emotions, Rapidash can manipulate their mane into powerful fire blasts, and their horn is quite dangerous when the Musu is running at top speed.
Rapdash McShanked a bitch.
Shouldn't have messed
She's
with...
wife material now.
Oh.
I was like, do I want to have a pony wife? But
Could
you know
have
what? Fuck it.
unicorn wife.
Pony wife. Unicorn. Yeah, unicorn wife. And then we could ride to battle together.
So I'm just going to say, so my evil wives we already know about. Like bam, the wife category is doing good. We got Blastoise, Butterfree, Clefable, Venomoth, Arcanine, Poliwrath, and Rapidash. I'm like, that's a pretty good.
Pool of wife.
Yes, a lot of them are good natured, and then I look at the villainous ones. And then Furo. Furo is still high up because Furo is beautiful and shy and like.
And awkward.
I love awkward tomboy.
I think we've all wife Rapidash.
Yep.
Now, let's slow things down with Slowpoke.
Friend.
Those traveling top. What'd you say,
I
Zach?
was like, I need to hear the lore.
Those traveling tropical waters may encounter a round pink presence near the waterside. Since the pink presence doesn't seem to move, many confuse them for statues, but in actuality they are Slowpoke. As the name implies, Slowpoke don't move quickly and have the longest reaction time of any recorded Musu, with the slowest of them being over 24 hours. Slowpoke prefer to live near damp environments with waters containing the Musu shelter. This is because they like to fish for them with their tails. This fishing is part of their evolution process. Magical researchers have taken a great interest in Slowpoke, as their slowness is actually the result of a time anomaly that causes them to perceive the world in 1/100th its actual speed. The oddity only affects Slowpoke, which makes them important subjects for wizards attempting to master time magic, a very dangerous subject none have yet to master. Due to Musu's exceptionally slow speed, most would-be attackers assume Slowpoke to be decorations or statues. As such, they're rarely attacked outright. It's actually much more common for them to be in distress from slow-moving natural disasters like monsoons and hurricanes. Also, Slowpoke can't process spoken words, but they can communicate perfectly well through writing, a bit slowly. We recommend this approach when bonding with a Slowpoke, and a great deal of patience as well.
Friend. And it would be bad for me to say, be like, there is not a thought behind those eyes.
I mean, there's a lot
There's
of thoughts.
thought behind it.
They're just slow.
It's the gears are turning, or at least trying to turn.
It's just very unfortunate that those gears are turning at, what did they say, 100?
1/100th.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a friend.
Yes.
Quite friend shape.
I don't know why my brain's thinking of Patrick patting the rock and be like, it's okay, take your time.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And then they win.
Yep, eventually they win.
But when they do get that shelter on the tail, they become a Slowbro.
Why is she looking at me like that?
If a Slowpoke catches a Shelder Musu with their tail, the two of them undergo a mutual evolution. The Shelder's shell morphs into a twisted shape, and the Slowpoke speeds up considerably until it's about as responsive as a human. This combined Musu we refer to as Slowbro. Slowbro generally live in the same coastal areas they lived in as a Slowpoke, claiming that the climate is pleasant to them and their Shelder compatriots. According to Shelbro, the Shelder are still sapient while attached to them, though researchers can't find any proof of this. Despite acquiring newfound mobility, Slowbro don't act much more different than Slowpoke. They just do the same things but faster. They remember everything that happened to them as a Slowpoke and will return the kindness done by helpful humans with their newfound abilities. The Musu remains passive after changing and won't initiate combat unless provoked, and due to Shelder's poison, Slowbro have dulled nerves and don't feel much pain. It takes a lot to anger the Musu. It is unusual. In the unusual event that this happens, they can use their psychic abilities to create a boiling geysers or freeze foes solid.
Ooh. Date.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the versus saying that they don't feel pain. I feel like that makes me a little sad a bit, because I'm like, I don't want them to be in pain.
It's also that expression is kind of adorable.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't have the heart to smash them.
Neko, I'm pretty sure dating is a higher tier than Smash.
Is it?
That's how I've been treating it.
Yeah. As thy wishes.
I think Neko, because my brain is like this. Smash, it's smash and done. That's how I've been treating it.
I mean, you will smash eventually if you date someone long enough.
Exactly. Or smash multiple times.
This is true.
I think I may have awakened Neko's mind. Neko, are you okay there, sweetie?
My brain flatlined a bit.
Look, if smashing is higher than dating for you, then that's on you. That's perfectly fine, Neko. I was just saying how mine's going. Neko don't need to.
But yes,
I would just like to say I was informed of Neko's comment earlier. I feel ever so slightly threatened now as you are. Thank you, Rocky. Also, the primate was wonderful.
All right. Are we ready to get? Are we ready to get weird with it?
Yep.
Yep.
It's time for Magnemite.
Oh,
Mm,
interesting.
The metallic Musu Magnemite are often confused for automatons, but they are living. While their skin is durable and shines like metal, it's also soft and warm to the touch. Researchers have sought to learn what exactly they're made of, but that would require an autopsy, and nobody has seen a dead Magnemite before. Magnemite need electricity to move, and without it, they go into a hibernation-like state. No, because of this, their need for energy, the Musu tend to gather near Pikachu towers and other areas rich with electricity. Human society rarely encounters a Magnemite as they tend to be cautious around humans and their settlements. This is primarily because Magnemite are very analytical and prefer to be in situations that are predictable. Unlike other Musus, humans are very unpredictable for them, though some Magnemite are intrigued by humans for the same reason. With their strong shields and durable frames, few dare attack a Magnemite. However, if they're threatened, they can direct electrical discharge to stun and disorient enemies. With their knowledge of electricity, Magnemite always limit their discharge to only stun foes, never kill them.
So I'm gonna put her in head pats and friend.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know they said that they're not an automaton, but I am getting very much of like Battle Angel vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, they're like they're not a golem. But I'm getting very android-like vibes.
Fair. Fair.
And now there's a rule. Please do not fist android girls.
Yes.
But
Do
some
not do
dreams
that.
are worth it.
Then your hands will no longer work and would be fucking disintegrated.
No, that's crushed in gears, Neko.
Yeah,
Not disintegrated,
indeed.
just broken.
Dismembered. Dismembered by gears.
No. Some dreams are worth
Hands
chasing the
destroyed
price.
like Doctor Strange.
But yeah, they are very friend shape. Now, are you ready for a biblically accurate waifu? Because now we have Magneton.
Horrifying.
Magnemite aren't the metal bodies we see them, but are actually a collection of sapient electricity which inhabits a metallic
Friend.
body. Because of this, when a Magnemite grows significantly, they're able to expand their field of influence and control multiple bodies at once. In this state, we refer to the Musu as Magneton. With their increased size, Magneton require large amounts of energy to sustain themselves. To accomplish this, many Magneton will make agreements with Pikachu towers to defend their premises in exchange for electricity. Magneton typically hypothesize that having extra bodies will improve their socialization ability, but it typically has the opposite effect, as humans look at their dismembered appearance with fear. To counter this, Magneton try to announce themselves loudly to humans that cross their paths. This rarely helps matters. The transformation progress that Magneton undergo gives them extra limbs that enable the Musu to more easily defend themselves with phalanx-like postures. Additionally, they're able to focus the reflective surfaces of their shields and focus the beams to create a devastating flash cannon.
I'm
Be
running.
not afraid. God, you know what? My first reaction was so I'm just gonna put her in pass. I'm sorry, ladies. Biblically accurate, Miki.
What of you, Neko? How do you feel about the biblically accurate waifu?
Running.
Oh,
Neko, run, bitch!
I'm like, nope.
Nek
Running.
Neko's running. This is drifting behind her. Be not afraid, Neko. We only wish to have tea and crumpets.
We
Just
only
a
wish
little
to give
straight.
you a hug.
A six-armed hug. Yeah, no, I think I'd pass. I'm not gonna run from them, but I'm not gonna, you know. I'll give them one fist bump. That's it.
A solid fist bump.
Alright. It's once more time to bird up. With far-fetched.
Oh, she's cute.
Okay, I'm digging the design.
The rambunctious wild Pokemusu far-fetched requires no introduction as they happily introduce themselves to anyone they encounter, regardless of who or where they are. They're easily recognized by the V pattern across their foreheads and the leeks they carry. Far-fetched are known to live in forests where wild leek grow. While they primarily use the vegetable as a weapon, they also love to eat them and are considered a leek's edibility to be the perk of using them as a weapon. The moose will often tell outrageous stories about themselves to any humans that will listen, which leads to humans assuming them to be entertainers. This can lead to mixed feelings from the far-fetched, since they appreciate the attention from humans but are also incredibly serious about their claims of grandeur. Far-fetched smugly claim they can wield leeks better than any warrior can use a sword. While sounding absurd, there is some truth to this claim, as the far-fetched feathers have an innate magical quantity that hardens objects they touch with their feathers, making their leek into a fierce club, although this magic is unreliable and only works around 12.5% of the time.
Don't know why I would take him out on a cooking date.
Well, because
I get hotshot vagabond energy from.
like
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
like they like to brag.
Yeah.
I date far-fetched.
Um. I would smash Farfetch. I could see. Oh yes, I have.
And then that far-fetched would turn into a tale of grandeur of how they bagged the Eldritch Bee Princess. And then no one would believe them.
No one would believe them.
Why do I feel like far-fetched is that one kid in school that's like, guys, I do have a girlfriend, but she's in a different province/state, or she's in Canada.
She's from Canada, guys. You wouldn't know her. We met at summer camp.
That'd be a far-fetched.
Huh.
And
It's
Neko
a
said,
far-fetched story.
Date.
yeah. Alright,
Do a cooking date.
yeah. Put their leek into a soup. Now, we got more birds. Doduo.
Oh.
The twin bird Musu Doduo is one that perplexes researchers, or should I say, two. It's difficult to say because there's evidence to indicate that Doduo are one entity as well as two. The pair seem to always know what the other is thinking, though they don't share sensations. Some think this is due to telepathy and not physiology, but the Doduo have no sign magical aptitude. The preferred habitat of Doduo are vast green plains that give them plenty of space to run about. The Musu considers frolicking as a form of expression and likes to have as much space as possible to experience true freedom of motion. Humans have difficulty communicating with them. This is because both heads will speak at the same time and ignore what the other is saying when the pair meet a new friend. Because of this, few humans are able to form meaningful bonds with the Musu. Though it is possible if a human can phase out the two personalities and make a connection with each of them. With their impressive speed, Doduo have little trouble outrunning most aggressors they encounter. Even if it's inconvenient, they'd much rather run than fight, as the Musu abhors violence.
Friend.
I think I'm going to befriend the twins. I love.
Mhm.
They just look like so, like, just like. You'll never believe what my sister did. I never did that. You know what I mean?
It's like, I have no proof of that. Exactly. It's like me and my twin sister. Like,
Neko's a gremlin. What? No, no. Sound about right, sweetheart?
Except, you'd be trying to have a conversation with them, and they'd both be talking at the same time about different subjects, and you have to keep up at the same time.
yes. Though it's rare for my twin sister and I to actually say something at the exact same time.
Hmm.
And people
No
find it
twin
creepy.
telepathy. No twin.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're friend-shaped, I think.
Yeah.
Now, what if we went from twins to triplets? Do trio.
Oh, they do not get along. I told you we should have taken a left. I want ice cream. Shut up.
Yeah.
The triple bird musu dodrio occurs when a doduo mysteriously develops a third torso. The causes of this are unknown, and when questioned about the change, dodrio will say they have always had 3 heads despite retaining memories of the times they only had 2. Similar to doduo, dodrio prefer to live in lush plains with plenty of sun. Originally, it was theorized that dodrio would become the leaders of clusters of doduo, but in practice it isn't the case, as the Musu has too much difficulty getting each of their 3 heads to agree on something to actually lead anything. Dojio are a rare sight to humans, as they live far from society, and the few humans they interact with them have difficulty conversing with 3 different personalities vying for attention. Though some travelers take advantage of this and go out of their way to get them into arguments for entertainment. All 3 of Dojio's personalities have motor control of the body, meaning they cannot move unless they all agree on action. However, when defending themselves, they can work in perfect harmony, easily overpowering foes with stronger legs and fleeing from danger. I also have a quote here. Michelle, quit bellyaching and answer the nice guy. I don't want to. If she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to, Steph. Shut your trap, DJ. I'm talking here. Oh, you're talking here. I thought it was a very obnoxious wind blowing by. What was that? Did I stutter? Stop fighting, guys. The man just wants to talk. Oh, now you feel like talking. A typical Dodrio encounter.
I love them.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck.
Hmm.
You
I'm
know
not sure
what?
if I could handle a date with them, but I could certainly be friends with them.
I'm willing to risk a date with them. You know what? No, I'll risk a smash. Because you're right. I don't think I could date all 3.
You don't think you can deal with all 3 personalities constantly vying for attention?
And bickering at the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
That would be tough. Oh, not the Mahler twins. That'd be terrible.
What about you?
I'd give them like I'd probably have to have a couple of shots before doing a smash, but I'd smash.
Shot, 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 shot.
Alright. We've looked at birds. But what about seal?
I'm seeing Neko coding.
Is it the blip?
It's the blep.
Yeah.
I like how Neko agrees.
Yeah. So goofy. I want to
So
put their
friend-shaped.
snoot. It is very friend shaped.
The sea lion musu seal is known for their soft white fur and iconic twin-sided fin. Most who see the musu assume them to be completely covered in fur, but this isn't the case, as the musu only naturally grows fur on their neck and trims their fur to make coats to cover the rest of their body. Seal will settle in cold coastal areas exclusively, as their warm coats easily keep them warm in brisk areas like the sea foam archipelago. While they can take off their coats, their fur grows too fast to comfortably live anywhere warm. A seal's tail is an oft-used icon for many shipping groups, as is a symbol most sailors recognize when traveling waters near seal residents. As such, many humans are aware of the musu's tails but know little else about them. Self-defense is tricky for seal. While their horn can be used as a weapon, it's much more useful for cracking ice than defending themselves. They're normally very passive anyway, so a seal will typically prefer to trick an adversary into looking into an aurora borealis formation and flee than standing their ground and fight. Unfortunately, this strategy seldom works.
Aurora Borealis.
At this time of day, located conveniently in your kitchen.
Yes.
Can I see?
Can I see it?
No.
Weird fella seal. Which is steam a nice little trunk.
Now, what to do with seal?
Wind.
Two friend.
I'd
It is
date a
the
seal.
blep, I think.
They look friendly. Now,
Blep.
we've had tadpole mermaid. Are we ready for seal mermaid with Dugong?
Ooh. Very pretty.
The sea lion musu dugong is found in exceptional cold places. While they don't appear to have much fur, the fur they do possess is incredibly dense. The same can also be said of their bodies, muscle, and fat deposits. Their lithe white tails give them a great control while swimming in frigid waters. The musu tends to live near seal communities, but in even colder areas. In these frozen locations, they can find solitude to perfect their tailoring process and create incredibly elaborate fur coats. Owning a dugong made coat is considered a symbol of high status and devotion to fashion. This is primarily because dugongs only create their coats custom to order, meaning that one must have made the treacherous journey to a dugong's home and convince him to create such a coat for them. Dugong don't fight as a matter of principle. The only fight occurring with a dugong is when a Mankey heard rumor of the great combat potential and tried to fight the Musu. The dugong refused and took a nap instead. This enraged the Mankey, who flew into a fury. However, their attacks were ineffective on the sleeping dugong, and she eventually passed out from exhaustion.
Yeah, dating the dugong.
Gonna date the sea lion mermaid.
Yeah. What are you gonna say, Neko? Like I was
think-
thinking 10.
Tempted to smash, but then I'm like, but I should probably do date first, though.
Kind of take her home and beat my.
I friend the Dugon.
Just friend, huh? Is the mermaid half?
No, I don't have a problem the mermaid has. It's I don't know. I'm not very much into fashion, so I'm not sure if I can constantly deal with people looking for fashion.
It's valid.
Also, I'm just gonna make a tea real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We love tea in this household.
Yes.
I've gone through the sups, and the throat craves more refreshment.
Mm-hmm.
All the refreshments.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be safe for me to just go on a date. Because, like, one hand's like, could date her. The other half is like, go absolutely feral with this.
What's wrong?
Hmm?
What's wrong?
My brain's like, ah.
Your brain going spicy.
Yeah, no. Part of my brain's like, we need to fucking be.
I'm so much. Such a good Neko.
Well, that was weird.
What?
My headset just turned off randomly.
Fun.
Oh.
Last thing I heard was Neko saying she'd go feral for the Dugon.
Yes, yes, and I decided to tease her. And I gently fried her brain.
Oh.
Yippee!
We love frying brains.
Anywho. Dating the Dugong. Next up.
I don't think Lost his back yet.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for water to boil.
how about you?
And I was like, fuck.
Just look at the Dugon and
What could be?
man, I have to fight temptation every time I'm in the kitchen.
What
Take
temptation is it?
temptations of one.
Yeah, my brother bought like a tub of those like small little 2-bite brownies.
Oh, brownies are good,
They're very good.
especially with the glass of milk.
And every time I'm in the kitchen, I just look at them and I'm like, I can't keep eating them every time I walk into the kitchen, but at the same time, brownie.
Brownie tax. You just can't help but get one square.
Well, these are like,
But then, does one simply grab one square?
no. And then the next thing you know, all the brownies are gone.
Just Kirby the shit, just.
And then what can you do but make another batch of brownies? And then the cycle
Oh no.
continues.
The brownie fairies took all the brownies.
While you're looking around the house, does anyone care if I have one or all of these brownies? No? No? Okay. I think you just go goblin mode over the brownies. Alright. Now we go from Elegant Dugon to Grimer.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This is gonna be a pass. Straight up. Because think about it. It is sludge, it waste.
Well, there's lore first.
Alright.
The sludge Musu Grimer is known foremost for their extremely toxic bodies that poison plant life on contact. Their composition is incredibly viscous fluid and they're very sticky to the touch, though we don't recommend touching a Grimer barehanded as their forms can dissolve almost anything. Cities build specialized homes for them that double as landfills. Grimer can eat almost anything and think everything tastes delicious, so they make the perfect solution to disposal of garbage in highly populated areas. Grimer are often scatterbrained and don't realize their potential to harm others, so city officials encourage the Musu to stay in their designated areas as much as possible. As such, most city-dwelling humans don't even realize they live near Grimer, aside from those that are contracted to aid the Musu. Nobody in their right mind would attack a Grimer. Physical contact without protection is a death sentence, and finely crafted steel weapons corrode at their touch. Their tar-like bodies also make physical attacks against them utterly useless. They have little defense against magic, but what magic user would want to pick a fight with them? Few want to bond with a Grimer, though many cities will contract willing lads to do the task to keep their local sledge Musu happy. Before attempting this, it is imperative to apply some poison heal potion to one's body to keep from melting.
Yeah. We're just gonna no, run, bitch. You know, I don't want to melt.
Like, oh. Yeah, exactly, run.
Just look, it's like the fire resistance potion, just put on the poison heal resist potion, and there you go.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
More than sludge, what if they're also carrying various diseases?
Listen, poison heal is poison heal.
But we're not fucking Breloom! As great as Poison Heal Breloom is.
Wait, that's a
I'm
thing?
not. Yeah. Breloom does have the ability Poison Heal. I think it's considered its hidden ability. That you give it a Toxic Orb to hold? Instead
Right,
of
we
it
had
being
that.
damaged, it heals. Yeah.
Listen, you might be running away from the slime girl, but I'm running to the slime girl.
Don't get me wrong, I love myself a good slime girl, right? I think the concept of honey slime.
Honey Slime, yes.
Also, your evil wife who eats people. Multiples of them.
And you know what? And I get it.
Alright. Well, Grimer has divided us. Or at least divided me from them. So tell me, chat. What's muck backwards?
But I'm not gonna do it in the... No. I'm still running. No matter what look it's giving me. I'm not... I'm not sticking in that. No matter what form of protection you give me. No, anything you try to do for protection, it's eventually gonna dissolve.
The sludge Musu muck is the result of Grimer being neglected over time. They grow much larger, and their toxin becomes potent enough to dissolve through the safeguards they use for Grimer homes. Stone, treated steel, and even some enchantments corrode from the air around them. Muck cannot be contained and are always searched for others to dissolve in a process they refer to as becoming one with. This hunger is never ending, which means they live wherever they can find people to eat. Thankfully, in modern times, Muk are a rare sight, and in the event one's appearance says it have evacuation plans in order to get everyone to safety. However, there are many ruined cities that serve as a grim reminders of Muk's destructive potential. As such, it's important to keep Grimers satisfied to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Muk are a nightmare to encounter, and only the most grizzled adventurers would consider battling one. Those who lack a magical talent have no chance of success, as Muk's bodies are practically impervious to physical attacks, and those with magical talent have considerable trouble as either toxins corrode most magic as well.
Good
Yeah.
running.
I do not want to become.
Yeah. I don't want to become juice.
Neko might enjoy being melted in other ways, but
But
not
not
that way.
not in that way. Exactly. Thank you.
I may be crazy, but you can't stop me from lifing up the Muk.
Jesus Christy.
Power to you, my friend, but God, in Arceus' sake.
It's like, and I thought I was fucking insane.
I wonder what the lore for like the Alolan would be.
Oh yeah. That
Because
would
they're
be a good
generally
question on that.
like considered a good or a better, Pokemon. More
Yeah.
welcomed.
Who knows, but my life for Muk. Listen, when the cities are evacuating, I'll be the one who's like, run, brothers, I'll hold her off.
You're just having your arms out, be like, my body is ready. Bring it. Well,
Fucking Futurama just ripped your shirt off, about to jump into lava.
pretty much.
Core of the
But
earth,
corrosion.
molten magma, very hot. What don't you understand about this? Um,
So, run, Mary. That's how it's going? Okay. Well, let's get back to the water with Shelter. Also, hi, Haru.
I was about to make that.
Submerged in the ocean are purple shells that stay tightly shut when outsiders are around. This is the outside of the bivalve Musu shelter. The inside of such shell contains their soft purple bodies. Shelter dwell in most oceans surrounding Kanto. There they tend to keep themselves to themselves, as the Musu is wary of strangers. Since they don't like to leave their shells, they use their long tongues to gather information from their surroundings. Said tongue is so sensitive it can detect changes in the ocean faster and more accurately than magic measurements can. Sailors tried to keep Shelter a secret at first. This is because Shelter produced pearls as a hobby, which the sailors would acquire and resell for massive profit. However, with no explanation as to where they got the pearls, they couldn't sell them and had to come clean. Shelter have an unusual relationship with Slowpoke. They have an attraction to Slowpoke's nectar and will bite their tails as they soak in water. This will drastically change Shelter's appearance, and they'll become much less responsive. After separation from a Slowpoke, they return to normal but have little memory of the change at all.
I did not even realize you could separate.
I mean, technically. So how are we feeling about Shellfish Haru?
I am sorry, Shellfish Heart.
You're passing on the poodle?
There's not much to really smash.
I would say friend, in case if they need help getting certain pearls out. Especially if they cannot reach it.
Neko.
What?
Hmm. shelter as friend.
Maybe I'm the crazy one.
I mean, did you ever consider what that tongue do, though?
Mmm. Fuck. You got a. I can smash. I'll concede.
Sorry, Yoko. Now, many jokes have been made about the next form, but here's Cloister.
Plenty.
Sometimes.
What's wrong, Neko?
Any issues over there?
No.
You
Alright.
sure?
Sometimes when a shelter makes a pearl from sand, they'll create a water stone instead. This elementally charged material sparks a change in the shelter, transforming them into a cloister. This change gives them a second inner shell that shapes their body into an exaggerated hourglass figure and gives their outer shell sharp points. If you're in waters where cloister live, they'll make sure you know it. This is because the ostentatious Musu loves to be the center of attention and show off their exceptional skills whenever possible. Most humans consider cloisters' demeanor to be obnoxious and tend not to associate with them. However, because they change by creating a water stone, all cloister know the secret to making them, so those seeking the rare stone must find a way to appease the Musu. When a cloister is attacked by someone stronger than them, they hide in their shells. When attacked by someone they think is weak, they respond by launching spike projectiles from the gap above their head. These are made by the cloister ahead of time and can be formed from various materials. They fire no less than 5 at a time and seldom miss.
Damn. Just, fucking types you.
Snipes you 5 times.
What's the skill? What's the skill that lets you do
To do what?
if an attack has multiple hits?
Oh,
You will.
skilling? Is it? Hold on. I'm looking
Yeah.
up
You know what I'm talking
cloister.
about?
Yeah. Hold on.
Fucking
double
pin
checking.
missile can
Yeah.
hit up to 5 times, and it will hit
Skill
you
link.
5.
Yeah.
But how do we feel about cloister?
Oh. Apparently in 5 and onward it's up to 10 times.
God damn it!
Oh no. Oh, that's what population Bob. Sorry.
Oh. Smash.
But oh no. It may be with others. Because I
Cloister gets
mentioned triple kick, triple axle, which can hit up to 3 times, and population bomb, which can hit up to 10. Yes?
What's your answer? To the cloister.
Smashing it.
I'm going to pass
What's
on the
the skill?
cloister.
Shell smash? Is that the skill? Shell smash or?
That's a Pokemon move.
Yeah.
Shell Smash.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm using the right one.
There's also Shell Armor as an ability.
I was trying to make the same to the rock joke.
Yeah.
Silly.
But yeah, I'm passing the cloister.
You're passing the obnoxious, egotistical man.
Yes.
Look, I will smash, but that is all.
You're like, well, you're here, I'm here. We've had a couple of drinks, might as well.
Yeah.
The things of Shell Smash.
Now, we've been going on a very purple tangent. And it's about
We love purple.
it's about to get even more purple with ghastly.
Ooh, my least favorite ghost line.
The gas Musu Ghastly are mischievous spirits that use purple mist as a means to cross into the world of the living. Because the soul cannot interact with the physical world without the mist, the said vapor engulfs the entirety of their body. Ghastly can be found in places where the barrier between life and death is thin. Graveyards, abandoned battlefields, as well as other places racked with grief and pain are perfect for Ghastly to make their crossing. Nearly every human settlement has stories that parents tell to their children in an effort to scare them into good behavior. Many of said stories involve Ghastly, though they tend to vary in their depiction of the Musu. Some say Ghastly crawl into the ears of kids who lie and steal their memories. Others claim they spirit unruly children to the land of the dead. They vary significantly and all are incorrect. The dead have no reason to fight. Instead, Ghastly focus on terrifying others. Physical attacks are useless against them, but skilled psychics can tamper with their connection to the physical world and even exorcise them from the mortal realm. This can be done with many spirits, but this is most effective with those like Ghastly.
Pass.
Yeah, pass.
Hmm. Hmm. Smash.
Smash, you say?
Yes, I say.
How?
Wouldn't smash be a normal type move?
Which wouldn't be effective towards ghosts. Unless you have Scrappy.
No.
It all makes sense now. Alright, let's do the best of the entire line.
Really, you prefer the middle over the other two.
Yep.
Well, here's Hunter for you. Few gaze upon the garish purple visage of a haunter and live to tell about it. From the few accounts we have on record, the Musu is enshrouded in purple mist and has large, disjointed hands with 3 fingers. They can easily hide in darkness and seldom show themselves to anyone besides their victims. Haunter prefer to stay in dark areas near human settlements, such as alleyways and abandoned houses. From these vantage points, they find it easy to prey upon humans. There are many horror stories centered around Haunter, most referencing their ability to mimic the voices of others, a skill they use to lure unsuspecting victims to them. It's said that Haunter can't stand light, so wary humans will carry lanterns into dark areas to avoid a Haunter's wrath. Battling a Haunter is a fool's errand, as brief contact with their tongue will drain the life force of anyone they come into contact with. This, coupled with their ability to fade into darkness and their propensity for trickery, make it difficult to avoid their traps. Only a seasoned psychic has a chance of sending a haunter back to the afterlife, and even then, haunter employ many tactics to distract such individuals. There are rumors that haunters bond with the souls of those they kill, interweaving with one another in a union beyond pain and pleasure.
So smash.
Smash.
Also Smash.
Yep.
My life for Muck, my soul for Haunter.
Purple waifus. The purple waifus for sure.
I also know she has the split mouth going on there, where it extends beyond where lips normally would.
Which I appreciate. I love the hair.
Mm-hmm.
And now, to the most popular of the original Ghost trio, Gengar. The queen of gremlin energy.
Yeah, I was about to say she
Oh shit.
looks like a little goblin. Little purple, mischievous little fuck.
Rarely seen, Gengar are Musu that appear to be made of shadows themselves. Their dark purple hue and, despite their large size, are lighter than air. They have large purple points that look sharp but disperse like vapor when touched physically. As of now, we have no clues where they come from or why they're here. Unlike other Ghost Musu, Gengar are quite mobile with their ability to hide within and manipulate shadows. Because of this, plenty of Gengar will hide in the darkness underneath travelers' wagons to visit new villages in search of new people to scare. The earliest work of Cantonian literature is an epic poem depicting a young Nidorino, Boke, and his quest to track down and defeat the malevolent Gengar Hagatha after she stole his betrothed's shadow. It's considered a timeless classic and has had countless interpretations. Despite many people's negative associations with Gengar, they don't like fighting and will always disengage to avoid confrontation. They do still enjoy terrifying others, though, and will take every opportunity to do so, though they rarely mean any physical harm.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the idea. Haha, pulled a prank, you son of a bitch. Oh shit!
I'd smash Gengar.
My brain is having an odd thought.
What is this thought?
Like, for in the design wise,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere on there it looks like there's a Ditto trapped there. Am I not the only one that sees that?
On the...
Like, if you draw the little goofy eyes in as well, it'd be like, there it is.
I don't see it,
Between the
Nectar.
thighs.
I think you're crazy.
You know what? Hold on. I gotta... I leave and circle it.
Oh. Well, while you do your art project, it's time to get back to rocking and rolling.
Let's go. Oh, I forgot to say, but on the
Passing Gengar.
no, wait, friend. I will give her friend.
Okay. Also, here's Onyx.
Ooh, we like a rock stick.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes mistaken for landslides, the roaring stone serpent Onyx towers over most other Musu. Their long tails made from interlocking boulders that independently rotate on their own axis and they have long protruding horns atop their heads that help them steer as they swim through the earth. Onyx tend to dwell in rocky areas such as mountains or caves, though some have been seen around deserts in rare occasions as well. Due to the Musu's irritable temperament, they are rarely settle near other Musu and definitely not near other Onyx. Humans are largely fearful of Onyx's poor temper and great strength, and will go out of their way to steer clear of Onyx territory when possible, though there's little they can do when Onyx migrates near human settlements, as Musu can easily destroy structures on accident just by burrowing around, and they are often too irritable to negotiate with. Due to their immense size and imitating roars, few consider attacking Onyx. As such, Onyx don't actually have many strategies for combat. Instead, they rely on their innate power, or if they don't feel confident in a fight, they'll simply dive underground to flee.
Head pat.
Also, just a fun fact, they stand at a height, or I guess length, of 880 centimeters.
So 8 meters long.
Around that, so.
Yeah, I'd give her the head pats.
Head pets.
Pat, 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 pat.
I mean, I'd smash the giant stone snake woman.
Look, you can handle it.
I mean, I'll certainly try. And now we go to... Oh, wait, what did you do with Onyx and Neko?
Head pet.
Okay. Now to one of the more creepy slash unpopular mons, a drowsy.
Ooh. Okay. Um. Horrifying.
It is horrifying.
The stout yellow musu drowsy are known for carrying elaborate and complex machines. Said machines are primarily used to collect and store human dreams which they consume for nourishment. The musu exclusively eats dreams and has a preference for nice ones over nightmares as the latter are too sour. Their largest collection of drowsy can be found east of Vermilion Harbor. There they form a minor settlement named Sleepy Town. There they form deals with humans in the area to trade gizmos they create for the dreams of the locals. Human opinion on drowsy vary significantly. Settlements that haven't seen one before will only hear rumors of mysterious dream thieves, while cities that have regular visitors will know they're averse to stealing and only gain dream through legitimate trade. Many who suffer night terrors have great praise for the Musu, as taking a dream from a human removes their memories of it completely. Drowsy prefer not to fight, but if pressured to do so, they have limited psychic talents to defend themselves. Additionally, their unusual tools exclude so-called frequencies that often temper with magic users' abilities.
Yeah. Pass.
Yeah, I'm passing too. I'm like, nope.
But they're not malicious Musu. They're just like, we'll take your dreams. You can have this little gadget.
Yeah. No. No, something about it unnerves me. I think it's the face.
Yeah.
I'd be friend of a drowsy, because I have plenty of nightmares they can take.
Valid.
No. Let's get a bit more refined with Hypno.
Mm-hmm.
You okay, Neko?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The Hypnosis Musu Hypno are known for their tall ears atop their heads and large white fur trim on their shoulders. They have refined taste such as dress in fine silks. They are known to carry a pendulum on them at all times, that's their primary instrument for performing hypnosis. Hypno most frequently live in lavish estates deep in the countryside, far from the bustle of city life. This is because Hypno can only enjoy the highest quality dreams available, and this quiet environment is ideal for such dreams to form. The Musu rarely interacts with humans due to their distance from human settlements. When they do venture into human societies to find people to invite to their estate. Contrary to some beliefs, Hypno don't kidnap humans to harvest dreams from, as conflict spoils their dreams. However, their demeanor and tone are often considered intense to most. Hypno don't concern themselves with conflict and will do everything they can to avoid it. In rare occasions where it isn't possible, they use their psychic abilities to pacify potential enemies.
Yeah, we're gonna smash the Hypno.
Hmm.
That art style especially
Mm-hmm.
does
Smash was
help.
like, how can you pass that?
I date a Hypno.
You would date the Hypno?
Yeah, why not?
Valid. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
What have you, Nico?
Smashing.
Where? Alright. Who likes crabs?
That's
Crabby.
gonna make me want to eat it. No. Ah.
The river crab Musu crabby is quadrupedal with two large claws in front of them. Their limbs are all segmented with thick exoskeleton in contrast to their softer upper bodies with an endoskeleton. Crabby can live almost anywhere near a body of water, be it beaches or riverbanks. They're quite adaptable, and their jubilant dancing festivals make them popular with any locals they live nearby. While they have limited trading options, since they only produce crafts and music, they more than make up for it with their pleasant demeanors. A significant amount of humans have abandoned their ways to live of life to go live the crabby. They refer to themselves as cravers, in reference to how they crave the crabby's relaxed existence. Many of the humans that join the society come from highly skilled fields that put a great deal of stress on the practitioners. So, despite their limited number, their villages are rarely wanting for necessities. Crabby don't fight. While their claws are quite powerful and can split solid wood in two, their distaste for fighting is so great they'll always prefer to avoid conflict than to involve themselves in it. In other words, all you hear in the Crabby villages are da 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 are the crab rave songs.
Valid. It makes sense. Yeah, I will smash. I will.
Are you going to become a craver?
Who knows? Possibly.
Mm,
I think I'll friend the Crabby. Though it would probably be a nice place to relax for like a week or so.
mm, I will friend them.
I don't think crabs can be friend-shaped, but here we are. And of course, they get into Kingler. The Pincermusu Kingler is the result of a crabby that undergo extreme growth compared to their sisters. The exact cause of this is unknown, but nearly all crabby settlements have a small population of Kingler as well. Compared to their sisters, they are taller, wider, and possess much stronger claws. Kingler tend to be much quieter and subdued than their peers and act more as guardians to crabby settlements than participants in their festivities. This is because Kingler's larger size and strength makes them a significant hazard if they lose themselves in dancing the way crabby do. They do still enjoy music and other festivities, though. While crabby are energetic and talkative, Kingler are much more stoic and reserved. Humans often mistake them for being stern spoilsports of crabby festivities, but in reality, they only intervene to remove troublemakers that try to ruin the event. The massive claws of Kingler are well suited for defense and can split stone and bend metal with ease. They are quite heavy though, which makes them wary of swinging them around in crowded settings, for risk of hitting someone or something by mistake.
Yeah, I'm gonna smash the Kingler.
I did date a Kingler. They seem like nice, solid people to just hang out with.
Smash.
Alright. It's time for Pokemon 100, which is Voltorb.
Oh God.
Mm.
Are they melting?
The Balmusu Voltorb is known for their propensity to change their appearance to resemble household furniture. Most commonly, they change into models of furniture based on the capsule merchant guilds designed, as their aerodynamic round shapes are easy for them to change into. Voltorb can change into other shapes, but only if they're relatively simple. They primarily live near human settlements in out-of-the-way locations such as alleyways or near warehouses. They live off latent energy in the environment from sources like social energy, the sun, as well as latent magical residue, and don't need to directly eat. Voltorb enjoy social energy found in civilized areas but can't stand direct social interactions with others. As such, they only move when they don't think they're being watched, and most humans are unaware of their presence. Because they loathe a direct interaction, any who get close to a Voltorb will be subject to an attack. This can take the form of powerful electric shocks, powerful blasts of sound, or, if sufficiently agitated, a massive explosion. As such, many people find Voltorb a dangerous and obnoxious pest. So they're mimics.
I pass.
No, I'm gonna pass. She doesn't seem interested in me. Fine, whatever.
Yeah, I'll join the passing.
The passing of the orb. The hot potato.
Indeed. But what if there was more orb with Electrode?
Silly.
He looks really goofy.
When one finds the Pokemusu Electrode in the wild, it's usually too late to escape their explosive range. One can distinguish them from their unusual white and red coloring that they purposely give off in odd patterns to attract attention. It's currently believed that Electrode are the result of maladaptive Voltorb that become vindictive towards others. Electrode enjoy tricking others and as such will slip into habited spaces like towns or cities and transform into objects there. Once someone touches them or gets too close, the Electrode will release their stored energy, causing severe damage to everything around them, either in the form of concussive force, sound, or electricity. Removing an Electrode from a location requires a team of skilled technicians with appropriate tools for the job. As such, many large cities have such individuals prepared for the task. Smaller towns that lack any resources will need to contract adventurers for the job. Fighting isn't something Electrode do. Instead, they explode. They can be contained, sedated, or in some way temporarily disarmed, but fighting an Electrode is almost always a recipe for disaster.
All I'm imagining now
All you're imagining?
is a bomb squad.
Probably. But no, I'm gonna run from Electrode.
Yeah. Yeah. Knowing that they are kind of like. What a.
They woke up, decide to be a menace, and make it everyone's problem.
Exactly. And unfortunately for me, that includes me. And my League of Super Wives.
That's fair. Are you running all the way out to Neko?
Yeah, I'm also running from it.
I like how we were like, oh yeah, past the. Casually looked at stream while waiting for customer to get info. Okay, it's just like, oh yeah, we were. Yeah, past the.
Alright. Who's hungry for breakfast? Because it's time for execute.
Oh. Hmm.
This is gonna make me hungry.
Note to
I'm
self,
running
Nick
off.
wants to eat some eggs, if you know what I'm saying.
I'm running off 3 mini donuts and a granola bar.
Neko, get food!
I'll get it later.
The egg Musu execute is known for living in communities of 6. While each egg has its own personality and preferences, the group seldom leaves each other's presence, as their abilities and ultimate goal are only attainable when all of them are together. Execute live in damp forests and jungles because these environments are ideal to grow into Executor. In particular, they need a specific type of soil that offers the perfect nutrition for them. Said nutrients are unique for each group of Execute, which requires them to journey through the jungles to find their unique ideal location. Because the Musu live in such remote areas, most humans aren't aware of them at all, and those who do find them often confuse them for eggs of larger Musu, which they generally run from, not to anger the mother Musu. The group's goal rarely involves conflict, but if pushed to execute, can use their psychic abilities to confuse foes and ensure they can't escape. This is only possible if the six are together, though, as even one being absent prevents their psychic resonance from working.
I'm going to pass.
Yeah, passing on the eggs.
Now, no, don't get me wrong, their design is cool,
Mm-hmm.
but there's something a little off-putting.
Is it their
But then
slimy
having in
yoki
mindset, these are
bodies?
kiddos.
I think it's the ones peeking out of the shells.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're all friend shaped.
You are allowed to befriend the friend-shaped little beans. However, I think it's the one.
It's the what?
The egg on the left.
Oh, the one with the arms sort of drooping down and up?
Yeah.
You know what? That's fair. Now, some people have said they needed like a step ladders to climb a woman, but you will need it for executor.
Mm,
You okay, Neko?
yeah.
Is it the tongue on the one? She doesn't answer. I'm going to take that as a yes.
Oh my. As it turns out, an execute's ideal soul is actually soul that contains a leaf stone. Once they find such a location, they bury themselves inside and emerge as a massive three-headed tree known as Executor, the coconut musu. Each of Executor's heads has a distinct personality which rarely argue because of the musu's relaxed nature. Executor love sunlight and consume a great deal of water daily. As such, there are few areas that are hospitable to them, mostly being damp jungles. Before extensive Musu research began, Executor were originally believed to be a joke, as the Musu's strange appearance made them unbelievable to most without evidence, and their extreme rarity made such evidence hard for most to come by. Such beliefs still persist in some parts of the world. There are few threats to Executor in the environment they live in, though the circumstances where they are forced to battle, they utilize their immense psychic abilities to disorient foes into submission, or even communicate with foes through telepathy and confuse them into fleeing from the Musu instead.
So we got the goofy head, the you know what? I will smash the tree.
I will also smash the tree.
I want to hit that smash button.
You know,
Oh, Neko is muted.
I can only imagine when the artist gets to the Alolan Executor, just those three of them, but really high up.
See, I'm curious how they're going to do like a
What?
Ninetales.
Oh, you back, Nickel?
Yeah. There was chili, so I grabbed a quick bowl of chili.
You got
But
food.
smash. Yeah.
Alright. Time for the most depressing of the original Pokemon with Cubone.
Okay, so I'm just going to point this out. Once again, we got a Pokemon that wears a mask, but their body and their skin tone kind of a little bit like they do like the humanoid with the scales.
Mm-hmm.
So like unlike the Abra, which it looks like it's all shell except its face, this is a nice blend. So immediately, well done, artist.
Mhm. Those of the Cubone tribe are known as lonely Musus, though this is a bit of a misunderstanding among human society. Cubone live together in communal tribes, however, as part of their journey to adulthood, they must take a journey alone with only their ancestral tools, which happen to be a skull and a large bone weapon. The tools of a Cubone are used for their ostomancy, bone magic. They consist of the skull of one of their and ancient progenitors and the weapons similarly forged from a skeleton of said ancestors. Said weapons can take the form and no two can take many forms and no two are alike. Though we've documented spears, clubs, knives, whips, and something resembling a belle de Corbin. Cubone are wary of humans and, as such, have little contact with human society. Many humans fear them due to the skulls they wear on their heads, but when approached sincerely, they are reasonable to get along with, albeit a bit shy. The bone magic of the Cubone allows them to grow and manipulate the bones of their ancestors as well as other bones they find. These make formidable weapons for sure, though Cubone are hesitant to share specifics of the rituals they perform or their specific effects.
Friend.
Yeah,
What date?
would smash.
You will smash the Cubone?
Yes. They look cool. And having someone that knows bone magic would be, kind of neat.
That is valid. What they call it? Othomancy?
Ostomancy or something like that.
Fancy fucking name.
Most magic does have a fancy name. Because why would you have water magic when you can have hydromancy?
That is fair.
Can't think of a clever transition to Marowak.
Damn. Is that a bone scythe? That's a bone scythe.
Mm-hmm. The Cubone that succeed in their journey are given the title of Marowak, which loosely translates to Bone Keeper. As the title suggests, Marowak have achieved mastery over their ostomancy to the point they can transmutate their bone weapons and armor to dust and back again with no loss of its strength. Most Marowak become guardians and leaders of their tribe and do their best to protect and teach their Cubone sisters to hone their craft. Some, however, are sent to the journey into the world either to establish connections with other societies or to learn magic from outside the tribe. There are few humans who have met Marowak. The most common group to do so are knights that have fought alongside Marowak mercenaries. Said warriors have great respect for the Musu's power and were the first to confirm that Marowak's skulls can be removed, as their skin-tight appearance made most people believe them to be part of their heads. The armor and weapons of Marowak are quite complex and can shift mid-combat into different forms to suit their situation, a term many humans that fought alongside them dubbed trick weapons, a label which Marowak don't appreciate as there is no trick to their strength. So quite literally your weapon from Neo 2.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a wife right there.
I date Marowak.
What about you, darling Neko?
I feel like I'm split in the middle here.
Between dating
I
and
mean,
One's
wife.
dating, one's wife. Yeah, here I am. It's like at Smash level.
I mean, she is a
I
very
love that
smart.
bone scythe.
The chili I'm having is pretty much has a spicy kick and it keeps trying to choke me out.
I mean, I could do that later for you, Neko. Don't worry.
Alrighty. It's time to learn more martial arts with Hitmonlee.
I like the use of a mask.
The kicking Musu, Hitmonlee, is known as such because of its incredible expertise with leg strikes. Where most Musu are capable of kicking things as a form of defense, Hitmonlee practice a martial art referred to as Lee Kun Do, which enables them to make their strike strong enough to shatter stone and tear through steel like tinfoil. Hitmonlee tend to make their habitat near humans as their skills make it easy to find a place there. Many become excellent mercenaries, some also decide to create dojos to teach others their knowledge. While humans lack Hitmonlee's physiology, there are many principles that can be taught regardless of the body type of the practitioner. They are willing to teach any one of these techniques provided they are connected to the mixed Chan style of martial arts, as the two schools are intense rivals. Humans think highly of Hitmonlee's fighting abilities, and their aloof demeanor combined with their stoic mask make them a fascinating image for many. While Hitmonlee wear their masks to hide their intentions to opponents, most fans just think they look cool. Only the brave or fools attempt to attack a Hitmonlee.
Wow. Look how wonderful that martial artist is. That mask gives them this beautiful stoic nature reality. God, I'm getting too flustered over.
You know, I'd wife up a Hitmonlee.
Ah,
Smash it.
I'm just going to befriend him.
Maybe learn to kick good.
Maybe learn to kick good, potentially.
Yeah.
Now, let's visit the rival school of Hitmonchan.
Oh, you know that she's punched her childhood crush in the face.
Yes. Or even the simple throat punch to even.
Why do I have a feeling whenever they get flustered or embarrassed, they just reactively punch whoever's closest?
Oh,
Whether in the gut or below the belt, maybe.
Hitmonchan are renowned through the land as the masters of punching. As such, we refer to them as the punching Musu. They look fairly similar to humans at a glance, but can easily be identified by their crimson hands and crown-like horns atop their head. Humans have a great deal of respect for the Musu, as such many make their homes among human society, forming dojos and sports clubs to teach others their skill. Despite Hitmonchan's scowling demeanor, they're quite social and love to teach and learn from others about almost anything. Some human athletes devise specialized boxing gloves based on Hitmonchan's hands, allowing humans to practice techniques without risk of damaging their fingers. The unique shape of Hitmonchan's hands aren't just for show. The thick skin and aerodynamic shape enable them to deliver punches at blistering speed. Additionally, the mixed Chan style they practice enables them to manipulate natural magics to imbue their fists with elemental energy, inflict vertigo on opponents, as well as other unique effects. While most cannot learn these techniques, Hitmonchan are happy to teach people who are interested in learning.
You know what? I'm going to smash.
Read. Smash.
I date.
Like a sparring date?
Yeah, why not? Of course, try to avoid me being punched.
Yeah.
Baka.
Preferably not in the face or below the belt.
Right in
Yes.
the gut.
I have a feeling if a Hitmonchan punched you below the belt, you just die.
Mm-hmm. Dude, she has no more babies.
All right. It's time for Lickitung.
Oh, she's cute.
There is a different kind of fluffy to this.
He got tummy.
Lickitung is a Musu we've creatively dubbed the Licking Musu. They're most known for their long tongues, averaging 1.5 to 2 meters in length. Though another key feature in their appearance is their bulbous, folded tails, which are exceptionally soft and often used as a comfortable seat when nothing else is available. The Licking Musu is rather peaceful and will settle in clearings near forests, though they have been known to form villages in other locations as well. Lickitung are known for being fastidious and tend to live in areas that are easy to keep neat and orderly. Humans have a mixed view of Lickitung. While they're typically friendly to humans, their idea of friendship can be off-putting to some, as Lickitung will typically clean friends with their tongues. They say their saliva is ideal for cleaning surfaces and dissolving grime, which was tested and found to be inconclusive. However, even with this explained to people, they often don't appreciate the gesture. While some Lickitung are skilled at applying their abilities for combat, most are pacifists and don't like fighting at all.
You know, I will date the Lickitung.
Yeah, I too will date them. Go out to a place to eat. And we can enjoy food together.
I think I will smash the Lickitung.
Okay.
Oh, my neck just cracked. Oh, that was much needed. Oh,
Was that a good pop?
it was a very nice pop.
Alright. We've had toxic slime. Are we ready for toxic air with wheezing? Or no, coughing. Coughing's first.
Oh, she looks like she would be an absolute cunt to talk to.
Yeah. Not to mention Stinky.
Well,
It's my natural. Better than anything.
the poison gas Musu coughing is the result of a fairly recent mutation. They used to be known by the name breathing and were air spirits that would filter smog from cities and process it into clean air. However, the excess pollution has permanently altered them into their current form, coughing, which still processes smog, but instead of turning it into air, they transform it into a gas similar to methane, which is very combustible. Coughing tend to live near industrial areas as they have the largest output of the smog they consume. The Musu likes to build floating spherical homes from discarded stone, which they often decorate with drawings of the coughing claim, "Go hard." Typically, these drawings include skulls, bones, and or angry faces. Most humans tend to stay away from coughing as they propel around using a highly explosive fuel, meaning even a small spark in their presence can lead to massive detonation. If a coughing thinks they're in danger, they're more than willing to manually detonate their homes to blow an aggressor away. This tactic will almost always push the coughing harmlessly away from danger and leave said aggressor in no state to pursue.
Fun.
Fun.
Coughing casually, pulls up her is super effective.
I mean, whatever gets the job done.
Exactly.
I say pass.
I'll befriend the air polluted spirit.
The polluted spirit.
What of you, Zoila?
Um, you know what? Maybe I'm just not as adventurous as some. but I think I am going to pass.
All right.
Indeed, passing on the games. Sorry.
But now hear me out now. What if there were two of them? With wheezing.
Oh, they don't look happy.
Yeah, they don't look happy at all.
The poison gas Musu wheezing looks similar to coughing at a glance, but possess greater strength and resilience on account of their larger gaseous bodies. The appearing areas of coughing are known to the habit, but due to conflicting descriptions, they aren't certain how they came about. As mentioned, wheezing live in industrial areas with plenty of waste to consume and build their homes from. Their gaseous bodies are denser and more stable than coughing's, which makes them less likely to detonate without warning. Though less likely, that doesn't mean they're incapable of it, it's just not as frequent. Generally, humans don't like to be around wheezing due to their uncleanliness, though their state of living is often exaggerated since they actually consume most of the waste around them and don't simply live near it. Wheezing's gaseous state is far less reactive than coughing's, but when it does want to explode, its effects are much more devastating. As such, the Musu is seldom bothered by others seeking a fight.
They don't sound as bad. They
Yeah,
kind
they
of
don't
feel
sound as
like they
bad
got.
as the other.
Yeah, they kind of feel like they got their shit together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see being friends with them.
Yes, I agree. Friend and maybe
Maybe what?
friend and head pat.
Yes. Because from the look on their faces, it's almost like they need hugs. And it's like they're very confused.
Why does everyone say that?
What is
My
it?
house.
Don't her decorations go hard, guys?
They just look so sad.
Sad gases.
Like, what the fuck's going on?
Well, it's been a while since we had a centaur, so Rhyhorn.
Damn, I like the Marauder vibe.
Mm-hmm.
The Spike Musu Rhyhorn is a gray quadrupedal Musu with rock-like scales that end in sharp points. However, most people initially see them from the front. As the Musu is known for charging headfirst toward those that catch their ire, they also have a short temper, which causes most things to catch their ire. It's
Something existed.
It existed in my general direction. How dare it? It's most common for Rhyhorn to live on plains near cave systems. They sleep in the caves and spend the rest of their time outside. They seldom build settlements because they get too frustrated when constructing to ever complete their buildings. Human legends say that the almighty Arceus created Rhyhorn before any other Musu because they needed something strong enough to carve the earth and angry enough to do so of their own volition. If this is true, they succeeded. While Rhyhorn are aggressive, they're also predictable. They often tie objects to themselves that clang loudly against their scales, which will give most people enough warning to get out of the way of their charge. They have limited turning capabilities when sprinting, so they won't be able to change course until they're long past their target. I have a quote. After I dived out of her way, she crashed into that stone face, then lied and said that's what she intended to do and continued to crash into it for the next 12 hours. The dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I kind of appreciate that.
You appreciate they're willing to just barge into stone for 12 hours?
Yeah.
I'd friend them.
Smash.
Oh. I'm going to run out of their way. I don't want to get run over.
You do not want to get smashed.
Ex- yes. I forget, was it Clefairy that was the first design Pokemon, or was it the next?
Right, Hori.
Mm. Well,
It is
Where's-
why the joke is
Right on.
Pokemon. Rhydon, Arceus, Mew, Bulbasaur.
mm, mm. Speaking of Rhydon, her? Oh.
Damn, them thighs.
The Drill Musu Rhydon changes from the quadrupedal Rhyhorn into a bipedal form. With thicker rock-like scales and a more pronounced drill-shaped horn on their foreheads, their thicker scales make touch sensations very faint. Even something as strong as a punch won't be noticeable to them. We don't know how the Musu changes because when asked, they reply with something to the effect of, I became the woman I am today because of who I was yesterday and the day before that, tumbling forward, dashing through every challenge that I face. That's the way the drill works. We have no idea what that means. Human societies have little contact with Rhydon, only knowing tales of their great strength and indomitable fortitude, both of which are undoubtedly true. However, they often assume that the other aspects of the Musu are more noble than they are, and upon meeting them, they're often surprised by their demeanor. Rhydon scales make for excellent defense against physical force, and the muscle they pack behind it makes for formidable in their own right. While some Musu that specialize in martial power are able to prove Rhydon's match, few would try.
Smashing.
Yeah. Yeah, smash.
I also would smash, if just for the joke alone. Also, I will be right back.
Okay. My mouth is on fire. The chili is a little spicy.
Do you need to go get some water or something?
My dumbass is like, I could get a Dr. Pepper, but I'm like, water wouldn't be bad either because I realized I'm all out of water, so I gotta grab a bottle somewhere.
How are you doing for hydration loss?
Doing alright.
Do you mind if I quickly go and make myself a
Sure.
Refilling on hydrations.
mostly yeah, I'm just trying to my own hydration. Ooh, and guess what? We are out of blue today, people.
Out of blue.
I'm out of blue. Today's the end of blue. Subsorter soon.
Dang.
But I will be back in a moment. Huzzah!
Huzzah.
I'm back with drinks.
Woo. Zyla's still getting sups.
Ah, gotcha. But indeed would smash this one.
Are you back from Silo?
Yes.
Alrighty. Then it's time to get a healer in the party. Chansey.
Life.
Yeah. I don't think. I think even without needing the thing, is wife Pokemon
Hmm.
with the softest thighs to lie on.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. The Pokemusu Chansey is renowned across the world for its compassion to heal the wounded. They possess long, pink hair and openly carry their famous eggs. Those eggs absorb the latent healing energy from the Chansey and become a near perfect panacea that hasn't been replicated by human magic yet. Chansey love assisting others and will live in locations that best facilitate this. Most often, this results in them working in hospitals, in cities, and towns, where they are respected as wise and kind healers. Humans have a deep respect for Chansey and do their best to accommodate them as much as possible. Since human magic is relatively limited when it comes to healing wounds, the expertise of Chansey is required to alleviate many serious injuries. While Chansey have limited physical strength, they are able to manipulate their magic into offensive ways if needed. However, they possess something even more powerful than that: luck. For whatever reason, heavy misfortune befalls those who attempt to harm a Chansey. Lightning strikes, meteors, or earthquakes have all struck those who targeted Chansey with violence. The source of these events is currently unknown.
Yes, Chansey wife.
Yeah, she's one of the few that just bam.
I feel I would date Chansey.
I will murder for Chansey.
Christ, it's not that serious. You're also wifing her up, Echo?
Yeah.
Alrighty then. It's time to get mysterious with Tangela and her red feet.
You foot fetish.
Yeah, that seems like one that would be for
The
foot fetish. And
Musu Tangela is a very recent discovery. The increase in research activity in the water south of Pallet Outpost have led researchers to discover Murpurger Island, home of Tangela. At least that's what we think the island is called. Tangela's speech is rather muffled from the vines around their body, which makes them difficult to understand. We have no idea what Tangela look like underneath their vines, as the vines are far too numerous and grow so quickly we cannot cut them fast enough to get a look at them. Some Tangela have drawn depictions of themselves without vines, but they are far too large and muscular to be accurate and often have long limbs that don't fit their profile either. Why they depict themselves this way is currently a mystery. While we can't understand Tangela's speech, they can make fairly advanced gestures with their vines. They aren't hostile, but they're also shy around outsiders. It's like they were the first humans they've ever seen. Tangela are capable of selectively detaching some of their vines, so when under attack, they'll often use their vines to wrap around an aggressor and then detach the limbs to escape.
She gets headbats.
Yeah.
yeah, it seemed like head pats. If that's if my hand doesn't get tangled within it.
Go to hand pat or head pat and lose your hand entirely to the vines.
Yeah.
Oh. So I just got an ad for like a job fair coming apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know what their main focus is?
What is it?
What?
Creating AI.
Hmm.
No.
We want smarter AI learning programs. And I'm like, no.
It's like I'm not supporting AI. If I want to draw something, I draw it myself, not the use of other things.
Sorry, it just popped up because I'm kind of keeping my eye on my.
Mm-hmm. Well, wash the bad taste of AI away with a Kangaskhan.
Wife.
Is
Oh my
that
god,
name
they just
Anya?
yeah! I just knew what I said! But yes, wife.
Wife and stepdaughter.
Yes, wife and stepdaughter. Mm-hmm.
But is that the Anya face?
Yes, that's the
Yeah, it
Anya
is the
face.
Anya face.
Ka-
That smoke shitting and grin.
Kangaskhan, colloquially known as the parent Musu, have a rather unfitting title. While initial research dubbed them this way because of the pouch they have on the front of the ride that carries their children, it's been found the Musu has this pouch regardless of their parental status and often uses them to carry things that aren't their offspring as well. The Musu typically travel in wandering tribes that have strong communal bonds. Many of these tribes are self-sufficient, containing powerful warriors with a wide variety of skills and talents that allow them to conquer most challenges they face. Most humans only see Kangaskhan when Mother Kangaskhan take their children to visit larger cities to teach them about humans. This predominantly this is predominantly where they got the name Parent Musu, which they personally don't understand as not all of them are mothers, nor do they define themselves as such. Most all Kangaskhan are trained to be exceptional warriors and perform even better when they battle alongside those of their tribe, as their training incorporates teamwork into many of their attacks and formations. Commonly, these are referred among themselves as multi-techs. And also, according to the artist, it's canon that their children are little shits because they know how terrifying their mothers are.
Well, bastards.
They're like, you won't dare
We love
harm
them.
me because you'll have to deal with her. And then there's Kangaskhan looming behind you.
I could take her.
In a fight.
Neko, sweetie, darling.
Hmm.
Both know you can't.
But wife.
Oh no! She will be taking.
Piggy what?
Mm-hmm. You'll be her. You'll be hers. She will carry you around, protect small one.
But
Hmm.
I would date Kangaskhan. Or a
I will
Kangaskhan.
teach my I will teach my daughter ways of the grip and how to commit better crime.
Alright. We've had Seal Mermaid. We've had Tadpole Mermaid. Now it's ready for Seahorse Mermaid with Horsey.
She's pretty cute.
She's cute.
The falsely named dragon
Thin
Pokemon.
arms.
Thin arms. The falsely named dragon Pokemusu Horsey is referred to as such due to the old disagreement that researchers had regarding Horsey and the Dratini line of Musu. Due to the similar blue appearance and both Musu's proclivity to live in water, it was already believed that the Musu were the same or at least related. Later discoveries have proven this false, but nobody could decide which Musu should be labeled as dragon, so they both hold the title. Horsey tend to live in seas all across the Kanto region. While they don't hate freshwater, they'll always opt for saltwater since its flavor is better. Humans that live in coastal cities have great admiration for Horsey, his grace and beauty. So much so that many performers and dancers will mimic their movements to create more elaborate routines. This tends to make them very popular and convinces many to protect them, which they appreciate as they're often quite delicate. Generally, Horsey prefer not to fight and will spit ink at aggressors to distract them and flee, though their movements can also easily alter ocean currents to reflect their mood, which can be more dangerous than the Horsey themselves.
Horsey kind of gets miffed. Everything begins to flood.
Oh no.
I put them as friend.
I'm putting them as friend for 2 reasons.
Hmm.
To my knowledge, seahorses have no stomach.
Well,
Fun
seahorses, this
fact.
is Seadra. Or horsey.
Horse. Yes, but they're still a seahorse. So you need to be feeding her constantly. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And seahorses are the event.
Are the what?
They're the inventors of mpreg.
Oh, yep. Mm-hmm.
For those who do not know, male seahorses are the ones that carry the young. Fun fact.
Fun facts with Zyla.
Da, 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 da.
Ah.
I would also give them a head pat, and then they grow more rough and tough as Seadra.
Mush.
A variation of horsey are referred to as Seadra. The key difference between the two are Seadra's longer tail and their thicker wings. Said wings are actually quite sharp, as they are made of thousands of small needles.
She kind of gone a little bit soon.
A little bit. They're also tipped in a minor neurotoxin. As their name implies, Seadra only dwell in the sea. They can dwell for short periods in fresh water, as well, but lack the minerals. The lack of minerals in fresh water will eventually lead a Seadra to become sick. Why Horsey and Seadra differ so strongly on this is currently unknown.
Hi, Ethiopian.
Sailors appreciate the Seadra that live near their harbors, as the Musu can calm the tides for ships to make crossings easier. While Horsey can accomplish this as well, Seadra's stiffer wings let him do so more with more stability. Though artists often prefer to depict Horsey accomplishing this on account of having more graceful movements while controlling the tides. It's quite easy for uncareful swimmers to accidentally be struck with the Seadra's needles if they swim too close to them. Those who wish to attack them have worse odds. While the neurotoxin is enough to kill most individuals, it will paralyze attackers and let the sea do the rest of the work. And unlike Tentacruel, they won't mercy kill.
Shame.
What a shame. I think Caesar's a smash.
Yeah, I give her the I give her the
That's me.
rank of smash.
Yes.
Because why not? Although that's the Gen 2. No, wait, that's Gen 4.
Which one?
Why not? The big.
Oh, that is
No,
Gen.
why not? Oh yeah, why not would be Gen
There's one who's like another. Like,
3.
they do like another wave of baby Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Indeed.
Because what was it? Why not Zoomerl
Mm-hmm.
and
Munchlax, Bonsai.
right? A lot of the Gen 2 Pokemon for some reason. You know?
Mm-hmm. Now, time for Mermaid with Goldeen.
Okay. Okay.
The goldfish Musu Goldeen are known for their luxurious, colorful tails, matching fins, and most importantly to them, the horns located on their foreheads. While many people regard the Musu as beautiful, Goldeen only measure beauty by the condition and shape of their horns, ignoring other features completely. Typically, Goldeens live within curated ponds that are maintained by loyal followers of theirs. There they have everything and everything they could request. Goldeens have never been seen in the wild setting, and it's theorized it's because they have little proficiency in self-defense and other skills needed for survival. Human nobles and accomplished artisans adore the Musu's grace and beauty, though this feeling is rarely mutual, as Goldeen look down on most people they encounter and will ignore them at best, belittle them on average, and impale with their horns at worst. While pushy and aggressive, Goldeen don't know how to fight and can be easily overpowered by most humans. They also cannot live on land and will flop around uselessly if displaced from water. They depend heavily on their human caretakers to accomplish anything that isn't looking pretty.
Smash once and then walk away.
Damn. Just a wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, wham bam, thank you,
No,
ma'am.
I'll break her heart.
You
Oh,
assume she
damn.
has a heart to break.
Like one night stand type shit.
I think I'll just pass on Goldeen and not deal with it at all.
It's bitchy nature.
Probably wants to be friend, but then they might treat me shittily, so I might just say pass.
Decisions.
Yeah, I have it as a smash. It's a very pretty Pokemon. Its personality.
Very pretty to look at, but a personality of trash.
I think Trubbish has more a personality than she does.
Alrighty. But then there's Seeking, even though it'd be probably more Sea Queen in this instance, but whatever. Just as Goldeen are called the Gulpfish Musu, so too do we refer to Seeking. We refer to the former as such because of how they are valued in human society, and the latter we refer to because of their compassionate hearts. Seeking are beloved by humans and primarily live in ponds in human society, though they'll typically travel to more scenic waters such as Silver Mountain tops to find inspiration for their elaborate dances. While Goldeen are often content to live in a single location, Seeking prefer to greater degree of freedom in which they perform their dances. The Musu are renowned for their beautiful dancing and often use it as a replacement for other forms of communication. As such, they seldom speak unless they have a great need to. While often seen as graceful and dainty, Seeking command a great power over the water they dwell in, with many even capable of swimming through waterfalls with ease. They have little trouble escaping aggressors while they swim in their waters.
Interesting. They may be seeking what is in someone's pants. Lol.
Have a good one.
Have a good one, you do.
Date. I'll take the fish.
I'll wife the fish.
I'll date them.
Alright.
Alright.
It's time for a very interesting one with Staryu.
Ooh. Interesting.
The star-shaped Musu Staryu is named as such because that's all researchers could glean from them at the time of their discovery. This is because Staryu initially appear as star-shaped sea musu with red centers, but they're actually just the red cores, with the rest of them being a sort of shell that protects them. Staryu dwell in the deep parts of the ocean, far from human and musu societies. The mysterious nature of their living conditions inspire many rumors about the nature of their existence, when in reality they mostly eat kelp and live in solitude.
I'm just imagining, wow, with mysterious creatures. Who knows what they're doing in their flash
We're,
out?
like binge watching.
Humans have
That one didn't taste as good.
Humans have little understanding of Staryu. Many are surprised that Staryu can extend themselves from their core to converse with others, and even more think that they communicate with grunting sounds like "Hia," when in actuality the sound of their speech was drowned out by the sea. There is a rumor that Staryu are incredibly quick and have mastery over water, psychic magic, and even electricity in some cases. However, this is untrue. Staryu have no such ability and prefer to avoid trouble as much as possible. If necessary, they can detach their limbs to get away from threats and regenerate them quickly.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna have to gently pass the like. She's cute, yes, but she kind of just wants to be left the fuck alone to eat undone grass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus, for some reason, I'm just literally just like detaching to the ground and letting the current just whoosh.
Just ride the current.
Ethios just messaged me something cursed about it. And now even they can't unsee it.
Mm.
It's bad.
Bad enough to not share?
To them, like, to them, the
Mm-hmm.
human part looks like a peen.
Is it because of like the shape of the hair, I'm guessing?
That's what my guess is. Or just how they're angled.
I suppose.
See, I just mentally see it as a starfish's tongue.
I mean, that
The thing
works
that
too.
impales thing and just gives you old sucks.
Well, apparently the artist was frustrated with this Pokemon line because it's a starfish. What can they do?
Yeah.
But like the hair and body, also the gold near the hips looks like it has veins. Fair point. Fair point.
Well, hopefully the next one will look less like that. It's Starmie.
Putting a pass on Staryu.
Oh.
Starmie.
I'm liking the more crystalline design.
It's very sharp, like PS1 graphics.
PS1
Am I
roller
wrong? No.
crocodile view.
The mysterious Musu Starmie is the result of a Staryu coming into contact with a water stone. Normally, elemental stones bestow great power to Musu that comes in contact with them, but Starmie doesn't seem to gain much in this regard. Their coloration becomes a deep purple, and they grow extra appendages, which aid them in swimming, but otherwise little changes from Staryu to Starmie. Their habitats and activity also remain largely similar. On nights with clear skies, one can see Starmie glimmer brightly even when they're miles deep in the ocean, which makes for a very romantic sight for humans that pass by. Why produce these lights is unclear, though they always seem to project them to open sky, leading to some to think they're somehow communicating with the stars themselves, though Starmie claimed to not know anybody in the stars to communicate with. Starmie rarely encounter aggressive circumstances, even compared to Starmie. Some think this is because they possess an innate psychic ability to sense danger and avoid conflict, though when asked, Starmie will deny this.
You know what? I'm still gonna have to pass this.
Yeah.
It's
Looking
still
too
just
sharp.
a starfish, and he probably a little too sharp. I see it. It's just a little sharper.
I'll be
What do
friends.
you say?
I also pass.
All right. And I will friend the stars.
You're a friend of stars.
Now, it's time for the mon that freaks people out the most. Mr. Mime.
Hmm.
Closey.
Oh god. Are we talking about April 1st?
No, this is her cousin, April 30th.
Ethio says, "Oh god, I feel like it is going to stab me."
Is it bad? All I can now think about Pikachu when they started lighting his house up.
Yeah.
Fucking poured the gasoline on it. Oh fuck! I love that scene. But I am ready to learn why this thing is horrifying.
The barrier Musu, Mr. Mime, is named as such because of their ability to create invisible constructs with their hands. These constructs are made by removing motion from the air in the Musu's hands. With the Musu's expertise, they can create constructs of various consistencies and densities, but all of them are differently manipulated air. Mr. Mime live to perform for others and will gather in places where they can find audiences for their miming abilities. The Musu has an intense need for audience feedback and will pester those that try to ignore them with pranks to get a rise out of them. Many stories have been passed down in the cultural canon of Kanto region regarding Mr. Mime's propensity for eating children. These are all grossly over-exaggerated tales of them bothering people for attention mixed with people's discomfort for their overly cheerful disposition. These myths persist because Mr. Mime refused to speak and clarify them. While Mr. Mime's abilities have many applications for combat environment, the Musu refuses to fight in any circumstances. As far as they are concerned, their abilities are only for use for entertaining others and nothing else. Also, despite Mr. Mime's name containing Mr., they are all female. The name is traced back to times when everyone was afraid of the Musu and thus didn't check if they were male or female.
I'm going to befriend the mime.
You're going to begrudgingly friend the mime?
I will friend them.
I will join in the friendship mime.
She also does look like she would be kind of.
She got them crazy eyes. Now,
How about you, Necro?
Huh? Oh, I said friend.
from a Musu known for her hands to a Musu with their lack of hands. It's Scyther.
Ooh.
A danger. But also.
The seldom seen Mantis Musu, Scyther are known for their incredibly sharp, scythe-like front appendages, green scales that cover their body, and the pair of wings that extend on their backs. Scyther's scythe appendages are harder than steel, and when moving at top speed, the Musu is capable of slicing trees in two with a single stroke, although the Musu usually prefer not to damage the trees near their home. Most Scyther live in remote villages in the forests and savannas with other Scyther. They hold a deep reverence for nature and will protect their homes from those that would disturb the lands they cherish. Few humans meet Scyther, as their tribes typically keep to themselves and refuse to see outsiders that can't prove themselves to them. How humans can prove themselves depends on the tribe's standards. Some tribes test a human's strength, while others test their knowledge and compassion for nature. While Scyther have wings, they cannot fly as most winged Musu can. Instead, they use their wings to lunge towards foes with great speed in a technique they call jumping good. Most who make foes of Scyther don't live quite long enough to see the consequences of their actions.
Wife.
Oh, you're wifing the Scyther.
I'm wifing the Scyther. They are pretty like they're not coming off as like stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like pretty down to fucking earth energy.
Mm-hmm.
Great reverence of nature's like bam. Druid's
But also
wife.
protected.
Aggressive.
Small druids, big, taller, tougher.
Wife.
I
You
will.
stepped on her flower. I will kill you.
I will smash the Scyther. Now, we come to a very infamous Musu, and one I think will go into Xyla's smash, date, or wife category. It's Jinx.
Hmm.
Oh, I just noticed those.
Oh, yeah, you noticed
Below the dress.
at the dress.
Okay, you have piqued my interest.
The
Be like,
human
now we're getting somewhere.
The human-shaped Musu Jinx is known for their shadowy bodies, golden hair, and unnerving singing. Jinx cannot articulate words of any known language, but they can produce sounds in their bodies which form songs. These songs function as their way of communicating and plant thoughts in the heads of those who hear them. The process is rather uncomfortable for those not expecting it, and if interrupted can leave the listener unable to understand the message. Jinx's bodies are made of shadow and thus can only live in dark areas. Most commonly, they gather in Arctic lands where the nights are longer than in winter. They also hibernate during the summer months when the days lengthen. The appearance of Jinx is actually an attempt to mimic the Light Queen Deradera la Moon of the Seveni archipelago. It's believed that Jinx saw her sailing by one day and admired her so much they attempted to emulate her. However, their attempts can come across as uncanny to many humans, and thus their affections are often misunderstood. Because Jinx are made of shadow, they can disperse at will and thus can't be attacked. It's unknown if there's any means of harming Jinx or even if they can die.
Yeah, so they're a smash for being unsettling.
An unsettling smash.
I'd find it settling, but for others.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also going for a smash.
I will go for a date with the Jinx. Also, bravo for taking Jinx of all Pokemon, making them this.
Yeah, they did a really good creative job. All the creative liberties.
Alright, it's time to get Sparkin with Electabuzz.
Alexis.
Hi, Mitsuki.
The electric Musu Electabuzz can be easily identified by their yellow skin and the forking horns atop their heads. Said horns are used by them to catch electricity from the skies and also communicate with other electric Musu nearby. Electabuzz feed on electricity and will live anywhere they can find supply of it. This includes mountains that bring Electabuzz closer to storm clouds and Pikachu towers that synthesize their own electricity. They get rather aggressive when they're looking for electricity to eat and will fight any that stand in their way of it, whether they're other Electabuzz or anyone else. Humans that dwell in cities often view Electabuzz as a nuisance on account of them constantly stealing power from their Pikachu towers, though Electabuzz don't have any ill will towards humans and are rather cordial when encountered in a casual setting. In addition to their mastery over electricity, Electabuzz possess an innate strength as well, although the strength is proportional to how much electricity they've recently eaten. Often they rely on the strength for defense and will have minimum battle strategy or technique.
I like what my sister said.
Mm.
So she looks like she needs a safe word. I am smashing.
I'm gonna pass.
Really?
Really?
I am not a fan of Electabuzz. The design is cool, yeah, but for some reason, it is also bringing a lot of painful energy of a certain lightning monkey.
You're thinking of Rajang?
I'm
Unless
being.
it's just more like she comes with a safe word.
Yeah, no. I feel like I like my legs where they are,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want them to be snapped and then electrocuted.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I was gonna say hear me out, but I feel like if I go into detail, it might be risking it, and I'm like, no.
Dear God, Becker, you are just spicy.
No, listen. Listen.
I'm listening.
It doesn't have to be a powerful shot. It could be. Let's. Also,
learning more
sister,
about Neko.
apologies.
We're learning a lot about Neko today.
Like, I have a feeling she would know what I'm going for, or what I'm trying to describe.
Oh no, I know exactly what you're trying to describe.
You could go ahead with the foam bat. I can't even finish it.
Oh. Neko!
Sorry, but am I wrong?
Hun!
I guess I deserve that.
You do! Oh.
God. Friend might just send me an image and this is too cute. And Barbie's like, I might want one of these. Like, look at how cute that is. Also, sis, I'm gonna show you with it too. Look at how cute that is. When a moment where I felt like a burp was gonna come up, and then it's like, nope, but I'm like, okay.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
And now,
I also got bunked.
bugged.
Yeah, I got a bunk.
I see. Right, but Electabuzz. I smash Electabuzz.
Maybe I'm the crazy one.
Maybe. With your irrational fear of Rajang. Now,
Cut the Electabuzz's tail off. Weaken its power.
no. Now, next is Magmar, which, if you know, Magmar is a goofy looking guy. But the artist turned Magmar into something spicy.
Oh.
Right?
My thoughts exactly, Neko.
Smash.
The
Even the look, though.
The Spitfire Musu Magmar are known for their red scales, clawed appendages, and the flames that hang off their body. These flames aren't natural to them, but actually a common occurrence for the hot environments they live in. Magmar subsists on latent heat in the environment and require a lot of it to survive. Because of this, they tend to live near or even out
No.
inside of volcanoes. Anywhere else is too cold for them to be sustainable. While most life cannot stand the high temperatures, they find it quite comfortable and will regularly lounge in the molten rock. The fiery settlements of Magmar make human contact difficult. They aren't aggressive to visitors they find, though humans are often surprised that Magmar tend not to wear clothes. This is because cloth easily disintegrates in the extreme heat. If Mossy is required of Magmar, they'll choose to wear a garment made from obsidian chain links, as it's the only thing strong enough not to melt in the heat while being flexible enough to wear. Most life can't get near Magmar in their habitats, but those that can have little defense against Magmar's ability to reject their body heat into flaming projectiles.
My freaking sister.
Fire resistant potions. Agreed.
I am going to wife the Magmar.
I'm going to smash the Magmar. No, wait, no. I'm going to date the Magmar. We're going to upgrade it from Smash.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. Is it the look? Is it the fact she's wearing nothing but chain and?
I'm not going to lie. It's a bit of the tiefling energy I get from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see it.
Also, yeah, the obsidian chains are kind of. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Pretty
Yep.
cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Cool.
So, Pinsir.
No.
Hmm.
Pass.
The stag beetle, Musu Pinsir, is known for their imposing armor like carapaces and the massive bent horns atop their head. Pinsir's propensity for defense is so strong, they'll compete with other Pinsir to gain spare pieces of carapace to armor themselves even further. Often this armor is flimsily attached with vines and offers minimal protection, but the Pinsir appreciate the addition anyway. Honey and sweet fruits make up the bulk of Pinsir's diet, and they'll mostly often live in forests that can supply these foods in abundance. Haha, they're going after your honey, Zyla.
Look, I will give the pincer head pats. Also, to be fair, if you just like pet in between the pincers, I think she can actually get.
No, it'd probably be fine.
I will give her the head pats and maybe a slight. Pinsir is one of those bug Pokemon that I'm just kind of. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She has teeth vibes. Oh God.
Like, yeah, I'm like, no.
Look, just because she has like the sideways mouth. Social engagements aren't a Pinsir's strong suit. Rarely will Pinsirs approach strangers, and even when they do, they often assume there's some sort of threat. This, combined with most humans being perturbed by Pinsir's unusual jaw, makes contact between groups very limited. The horns atop Pinsir's head aren't just for show, they're powerful appendages that allow Pinsir to grapple foes in a technique they call the SPD, or the Super Pinsir Driver. The details of this technique vary radically from each Pinsir, but they all claim their technique is their technique, the SCP, and claim every other Pinsir just stole the name of their move.
It's a
Do you
good
know what I
question,
think-
sis.
Do you know what I think I could definitely. What could have improved the design?
Pinsir not being made the way it was originally.
No. Where the carapace from like the shoulder her cape kind of goes over her neck. It makes it look like one kind of like fusion.
Mm-hmm.
If they lowered a little bit from the sides and gave her like face, I feel like it could have improved it.
Fair.
But that's just me. Yeah, this is a head pat.
I agree with the head pats. And you're just passing, Neko?
Yeah, I'm passing. Or seeing sister things like I feel like she would need a mouth guard for safety.
For your safety or her safety?
Both.
That's fair.
I've returned.
Welcome back,
Welcome
Chester.
back. You've returned to Pincer.
The old.
Who's after Pincer?
It is. As soon as this thing would load all the way, Jesus, it's slow. It's everyone's favorite bowl.
Oh, hugs, but no head pats are authorized. Yep. Put that where she belongs right now until I.
Mm-hmm. The wild bull Musu Tauros are known for their impressive power, cloven hooves, and a pair of horns atop their head. Their bodies are decorated with many scars that they treasure as trophies from battles they partook in. They tend to wear little clothing to show these off as often as possible. Most Tauros live in roaming bands. Some are mercenary groups, while others are just wandering tribes that live off the lands. Humans have great respect for Tauros and will hire them for their expertise. Tauros have no issue with humans' integrity inherently, but do distrust any that use magic, stating that it's a tactic of cowards and fools. This includes humans who practice it and other Musu as well. Tauros do possess the potential to harness some magics, but few do because of their strong cultural belief. To ensure that they're focused and ready for battle, Tauros will use their tri-tail to whip themselves into a frenzy. While the tails are thin and small, they do serve to keep Tauros enraged in battle. While they aren't stupid, their battle tactics are quite simple, though their strength is more than enough to ensure these simple tactics are effective.
You know what? I'm wifing up the.
Same. Oh, I'm like, sister also has pointed like I thought Tauros were only male.
Well, not in this verse.
No, we're in the land of monster
Monster girls.
with only one aberration. Those weird little fucks.
Those weird Nidorinos. I will. I will smash the Tauros. Or more likely be smashed by Tauros, but you know. Now we're heading back to the mermaids with everyone's favorite little useless creature, Magikarp.
I'd be friends.
The fish Musu Magikarp is known for their red scales and bright yellow fins. They also possess long tendrils that hang from their ears that help them smell substances in the water. Some rumors say that Magikarp splash around helplessly on land, though this isn't accurate. They actually just shuffle back towards the water normally. Magikarp can be found nearly anywhere in the waters of the world. Their hardy biology and adaptability allow them to live in most climates. Humans consider Magikarp to be profoundly ordinary. Aside from their having gills that allow them to breathe underwater, they have no other abilities that exceed human capability. They also possess a little magical talent, even when compared to average humans. Some legends state that this didn't used to be the case and that Magikarp could ascend to great power, but there's little evidence to this being true. With little magical capability and a particular talent for battle, Magikarp don't have any real ways to defend themselves from those who do them harm. They can attempt to swim to safety, though their speed isn't anywhere near extraordinary. As such, they often rely on others to defend them.
You know, I think I'm gonna friend and head pat.
Yeah. Friendship.
I will carry her. We're going to a different pond today.
Yeah.
Oh boy, a different pond.
Making sure they gave her a device so that she could still breathe water.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, like SpongeBob method.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, we 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 go
Oh.
from little Magikarp to the most terrifying creature of Gen 1. Gyarados.
Fuck.
Pray you don't ever see the blue scales of a Gyarados breaking through the surface of the ocean. The Musu is rare, but its legendary visage and massive size are unmistakable among the people of the world. Gyarados live wherever they want, and if someone is already living there, they force them away. They dwell in water but are known to launch themselves from the sea to extremely high points in the sky as well. They can survive in fresh or salt water freely and even move from one to the other with no issue. The legendary Musu is known as the great symbol of strength and appears in many historical illustrations and myths. Because the Musu is always angry, human society and academia at large know comparatively little about them beyond their power. Nothing attacks Gyarados. Rather, Gyarados attacks everyone that isn't a Gyarados and other Gyarados twice as hard. Few can withstand the fury of a Gyarados, let alone defeat them. The Musu does have a significant weakness to electricity, though the Musu's powerful Hyper Beam still makes them a difficult opponent even if you can exploit this weakness.
So I am stuck between date and
Can't
I'm
decide.
stuck between wife or smash. The carousal is real.
you know what? I want a wife that will fiercely destroy
Yes.
harmed me.
My fierce. Yeah, hot wife.
I'd also want Gyarados to be a wife.
Oh, by the way, I totally forgot to say this. I put Taurus in wife.
But Tarleton wife?
I did put Taurus in wife.
Yes.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
We like a strong axe wielding wife.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. Fair.
But god damn.
It's just like she definitely has yes ma'am queen vibe or wife vibes.
What's this? You want that pond full of fucking Polytoads gone? Or sorry, Poliwag's gone? Say no more. Grabs Pikachu, throws it inside the. Give it 5 minutes.
Insert still music here. Yeah.
Damn.
Yes.
All right, who's next?
A Pokemon that surprisingly a lot of people smash even in the non-monster girl form, Lapras.
I'm just gonna put her in the date category as her default. Let's see if the.
The transport Musu, Lapras, is referred to as such because of its large structure and sizable back that it uses to ferry people around waterways and seas. Their large fins make excellent expedited travel simple for them, and their amphibious lungs allow them to travel above or below the water. Lapras spend all time in water, even sleeping in it. Some Lapras even swim in their sleep. Humans cherish Lapras for their ever-present kindness and willingness to help. They freely help people cross rivers and even oceans without asking for anything in return. Pokemusu is especially beloved by sailors for how often they rescue shipwrecked crews as well as those who fall overboard. While having great ability to move in water, Lapras have little ability to defend themselves. This, combined with the Musu's trusting nature, makes it rather easy for malicious people to take advantage of Lapras. This is incredibly frowned upon among all human societies, as people can care deeply for the Musu. Some myths claim that the sorrowful song of a Lapras can kill someone of a broken heart.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's up there with wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Gentle
on one
wife.
hand, I have my soft wife, and on our other hand,
fierce
we have the
Creates a Zen.
no, me and Lapras crying. Some guy was being a dick. Gyarados emerging behind them.
Pretty much hold my beer.
Hold my chalice.
Hold my chalice, yes.
The sound of a person getting their leg head being introduced from their backside. Yeah.
I will date Lapras. She seems nice.
No, stop trying to steal the brain cell back. It was mine to. I saw.
Alrighty. Now to move on to another one everyone always smashes. Ditto.
So.
Hmm.
This is going to give me a.
You don't like her showing off her
I get
ability?
the thing vibes.
Well, she's just showing off her abilities. She can be anyone you want.
Be like, I'll be anything you want.
But you know what I mean, though, right? Like, you're seeing it. Like,
Yeah.
near the end of the movie when it starts, meshing all the.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Pump! When it starts
Hi, Pump.
meshing, like, all the things it absorbs. Okay, hopefully the lore isn't as terrifying.
Ahem. The transformation Musu, Ditto, can change its appearance to copy almost anyone. It's rare to find them untransformed, but in their original state they consist of a pink viscous fluid that have two eyes that are pitch black. Due to their transformation abilities, there is no consistent way to get population data on Ditto. With their ability to change being so broad, they can thrive in almost every biome and society without anyone knowing what they are. Though their changing abilities is not purely physical and not mental, so while they can mimic a soldier's strength, they can't mimic their knowledge. Human society have many horror stories related to Ditto body snatching others and taking their place. However, Ditto in reality have a strict code of non-violence that they all follow. We aren't sure where the code originates, but they're reluctant to break it even in dire circumstances. With the ability to become any other moose...
She got moved up quite higher just because of...
With the ability to become any other Musu, escaping bad situations is quite simple for them, though they have an odd weakness. Ditto cannot stand at the sight of themselves or other untransformed Ditto. If they ever see the sight, they'll plunge into madness and become completely crazed.
I will befriend the Ditto.
That's nice.
There's this uncanny valley, though, design. I also don't like that a lot of the things that I said are higher tier on Smashing myself are inside of its design right now.
She's just trying to, attract you.
It's true. Also, sister brought up a valid point. So no mirrors in the house. Got it.
No mirrors in the house.
Well, you can't have mirrors.
Is that a Fearo's wing?
Either a Fearow or a Pidgey wing. It's hard to
No, I
tell.
think that's a fear. Wait, do they both have the same color palette on their?
I mean, they're both
Yeah, the
like
That's a
brown and
Pidgey
then.
wing.
Okay, I thought that was a Furo wing. I was like, oh great, Furo, Vileplume, Gyarados, Beedrill,
Yeah.
Nidorina, Bulbasaur, fucking Butterfree. I'm just like this. I feel targeted.
she's like,
And
what?
a
You
part
like?
of Arbok.
Yeah, part of Raichu.
Horrific. I love her.
All right, it's time for Eevee.
Oh.
Eevee friend.
Why am I hearing Penny's theme in my head?
Yes. Penny's theme is great.
The evolution
Just
moose.
having dots.
The evolution Musu Eevee is known as such because of their wild affinity for magical energy. Despite their mundane appearance, Eevee don't interact with magic the way other Musu do. Where other Musu generate magic within themselves, Eevee instead manipulates energies around them and can even store power within themselves. It's mandatory for all Eevee encountered to be relocated to the Eevee Academy of Thermatology and Sorcery, or EATS for short. Due to their unusual relationship with magic, and unsupervised Eevee can easily absorb unsafe magics and become unstable, thus necessitating their required tutoring at the Academy to prevent damage to themselves and others. There is a debate among humans about the current handling of Eevee. Some think that Eevee should be entitled to a larger degree of freedom, while others have seen the destructive potential of their more unstable evolutions think otherwise. It's only upon evolution that Eevee become proficient in any form of magic. It typically requires a strong source of one magic type for them to evolve safely. Absorbing multiple sources at once or more unstable sources result in them becoming abominations.
I now want to see art of unstable evolved Eevee. But I'm dating Eevee. We're gonna have lovely mage dates together.
I think she's a friend.
Ails is Sierra's friend.
Alright. Zyla, Neko. Did you know that compared the Vaporeon is the
God fucking damn it.
She looks a little prissy, I'm not gonna lie.
He has brat vibes.
Oh, so she looks like you. Got it.
No! Hey, I'm
uh,
not.
the Bubble Jet Musu Vaporeon is a higher rank of Eevee that has acquired mastery over water type magic by absorbing the energies of a water stone. This transformation makes their fur gain a deeper blue. They also gain gills, fins, and a long aquatic tail that gives them superior maneuverability in the water. Most Vaporeon continue their studies at the Academy at specialized facilities with fountains, pools, canals to aid them in their mastery over water magic, though some do venture out to beaches and islands to further test their abilities. A massive propaganda campaign occurred years ago that claimed Vaporeon have unusual features that some humans found intriguing. This inspired a fanatical fan base of Vaporeon lovers among town nearby Eats that are obsessed with the Musu. Vaporeon find these humans and their beliefs abhorrent and incredibly disgusting. When attacked by conventional means, Vaporeon can shift their body into water almost instantly, rendering the attack useless. They rarely care for fighting and will usually ignore attackers and dive into bodies of water to avoid further annoyance.
Whatever. I'm gonna befriend the Vaporeon. I'm gonna befriend her. I think she's been through enough sauciness that she's just like this. Like I'm not even like that.
I would
I will send people to see Giratina if I hear that copy passed away.
I think I would date a Vaporeon. What about you, Neko?
No comment.
Nope. No comment.
I think Neko is getting smashed by a Vaporeon.
Mm,
Hmm.
I see.
Or is it because I had no comment? Or is it because I called you a brat?
No, no comment, it
Mhm.
seems.
Neko. Use your words, sweetie.
Both.
Well, if Prissy Jolteon wasn't your stuff, then how about Delinquent Jolteon?
Mm.
I'm smashing. Or wait, no. But. Hmm. Wife.
Wife?
Er,
You're wifing the delinquent?
Did
Yakuza
you see
daughter
the-
vibe.
You see the tattoo they're rocking?
Oh,
Like, look at that.
How I'm imagining Jolteon, pins fucking Neko down, foot on her chest. We're going out later today. Understand?
no, I see Jolteon doing the thing where they, put their fists against the wall and lean in intimidatingly.
Both ways will work super effective on the Neko.
Anywho,
See? We left her confused. She
Both
harmed.
of you get out of my brain.
the Lightning Musu Jolteon are the result of Eevee that completes their training in electrical magic. When they absorb the energy of electric stone, their fur bunches into sharp spines across their body. The magics enabled also affect the Musu's personality. In this case, Jolteon become more impulsive and aggressive upon changing. Jolteon continue their studies at Eats for the most part, while some do travel. Many humans and other Musu are wary of their moodiness, and thus they often meet with difficulties when visiting new places. They have a disdain for the Academy's traditions, and thus will do what they want regardless of the rules or the will of the faculty. Most humans avoid contact with Jolteon, as they typically present themselves as ne'er-do-wells and often go cause trouble wherever they go. Most Jolteon carry iron flails as weapons, since they make for great bludgeons and also functions as a conduit for their electricity. Their rebellious attitudes toward magic also inspire them to manipulate their magic in unorthodox ways. This led them to create their iconic pin missile attack, which is one of the few attacks that can disorient strong psychics.
So I'm going to be dating the Jolteon.
Hmm. This makes
Your
sense.
wife material.
I would smash Jolteon. Alright. Alright. We've had Prissy, Honor Student Vaporeon, Delinquent Yakuza Student Jolteon, and now we have Culinary Student Flareon.
Oh,
Fluffy.
very fluffy. We'll take him out on a date. A culinary date.
The Flame Musu Flareon is the result of an Eevee that chose to master the element of fire. They absorb the energy from a firestone, causing their bodies to heat up considerably. They can control this heat at will, reaching as high as 800 degrees, though most keep their temperature at a reasonable level. Their hair also fluffs out and grows much longer and blonder. Of the Eevee masters, Flareon tend to travel the most, though many still take residence at Eats Academy. Their caring and loving nature increases their desire to help others in need. So those that stay at the academy often become teachers or counselors. Many Flareon choose to use their mastery over fire to become expert chefs, craftsmen, doctors, and even some run saunas using their own body heat. Humans around the world greatly appreciate their warm hospitality and kindness. Flareon rarely wish to fight and will seek peaceful solutions when possible. However, if pushed to extremes, their fire magic can easily stop most aggressors in their tracks. Additionally, their flames imbued fur is surprisingly resilient against certain magical attacks.
I just also realized they're holding a bowl of chili.
Oh,
And I just ate some chili for lunch.
Yeah, she's wife. So dating the Jolteon, wifing Flareon, befriending them.
I think I will also wife the Flareon. What about you, Nicole?
I put them as date for culinary date, but then hearing like for them to make food, be like that could be waifu material.
That's true.
But also all the cuddles, all the toasty cuddles.
Some very toasty cuddles.
Okay, they're bumping from date to wife.
Ganger
Oh,
call
good.
be
Okay.
Okay. And so we wait for Zyla to finish her call. We're almost to the end, everyone. Almost to the finish line. Excuse me.
Okay.
spam call. Yay!
Yay! Alright. Are you ready to visit the digital age of Porygon?
Are we playing tanks?
Maybe.
She does look like a tank. I would say friend.
The virtual Musu Porygon is referred to as such because of their highly unique magical abilities, where they generate beams of light that combine and focus to create objects in the world. This is necessary because Polygon are made entirely of primordial magic and can't interact with most objects. Because of this, they don't have a sense of touch. Only their constructs only with their constructs can they experience a tactile sensation. Porygon can only create a set amount of constructs based on the surface of the object has. Polygon can generate around 160,000 surfaces at once. We've only met one Polygon thus far. Investigations called Polygon. My bad. She lives on the outskirts of Cinnabar Island in a house built from her own magical constructs she seldom sees as visitors. Archaeologists only recently found out that Porygon originate from ancient civilization and were actually created by sages from their time. The process to create more Porygon is believed to be lost, and thus we aren't sure if there could exist more besides Poly. Being made of raw magical energy makes threatening a Porygon difficult when attacks, they can shift their constructs to defend themselves whenever attackers they may face. So the digital waifu.
Friend.
Friend, especially because it is seeming like that's
There is only the one.
there's only Polly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Okay.
Gives me a light show. Gets sent to the hospital. I'm not going to go into details, but if you know, you know.
Oh,
Insert Darude Sandstorm.
oh no. Polly, why? Alright. Are you ready for squids? Omnimide.
I'm ready to start a fucking religion. That's what I'm ready to.
The spiral Musu Omnimite was recently discovered in a mysterious cave that researchers found connects to a highly unusual biome that natives call Vernitan? Whatever. They possess large spiral patterned shells that the Musu get their namesakes from. They have tentacles, two of which are longer than others and are their primary appendages. Their home in Vernitan is believed to be a perfectly preservation of the state of the world thousands of years ago. They have no exposure to the sun, but possess a thriving ecosystem of unusual flora that they get their energy from volcanic vents underground. Humans know little about Omnimite. They're quite reserved as far as Musu go, and their native language is unlike any spoken in modern day. Translation has begun to further understand the Musu, but as of now, we know little about their society aside from basic information. They might rarely have reason to fight, but on occasions where they are wary one might happen, they'll generally hide in their shells until whatever is troubling them goes elsewhere. Their shell armor is incredibly strong, and few attacks are able to easily pierce it.
I'm befriending the Omnite.
Same. I don't know why my brain thought Splatoon vibes.
It's
Be a
it's
friend.
the eyes.
Yeah, the goggle eyes, yeah. The mask.
I would say it's
Woomy.
both the eyes and sort of like the cone-shaped ears poking out.
Yes.
Yeah. Woomy. Insert Splatoon music. Insert the greatest Splatoon music. The Calamari
Heck yeah.
Incantation.
Yes.
But let us worship the Helix and move on to Omnistar.
By the way, you didn't answer. Where you put her?
Friend.
Friend.
The Spiromusu Omnistar is a matured Omnimite that carries a larger shell with points going along its edges. Their teeth have grown longer to help them eat the unusual fauna of Vernitan, and they've also developed a secondary mouth they use to eat rocks. This is because they worship an ancient deity called the First Mother, and to get close to her, they eat pieces of the land she created to obtain their ancient power. They live with their Omnimite sisters in Vernitan, where they act as chiefs, shamans, and other advisory roles. Humans largely don't know about Omnistars, as Omnimites themselves are incredibly rare, and Omnistar are even more so. Omnistar very rarely leave their communities in Vernitan because of their heavy shells weighing them down. Their history with the lands also makes them reluctant to do so. Omnistar shells are strong enough to shrug off most physical attacks, though they're perfectly capable of defending themselves without resorting to hiding in their shells. Over their long lives, they become attuned to the lands and oceans and are capable of calling upon them to aid in defending themselves and their villages.
So they worship the ancient Helix.
Well, to quote, of course the Helix lives on, as sure as the stars hang in the sky. We will keep turning forever forward into the future. That's what the Helix means, and that's who we are. Simona, the Omnistar from the hit fantasy series My Sword Hand Twitches.
Dating.
You're going to date the shaman?
I'm going to date the shaman. I will learn of their system. I'll integrate myself. Reject society. Become one with the Helix.
Become one with the Helix. I'll smash the star.
I'm also smashing.
we go from one ancient Musu to another ancient Musu with Kabuto. Or Kabuto. The shellfish Musu Kabuto aren't well known in the region. Their shy disposition and propensity to hide in their large dome-shaped shells means that few people have ever seen them. Many that do get a glance find their piercing red eyes and insect-like joints unnerving. The majority of Kabuto live in Vernitan, though they don't interact much with the Omnimite societies that live there because their appearance often frightens the more timid Omnimites away. Events like these have left a permanent impression on Kabuto that inspires them to be wary of scaring others. Therefore, instead of forming societies, they typically live in solitude and migrate across the cave in search of resources. Humans long thought Kabuto to be extinct. While some archaeologists have found fossils near ocean waters, no live Kabuto were found until Vernitan's discovery. Though even after finding them, Kabuto's shy demeanor made learning about them quite difficult. Kabuto will not fight. In most circumstances, they're far more likely to hide in their shells and scurry to safety. Their dome shells are quite sturdy, so most attacks can be shrugged off with ease.
I say a friend.
I'm befriending the horseshoe crab.
Yes.
I agree.
As just it says, she just needs a hug.
Just a little hug to show that people aren't scared of her. But
You know, if she wants, she can hold on to my back and I'll carry her places.
Hmm.
that'd be nice.
Horseshoe crabs are adorable, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Even now.
Even in Animal Crossing.
I love horseshoe crabs. They're so cute.
But what if she became strong and becomes Kabutops?
Oh.
The shellfish.
So much different energy.
Confident. The shellfish Musu Kabutops are the result of Kabuto that traveled to the most dangerous corners of Vernitan and become masters of martial combat. Over their journeys, they've ceased being so timid and realize in order to help others, they must first master themselves. Kabutops continue to live in Vernitan and act as guardians and leaders of the Kabuto. There, they protect the Kabuto from exotic threats of Vernitan and help and teach them become stronger themselves. Most humans consider Kabutops incredibly intimidating as their demeanor is very antisocial and their helmet-like shells don't make them very much more approachable. Their scythe-like appendages also remind many humans of Scyther, which doesn't make them appear any more sociable. Though contrary to their appearance, Kabutops have a rather calm demeanor. Kabutops probably use their scythe blades to find away potential foes. The Musu have no trouble defending themselves, but most entities in Vernitan are smart enough to avoid angering a Kabutops. So it doesn't get into fights often. In rare occasions where it's pushed to its limits, Kabutops may use its sword dance to gain the upper hand.
You know what? She's sticking in friends.
Oh.
I don't know. There's something about her that gives me this unnerving. It's not the scythe arms. We already know that. I wifed up fucking scythe arms.
It's true.
I might be the insane one, but I chose to smash.
So, you know, hey, Neko, how's your night date last? Pretty good, you know. Turns around, shirt has just been torn apart, slash marks everywhere.
Get slashed on the backs. Bye. Just a little nicks here and there. Or as my sister says, I imagine a lot of bandages in my future.
That's fair.
I mean, people like people with scars, right?
Yeah.
Scars are
Builds
hot.
character.
Look at Tauros.
Look
Yes.
at Tauros. Now, we move to the final of the ancient species with Aerodactyl.
Wife.
Oh, she's going to be stepping on me.
The Sky Devil Musu Aerodactyl are ruthless predators that dwell in Vernitan. Their arms double as strong webbed wings that enable the Musu to soar to great heights and reach impressive flying speeds. This, coupled with their strong, unhinging jaws and sharp teeth, make them dangerous terrors to those in Vernitan. Aerodactyl will eat anything they think looks appetizing, most often that includes men or other Musu. It's said by many that Aerodactyl savor the screams of their victims more than the food itself. Humans know little of Aerodactyl, as a coalition of Kabutops and Omnistar have banded together to keep the merciless Musu trapped in Vernitan, as chopping them inside the cave system limits their ability to fly and thus makes them easier to defeat. Most victims of an Aerodactyl attack will be captured or dead before they're aware of what's happening. Most of the time, they'll dive for a quick kill with their teeth, but more sadistic Musu will grab their target and then fly away to drop them from great heights. This enables them to savor the screams of their victims for longer, and also easily breaks the shells of Kabuto and Omnimite, as they are common food sources for Aerodactyl. So, what we think.
She has been put into my villain wives.
Ah, I see.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think.
I put them to work.
How they scream.
Xyla building the evil harem.
I am building an evil harem. It's wonderful.
I think I will run away from them. If I can.
What? just hide. Just dig into the ground.
I can't. My fingernails are too short and stubby to dig.
Have yourself a chocolate syrup. Pour it in the ants. For anyone who gets the Game Grumps reference.
Yeah.
I'll be
My sister
right
put.
back.
Okay.
Okay. My sister put. How to Train Your Dragon. More like prehistoric dragon. Just hear random thought. I'm like, is everything okay?
Ba ba bum. Ba 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 da da da. So I'm gonna make a request. One last.
Aye.
Finish Gen 1 and then go back to do Gen 2.
Yeah, yeah. Probably wish they'd have more. But even then, yeah.
Like, let's see, where are we? Okay, okay. There's what Gen 2 ends off. How much further is Gen 2?
Like, there's still more for Gen 2.
No, I
Because they
know that,
stopped at.
but I'm not going to spoilers.
Mm.
Let me- Gen 2. Ah,
I'm
11.
back.
11 Pokemon left.
Yes, we're almost there.
No, I was going to say, want to make a little request.
Hmm.
Finish Gen 1 today, do Gen 2 another day.
Well, Gen 2 isn't even finished by the artist yet.
Yes, but the list does have all the Gen 2 stuff, or half of the Gen 2 stuff. There are 11 Pokemon away. Are we just finishing Gen 1?
Yeah.
Is that the original plan?
Yeah, that was the original plan.
Oh. Okay, perfect. This all works out.
Yeah. I was gonna think about doing Gen 2 until the artist had finished Gen 2, you know?
Mmm.
Yeah.
Smart. Just like how I'm not going to be doing Wilds and the G rank update are done.
Yeah. Now, to one of the most infamous of the Musus, Snorlax.
Someone was detected at your lake.
Neko,
Yes?
you okay? Someone was detected at your lake.
Yeah. I'm assuming animals.
Okay.
The Sleeping
She lo-
Musu. Oh,
She looks like friend.
Yeah, she is friendship. Would have good cuddles with. Friend.
the Sleeping Musu Snorlax is referred to as such because of their propensity to sleep for long periods of time. The exact amount of sleep they need is unknown, though witnesses claim they can sleep for days at a time. The Musu also has a little care for where it sleeps and will often take naps in inappropriate places such as roads, streets, docks, and almost anywhere where they can lay down. Snorlax tend to live in mountainous regions and forests, though they've been out to wander elsewhere in search of food. They have no concept of money or in other social norms and will take food freely and sleep where they like. Many humans consider Snorlax to be a nuisance on account of their constant eating and sleeping, though they've gained them a devoted fan base that find their kind of demeanor and disposition to be admirable. These groups will form communes centered around sleeping Snorlax and lavish them with feasts when they awaken. It is said in the northern reaches of Kanto, let sleeping Snorlax lie. This is because Snorlax possess great power in themselves that they can unleash in moments of great anger. Most typically, this is when someone wakes them up.
Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Apex Snorlax. You're just minding your own business, and next thing you know, bah, bah, bah. You know what? I am going to just be friends with the Snorlax. I'm going to cuddle them, sleep on top of them.
I think I'll smash the Snorlax. And you were just friending the Snorlax, Nico?
Yes.
Alright. We're moving into the
Friend.
legendary territory now. With Articuno.
Ooh.
Not gonna lie, I immediately thought
Thought who?
a battle maid for some reason. I think it's the
Hmm.
Yeah.
kind of like, doing like the maid kind of like, welcome,
Like Battle Harpy.
welcome home, Lester.
Mm-hmm. In the throat of the roaring blizzards of Kanto, one can hear the sobbing of a young woman. This is Articuno, the mistress of the shifting snow, an ancient and powerful Musu clad in azure feathers. Her very existence radiates cold around her, causing her to start hail and snowstorms whenever she takes flight. Legends say that she wasn't always this way. She started out as an average Musu, but fell in love with one who'd been cursed with a never-ending fever that could only be quenched with an equally powerful cold. Articuno sought out power over ice to save them and succeeded. She administered the cure to her love and restored him, only for her icy magic to be too great and freeze her lover before shattering them. Articuno was heartbroken by this and sought to join her love in the afterlife, only to find she became too powerful to be slain. She would freeze water too quickly to drown in, and no mortal man or Musu could get close enough to wound her, let alone kill her. Now trapped in a frozen torment, Articuno wanders aimlessly, stopping whenever she finds others doomed to perish in the snow. There she weeps, lamenting that the snow took them instead of her.
That's so sad. I want to give them
That-
hugs.
She needs a hug.
Yes, she does.
A quote from Articuno herself. As full of despair as you are now, I'd still trade my endless frozen years for your worst day.
Rather to friend, or do I be like, you won't need to be alone, wife?
Cliche anime moment.
Poor Articuno.
Oh fuck. Do you want to hear the sad thing about like my go Gen 1?
Mm.
Bruno really wasn't on my team ever. Do you know why?
Why?
What?
I had Lapras.
Right.
And I thought Lapras was a cooler design than just
Bluebird.
Bluebird. Burr, burr, burr. But fuck. I love the sorrowful. I,
A new game.
I love sad people.
That's a quote.
Sis, do not tell me this.
Come on, tides and gales.
So, I will befriend the sad bird.
Yeah, same. She needs it more than any.
Cheer them up more, become their wife.
Oh.
Neko thinks she can handle the cold.
Well,
Better than the heat?
the cold never bothered Neko anyway.
Gotcha.
Are you expecting Arcuno to just let go of the past?
Well, from one extreme to the other, now we move on to Zapdos.
I love how they did the spiky face with her hair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Disclaimer, the following entry was performed by Zapdos and required to be included into the official dex for her to be allowed of any mention of herself. Her opinions on her own are her own and do not reflect the researchers or other staff that contribute to the Musu dex. Viewer discretion is advised. Get this, I'm the fucking master of the current Zapdos. Ain't nobody fuck with me. When those who bleep see me feeling the sunshine, they say, oh, you, and they're bleeping right. I'm the fastest, toughest, and smartest Musu this side of Mount Silver. Also, I look damn good in black and yellow. I go where I want, I take what I want, and I do what I want. Get a turtle, the world's my ocean, you're just floating in the beeping the skiff. You'll go to church and worship some beeping goat sucking in a fence. Me, I'm the beast I worship, and this temple is immaculate as beep. You beeping humans always so noisy too. When my house got blown up, beep dude, move your beeping house. I'm flying here. You're just like that beeping mole trace. That's up my beep like beep. Dumb beep is salty about getting a hot flashes all the time. She has to make it my problem. She can even beat me legit, you know. Thunder is like super fire, and I got that beep for free from the clouds. I don't need no namby-pamby incantation rune Tauros beep. I'm like a hurricane on wheels, but like sky wheels. You got that? I talk fast because I don't got time for slow beep, savvy. Now we beeping or what?
Smash.
Yeah, indeed, smash.
I love the Thunderstones. Adorable.
Mm-hmm. They're a nice touch.
So y'all are okay with her attitude, her tude.
Do you have a fucking problem with her attitude?
I... Hearing all the talk and then just end up taming them. Problem solved.
5 years later, how did we get here?
Right. You're like, oh, shit.
Mm. I mean, yeah, I'd smash too. Maybe convince her a bald gag would be worth it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think she'd be like, you know what? I get it. And then next.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems like that kind of person.
Yep. Well, from this extreme to another extreme, to that bitch she was talking about, it's a mole trace.
She looks kind of snooty.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you call her? The valorous flame? She arrived millennia ago seeking power to stop her sisters who lost themselves in indulgence and sorrow. I told her she had no such power in her. Her pride made this impossible to accept, so she went out to learn the hard way. She did find a solution that wasn't power that she needed. If only more Musu like her, of her caliber, could learn that. Quote from the Lady of Wisdom. Never met a brighter soul in my life before I walked with Moltrace. It didn't matter how deep a hole someone was in. Those didn't matter how deep a hole someone lands themselves in. She insists on dragging them out no matter what. Lady Tepelin Rhydon, companion of Moltrace. While most of her responsibilities are ceremonial now, I don't know where we'd be without Moltrace. You know what they say, it's not spring until Moltrace flames melt the lingering snow. Duke Isaac Roth. Don't tell anyone I said this, but her power isn't from strength, like physically I mean. Where she shines is how she talks to you, her words and her attitude. She doesn't command people. When she says something, you want to believe her. At least I did, and the people I walked with did that too. Jane Gale, Dugon, companion of Moltrace. She's a hero. Most children ask about Moltrace in some form or another. In brightest day and blackest night, no corruption shall rule without a fight. Let those who shrink responsibilities right beware the glow of Moltrace the Bright. Moltrace, the valorous flame.
Fucking nerd.
So what do we think of the valorous flame Moltrace?
I'm putting her in just smash.
Mmm.
Due to the fact of it is more personal recollections over scientific views. It makes it hard. Also, I love her. She has a ring on her clothes.
Yeah. That toe ring. Talon ring. Whatever you like to call it.
Love that. Yeah, I'm just going to smash. I can't
Yep.
get deeper than that, unfortunately for her.
Smash.
Articuno's story made me sad. Zapdos is a very, egocentric bitch. Moltres, I know nothing about these eyewitness type of thing,
Mm-hmm. I'd date Moltres. She seems like a nice gal from what I hear.
Valid, valid.
So,
She seems sweet.
of the legendary birds, who's your favorite from these three?
Zapdos.
Uh,
I also like Zapdos.
well, I'll go with Articuno.
Articuno's one made me more. I love her, but also I'm about to die.
So
It's a shame, that you're dying. Like this right now is nothing compared to my.
To my endless suffering. I would try to going through right now, in fact, but I can't because I'm just too powerful. Alrighty.
like I
Oh
like the
yeah. That's
Zapdos.
Valor is the right choice.
Yee. Wait, you're also Valor too?
Yeah, I've told you this.
Yay!
Good to know that Neko forgot one.
What? No.
All right, I think we have 5 Pokemon left.
Yes. Let's start with Dratini.
Oh, baby, friend shaped.
After recent confirmation, Dratini have been changed from a legend classification to now pseudo-legend classification. This means that we do have confirmation of their existence, but the bulk of the world still believes them to be myth. For many years, the only evidence of Dratini were the skins they shed constantly, but we've recently found small Dratini communities in Blackthorn Village. Their elders keep their population secret and don't let in many outsiders, though Dratini don't understand the need for their extreme sense of secrecy. Dratini have stout tails they swim and slither with that they are covered in azure scales. The scales are colored by mana that Dratini absorb from the world around them. Once they collect too much, their skin molts and the Dratini become thinner. This process happens many times during a Dratini's life. Maturing Dratini also grow a pearl on their forehead as they get older. Despite their inexperienced, Dratini have great magical potential and innate talent, which makes them a significant threat when angered.
Dratini accidentally nuked a city.
Whoopsie doodle. She didn't mean
She is
to.
friendship.
Yes.
Mm.
I like how my sister put protect her.
Protect her from what? The explosion she caused? I would also put her in friend shape.
I would swim with her in a pool.
Yeah.
She's like, she is little sister vibes, as my sister says.
Well, let's go from little sister to big sister with Dragonair.
Oh.
It's Serpentine Azura.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who?
Azura, a friend of ours. She's a
Right, the
blue
blue
dragon.
dragon.
Yeah, big fan of Dragonairs. Dragonair is one of her favorite Pokemon.
As Dratini grow larger and they molt away their outer layers of scales, they eventually reach a point where they can molt no longer. At this point, Dratini rise to the rank of a Dragonair. The Dragonair's magic absorption is too intense for them to handle alone, so they grow a Volcanin pearl on the base of their neck, which they use to stockpile excess mana they can't process alone. Additionally, their fins grow out into a pair of wings they can manipulate at will. Many humans call these their wings of liberty. Most Dragonair travel constantly, using their magic potential to solve problems they find in the world. such as bringing rains to drought-stricken farmlands and calling the sun to break up intense snowstorms. Those that seek power and care little for others often hunt Dragonair for their Vulcanin pearls, as one alone it contains power to achieve many miracles and even more atrocities. Those that aid a Dragonair against the unscrupulous thieves are often greatly rewarded. With nearly unlimited magical potential in their pearls, their spells are unparalleled among men and Musu alike. To defeat one requires using techniques some consider unnatural.
In Giratina's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
I'm looking at my sister's response. She's like, I smell high standards and no room for bullshit.
I mean, when you're as powerful as her.
She is in my dating category.
Harvey wants a straight up smash, but then I'm like, yeah, for how class she is, I think a date would be more appropriate.
I marry a Dragonair, I think.
That's valid.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
One of my biggest disappointments.
But will it still remain a disappointment here with Dragonite?
Wife. Wife.
Wife!
Wife.
No. I like how they still. Okay, I'm just going to say this. I love in the design. It has still a bit of that aquatic design with its outfit.
Like a wave.
Yeah.
It no longer just feels like goes from this elegant serpentine creature to tubby dragon.
Once a Dragonair's Vulcan Pearl absorbs the fine primal elements of magic to its limit, the pearl shatters and the magic coalescence around the Musu changes them forever into Dragonite. This process is not well understood as there are few Dragonites in the world, but it alters their blue serpentine bodies into a bipedal form with wings on their back and orange scales. With their new bodies they gain great strength and magical acuity. They use this power to defend the nature around them, particularly the oceans, as many pirates cause distress to those that dwell in them. Humans have many legends of Dragonite, branding them as heroes of our time, though few people have ever seen one, let alone know much about them. The first known encounter with one was from a lighthouse observer who thought he saw a mermaid emerge from the sea. Dragonite retained all the powers they held as Dragonair, and gained many more. The magics coursing through their bodies give them incredible physical strength and extreme speed. Their magic prowess is also beyond most men and Musu both in terms of power and versatility.
So she got bumped up to queen.
Oh, all the way up to queen, huh?
Mm-hmm. One of three. One of three.
Wait.
I'd date.
You'd wife its previous form, but only date the Dragonite.
Look, I prefer the
But
more...
Dragonite has wife.
I prefer the Dragonair over the Dragonite. What can I say?
That is valid. But they did it great with its design and felt tethered to the evolution chain.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. It's time for possibly another addition to the Evil Waifu collection. Stand in awe of Mewtwo.
Ooh. Yeah, she does the whole.
Ah.
Neko, she's going to give you steppies.
I don't want to get my face stabbed off.
I didn't say on your face. Jeez, why do you always think it's your face?
That's
Huh?
what's in
Spicy Neko.
I'm not.
Did you rather say you're not?
Well, let's see what Mewtwo has to say because she quotes all of this herself. Look upon these hands of mine. These fingers that end in orbs are not the hands of a farmer or a craftsman. They are the hands of a weapon that can split the earth in twain with but a thought. For I wasn't born, you see. I was crafted by foolish wizards eons ago. They commit atrocities of the flesh. Bones, blood, souls, and things too nefarious for ears were mixed together. Sometimes what popped out could move. Some rarer examples could speak and dream. But they weren't good enough for the fools, so they went back into the mix, until out popped me, but the fools didn't realize I carry all those creations within, and were all very angry. It'd be one thing if they stood their ground. There would be some dignity to that. But no, they were ruled by fear instead. I could have taken their minds, I suppose, but the world shouldn't suffer them longer than necessary, so I removed them. Your little entries like to list how strong mooses are, right? Well, I'd say I'd be faster to list what I can't do, but there's nothing beyond my grasp. The magic you study in your schools is cute, but it's a wave in the ocean of possibilities, and I am the storm approaching the shores. I do not go by the name you've categorized me as, but I like you to keep it as is. It's a good reminder to Mother of her failings. She tried to bury me many times, but her hypocrisy keeps her from truly succeeding. She wishes to play hero and save me, but it's all because of her actions I'm here at all. She knows it, but it's too thick to ever truly accept it. It's sad, isn't it? Quote from you too.
And yeah, villain wife.
Wife.
Wife. One cannot deny Mewtwo what she wants.
There's nothing beyond her grasp, as she said.
Mm-hmm.
And she is the storm that is approaching.
That song
Virtual,
popped into my
just
head.
uh, yeah, she has it much like me too. Every reason to hate everyone.
And now we move to our final Musu of the day. A long journey comes to an end with the mother of all Musu, Mew.
Why does she give off brat energy?
Because she's a trickster
Nice.
goddess, ain't she?
Yeah.
Mew is a starting point for most Musu. Not the first necessary, but the first for most. There used to be many, but now only one remains, that being Hawa. The rest all gradually change into other Musu. Most becoming legendary figures, or, well, she doesn't talk about the other ones. The one who remains, Hawa, is or was their queen. She travels a lot, but most don't know her since she disguises herself as other Musu or even human. It's not simple illusion magic either, she actually changes into them, much like a Ditto. Hawa can only turn into a woman, but she can also turn into any woman, human or Musu, or even female versions of men. I can verify that the transformations are very thorough. What Mewtwo said about her isn't a hard lie, but still deceptive. Hawa would never hurt anyone, she just made a mistake eons ago when trying to bring her lost daughter back. She was desperate and trusted some people who didn't deserve such trust. Mew can cast every spell that you were aware of. In fact, they likely invented all technical mastery spells the Academy teaches, though Hawa abhors violence, so she often uses the more aggressive magics in unusual ways. Quote from trainer Rainer.
Hmm.
I'm gonna put her in wife. I will wife Mew.
Wife the mother of Musu.
Yep. Wife the mother.
I mean, makes sense. Alrighty. And that was all Generation 1 Pokemusu.
Hooray! Gen
Woo!
Gen 2 should be done by I saw like midway through 2025. So this
Yeah,
summer.
I
So
mean, she only has, if I remember correctly, the legendary dogs, the Tower Duo, and Tyranitar and Celebi, or the Tyranitar line and Celebi.
they got about 11 still.
Yeah. Whew. That was quite a feat. So, were there any of your favorites? Like, who would you pick amongst them all to be the number one?
Firo. I'm sorry, Firo is probably my number one design-wise personality. I loved her. She was queen of the queens.
Queen of the Queens.
But my top three were Firo, Ninetales, and Dragonite.
Hmm.
What of you, Nico? Who's your favorite?
From which category? Or just from out of any of them?
Yeah, out of any of them, who's your favorite Musu?
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm also just going to throw this in here because I
Ninetales.
am a nerd.
That's fair. I'd go with Arbok.
Haha, you're in danger.
We're all in danger. Well, this was very fun to do.
Yeah, I had a blast doing that.
Thank
I would love to do it again sometime.
Yeah, just gotta wait for
Yee.
Gen 2 to be all wrapped up, and then anytime from there, really.
Yeah. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go!
Bow, 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 da, da.
So, that'll be all from me today, and we'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming tomorrow. Do you have anything coming up, Zyla?
I am thinking about doing a stress test stream this week. See how well internet over here can function for a stream.
Nice. Do you stream anything, Nico?
Huh?
Do you stream stuff, or are you just usually along for rides?
I'm usually along for rides. Even
Neko
though
like
some people were like,
huh?
Huh?
I had people tell me like, so when are you gonna start streaming? I'm like, what?
Well, I just want to make sure, because, I like to give the people that come on here the chance to shout themselves out and all that jazz.
I will because I am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for having those who do the Cosmic Bee Princess.
Yeah. So, I will see
Mhm.
you all tomorrow. A good day, and goodbye.
Yee.
So,
Bye.